Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're doing commentary on the case. Oh, for crumb's sake. I didn't ask you to interrupt.
Is that correct?
All right, I think we're ready. We're as ready as we're going to be. Good morning, good Monday morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I'm the Recovery Addict. Hope you had a fantastic weekend. I did. We're finally building in the bathroom. We're finally building. I'm making a mess with my breakfast here. I've got some oatmeal I need to finish here. If you guys will give me some time. It's hot. Who was kickback taking it easy? Courtney Meek took it easy over the weekend. Good. I have to say a couple things. First of all, Ashley, good morning. How you doing, Ashley? Ashley's first in chat this morning, which is no small feat. Ashley, you've done this before. The internet is all yours. You won again today. First in chat wins the internet every day. If you want it to be you, you just have to beat Ashley. And, a half dozen other people who are going for it every morning. So welcome, Ashley. It's all yours. It's on your shoulders. I'm confident. I'm confident in your abilities to maintain and keep everything running. It's going to be great. All right. Thank you, Ashley. We do have some birthdays things coming up. Before we talk about birthdays,
the apocalypse may be upon us.
Before we talk about birthdays, we need to mention that today is the day. Today is Eclipse Day, which means it's a very bad day to be like a astronomer if you're also seated on a jury, because I don't think any judges are going to let you out just to catch this, once in a lifetime event. They say once in a lifetime, but it's happened a lot, right? The first time, I think I did the history. I did some Googling on this. I dug deep into the archives of the web, and it seems the earliest web page that I could find was published in like 2,700 years ago. Maybe I read that wrong. Maybe 2,700 years ago, we discovered what eclipses really were and why they were happening. And since that time, we've been telling people, don't look at the sun, don't look at the sun, don't look at the sun. So I will do that again. I will say, don't look at the sun. If you do not have the special glasses, which you need to view the eclipse directly, I have a solution for you. Assuming you're in an area like I am, where I may get about 80% of the eclipse. So it might get dim outside the windows, just briefly. I have a solution for you. You just need to go to a park. Go to a nice place, somewhere with some trees where the sun's shining. And when the eclipse happens, don't look at the sun. Instead, look at the ground. You might think that's sort of counterproductive. How does that work? Believe it or not, the sunlight filtering through the trees will cause 1 million little eclipses to appear on the ground. And instead of having little blotches of sunlight, which is what we normally get, you will see the actual shape of the sun being covered by the moon on the ground. I kid you not. Try it. I've done it already. It's amazing. Plus, it's going to get a few degrees colder, and it's going to get darker, and the birds will start being really, really confused. So you don't want to miss it if you're in an area where you can catch that. So I don't know when it happens, though, so you guys might have to tell me. It's like 4 p.m. or something today. All right. Welcome. Great to be here. Let's see. We probably need some court. We need some court to happen. Let's see. Oh, birthdays. We need birthdays first. Does anybody have a birthday today? Ashley taking over for Kim while she's in Aruba. Yeah, we're going to try not to think about the fun that Kim is having. As she's bragging all the way on the airplane, she's complaining. She's like, oh, The Wi-Fi here on the way to Aruba is so spotty. First world problems, right? It's like, we'll give her a hard time when she gets back. Let's see. Andrew, hello to Perth, Australia. Welcome. Let's see. It's my mouse not doing what it should be doing. Oh, there it goes. Oh, wow. We had a couple of messages pop in. Let me jump over to those. We have Amy with the Y. Welcome to the gallery, Amy. Thank you very much. Love the Green Courthouse. Kay Scarpetta, member for 11 months. Woohoo! Thank you for this awesome community. Kay Scarpetta, you're part of that awesome community. Thank you. Thank you. Wouldn't be the same without you. Britta Aller, member for 11 months as well. Great place to be with friends and watch trials. Mods do an amazing job every day. RA, thanks for this fabulous community. Thank you, Britta. Appreciate it. Apple Treasure, welcome to the gallery. Welcome to the gallery. Wonderful to have you guys. Also, we've got, let's see, Teresa. I saw that. My birthday is today. So we have at least one person to sing to. Let's see if there's anybody else who's going to fess up and let us sing. So we have Teresa. I'm gonna keep notes because I need to. Fun fact, I have a single note document that I use for everything. Like every note I'm taking, it could be stuff that Mrs. RA wants me to do, stuff that I need to buy at the grocery store, stuff for the bathroom, a to-do list for myself, something for the channel, birthdays. It's all on the same notepad, and it's like 70 pages long. I just scrolled to wherever the note was. I don't remember anything, but if it's on here, I'll remember it. All right, let's see. Anybody else with Teresa who is celebrating a birthday this morning that we can sing to? I know it's early. Victoria, I wish I had an answer for you. All I can say right now is not really a good answer. I bet it will go to the verdict. That's all I know. Is it like 200,000 pages? No, I don't have that many thoughts. It's like 70 pages, but I've had the same notepad for months, and believe it or not, it's called Untitled 7. Untitled 7 is what I save it as. Schools are closed here, waiting for Eclipse with grandchildren. Local libraries provided Eclipse classes to first people to get them. Hooray, we got a pair. That's awesome. I told Weatherwatch, Thomas, who was close to the path of totality, I think. But I told him about using Pop-Tart wrappers. Now, don't do this, okay? Don't use a Pop-Tart wrapper and look at the sun. I've done it, but I don't recommend it. And if you do it, a double layer is preferred than a single layer. Because if you stare at the sun through a Pop-Tart wrapper, you will see the sun for the rest of your life. Or it might be the last thing you ever see. You know? That's a once-in-a-lifetime experience that way. All right, let's see. Brianna's son. Oh, sorry. I read this. It is so early. Brennan, who's Holly Mack's son. So we're going to add Teresa and Brennan. Holly Mack, congratulations on your child today. Let's see. Anything else for the birthday wishes before we kick off the trial? The eclipse is only going to happen mostly it's North America is where, well, it happens for everybody, but if you're not in the right area, you can't see it because it's all about lining up the sun, the moon, and where you are on the earth. So there will be places that don't see it very well and places that see it better. The places that see it really well, actually, there's a Twitter, let me see if I can show you this. I think it plays music, so I'll have to mute that, but there's a Twitter account that has a really good video on this. It's called Raw Alerts. Come on. Just go. I like this account, by the way. This guy does an amazing job. Okay. Wait for it. There it is, Raw's Alerts. Here we go. Let's see if I can pull this up. On camera 3, right? Okay, here we go. I need to turn that off because that music is sure to get me a quick strike. So here we go. This is Raw's Alerts, and they're showing the path of totality on their video. And it just shows, can you guys see that? Yeah. It shows the path that the best viewing area that goes as it goes through Mexico, up across sort of the central, up to the East Coast and into Canada. That's where you're going to see it. And it puts maps on and everything. So I don't know when it's going to happen. I think in this video they show what it would look like right there. Boom. I'm going to be in the I think in the 80%. So I'm not going to see what's in the middle, but I'm going to see a good portion of what's on the outside. And it's going to be just a big shadow, the moon shadow passing over a section of the earth, right? So that'll be exciting. It'll be really cool if for the people who get to see it. Some of the people who say like Thomas down in Texas, instead of seeing the eclipse, they're more likely to see a tornado because there's going to be like hail and tornado warnings and everything. So bummer for some of those people, Thomas included, but. Anyway, if you want to check out that full video, I recommend going to Raw's Alerts on Twitter, and it's got some cool music that'll get you hyped for that. All right, we have, let's see, we've got a couple more birthdays. I'm going to give a couple more minutes just for birthdays to come in. Let's see, Apple Treasure, welcome to the gallery. We got you. Courtney Meek, everyone that came to my area to see the eclipse is mad. It's supposed to be cloudy today. Happy to be here. It has flown by. Thanks for keeping me company. Courtney, I do apologize. Yeah, it's the first few states in the south of the U.S. are all expected to be cloudy. Britta Aller says, thanks to everyone who's been praying for my boss at my part-time job. He undergoes surgery on Thursday. Britta, thank you for sharing that with us. Glad we can do that for you. All the best to him and to you as well. All right. Have I missed anything else as far as birthdays go? Anything at all? Let's see. 95% here in Nashville. I have my glasses from 2017, full eclipse ready to go. We're in the 88% eclipse path to see it. School's letting out at 11 a.m., but it's so cloudy here. It's just going to get dark, Mary. As long as you're over like 90%, it's just going to noticeably get darker and colder. 3 o'clock, 2:13. Should we take a break at that time? Okay. Wow. You got 2 more people than I did on your list, Sharon. Thank you very much. I heard about another Boeing mishap. I saw a video of a plane falling apart in the sky as filmed out the window as they were landing. I think they had to land in Colorado or something. All right, let's do this. Let's get the birthday stuff taken care of. Not out of the way, taken care of, because these people deserve to be taken care of. Maria, birthday was Saturday. Rachel Esser has a 19-year wedding anniversary today, so we're not going to include you in the birthday song, but Rachel, happy anniversary. Teresa has a birthday today, and Brennan has a birthday yesterday. So Maria, Teresa, and Brennan. Join with me in the world's largest birthday song. It's a tradition. Warm up your voices with me. La 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 la. There we go. All right, everybody, dancers ready on cue. Blend your voice with the neighbors. Deep breath. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Maria, Teresa, and Brennan. Happy birthday to you. We have mixed messages, by the way. We have I've heard that it's actually possible to get free pancakes at Denny's. And so happy birthday to you. Let's see, Jonas. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Jonas. 8 years old. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jonas. I was going to say, until we find out definitively otherwise, I hope that everyone who has a birthday today goes and gets their free pancakes at Denny's, which you might have to sign up for, but I think is still free. And so we're gonna go ahead and do that. I realize there are a million places you could be and a million people you could celebrate with when it's your birthday. I mean, it is, after all, your birthday. You get to choose, but you've chosen to be here with us. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hope we can make your day a little bit more special. Happy birthday to all those that are celebrating. Stacy Lee, thank you. Stacy Lee, thank you very much. There's a hibachi near me that does free birthday dinners. Ooh, pancakes and hibachi? Count me in. Selena, thank you for the birthday wishes to all those who are celebrating, as are, oh my goodness, the dancers, the music, the tap dancers. There were some twerkers in there somewhere. Nosy Rosie, were you, you guys are going all out on this dance. I'm not sure. Podium dancers. Yeah, we've got everything. Looks like ballerinas with bunny ears. I made pancakes for Jonas today and didn't charge him. Iris, that is great. Happy birthday, Jonas. Happy birthday to everybody who has a birthday today. All right. Good morning. First chat as a member. Thank you, Recovery Addict. Don, I caught your first chat. Congratulations. Love the Blue Courthouse. Welcome. Welcome. It's good to have you here. I think this is the end of the song. Ready? There it is. Our air drums for the win. All right. I spent the weekend, happy birthday, everybody. Thank you, thank you. I spent the weekend working on the bathroom on Saturday. Did not do a thing with my lawnmower. Zero things done with the lawnmower, which means the lawnmower still needs to be fixed. I have a headlight out in my car, in Jen, my wife's car. She doesn't mind, but she'd like it to be on so it works. So I've bought the new headlights. We actually went to the store and they recommended. I said, look, I'm getting old. It's hard enough to see at night. I need it to be nice and bright. And they handed me some lights and it had a big warning on the lights. They said, these are the ones you want. And I gave them my part number, VIN number, everything. They found the lights for me and they said, these are the ones you want. And there's a big sticker that says for off-road HOV or off-highway vehicle sporting use only or something. I'm like, are you sure these are the right ones? And they say, I promise, they're gonna light up the road for you. And I said, but it says here, not legal for for regular use. And they say, we promise you're not going to get stopped. So I have those annoying bright lights to put in my the LED lights, but we'll see. I haven't put them in yet. Might change them out for the other ones. All right, post office. I tried to go Saturday. Nothing was there in my box, so I don't know. I'll have to swing by and talk to them. Sometimes they forget to put a tag in my box, and they just have something for me. Light up the road for you and blind everyone else. Ellaby, that's our goal right now. I will say that in my particular state, in North Carolina, I think I might be the last person to switch to LED headlights. Everybody has them. They're not the blue ones, but they're supposedly fairly bright. Are they paying the ticket too? I'll pay the ticket as long as I can see. Get that promise in writing. I've saved the receipt. Don't drive in Germany with those. You'll get fined. We'll see. I'm going to see if I can also adjust them down a little bit because I really do hate. Part of the problem in North Carolina is people use those LED headlights and then they do a squat where they drop the back end of the vehicle by a couple inches. And so they're just blinding everybody. That's it. Okay, I saw your message. I will take it to the post office. That normally means they hold it for me, but there wasn't a tag in there, so I'll go when they're open and check it out. Officially, third trimester addict. We also have an Eclipse coming. We're in for the totality of it. Awesome. Okay, let me know if we need to like hold everything for the Eclipse because I don't know. I want a break. I don't want to like continue. We'll do a break for the Eclipse, but somebody needs to tell me when it's starting to happen and when it's going to end. Dawn, new member for 10 months. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Indy Cindy, good, great American Solar Eclipse Day. I'm so excited to be in the path of totality. Hopefully you get some clear skies, Indy Cindy. TLC is me says, good, happy total Eclipse Day. Hey, 12 months. 12 months. I think we should break at the time. Ashley, I'm good with that. I'm good. We can break with that. But today we're supposed to catch up. So give me just a minute to get court set up. We have day 5. Today is day 6 in court. So day 6 is starting. This is our last day of high speed. I realize a lot of people reached out to me and said, look, high speed is just too high speed, but we've got to catch up somehow. I don't know how else to do this. So we're going to, that's not the one. Let's see. We're going to do a little magic here. Oh, I can't do it on this one, can I? That's right. Not him, not him, not him. There we go. That goes there. I need to do it on channel 3. which is over here. Oh, and it's gone. Wherever it went, it was good for a minute, and now it's gone. There we go. Oh, let's do channel 7 instead. Sorry, I've got a million things going on. I will tell you that the day starts off with a little bit of a hiccup, right? No court is... they're talking so slow. It starts off with a hiccup because we have a transmission problem out of court. So we start with somebody already on the stand. We're going to be high speed through a couple of witnesses that require, and we need a couple that require translation today. So I think this actually helps to watch it on high speed because the process is slower, even though everyone's talking just as fast. So let's see. Let's get this. Channel 7. Where's channel 7? Oh, I need to plug it in for it to work, apparently. That's strange. I took my laptop out on some errands this morning with me so I could get some things done. And there we go.
Have them send someone with more experience.
Send somebody with more experience for sure. Where did it go? I just had it. It's the wrong one. Man, life is hard here. We're going to get there. Give me a second. Recently closed. That was Kelly. Don't need that one. Oh, I need to be on the other. There we go. I clicked the close button. I didn't need it. All right. We're going to get here. Hang on. We're on day 5.
Squirrel.
Day 5 set to go. Speed is at 1.5. Quality is as high as we can get it. So we're going to jump in. We're going to jump in here in just a second with audio. Is there anything else I'm missing? I think we're good, right? Let me know if there's something else. Matthew Harris, great to see you, my friend. I saw a picture of you and Weather Watch over the weekend holding some lifesavers. Loved it. You two are looking great. Awesome. You guys are amazing. Okay, this is our last day of catch up. So give me just a minute. We're going to get court feed. Here we go. Let's get some audio turned on.
I said 3 times, stop, stop. And I told Ariel to go help him.
So when you said stop, who were you talking to?
Estaban personas jóvenes como en círculo y asumí
This is
que
where
era
it
Nica que estaban
starts.
golpeando porque él no se miraba.
There were some young men in a circle, and then I assumed they were hitting Nick because I couldn't see him.
A alguien estaban golpeando.
They were hitting somebody.
So when you were saying stop, you were talking to people that were far away from you. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
The people in your group, when Nick's wife said Nick's in trouble, did anyone go to help him?
Yo recuerdo que fue Ariel, Ernesto y Sergio.
I remember it was Ariel, Ernesto, and Sergio.
Pero Ariel fue primero, perdón.
But Ariel was the first one.
And were they walking over to that area?
Sí.
Yes.
Nobody, when I mean nobody, Ariel, Ernesto, and Sergio, they didn't run over to help Nick, right?
No, yo no vi ninguno correr.
No, I didn't see anybody running.
Did you see Nick in trouble, or did you just hear that he was in trouble?
Yo escuché que él estaba en problemas.
I heard that he was in trouble.
And I think you said that you saw Nick walking back toward your group. Is that right?
Yes.
And when he's walking back toward your group, you saw him kind of go over to the edge of the riverbank. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And if you can tell us about how far away were you from that riverbank area that you saw Nick walk over to?
Era como de aquí a la puerta.
It was like from here to the door,
Lo que tiene el río de ancho.
the width of the river.
And when you saw him walk over to that area, I saw you make a motion with your hand, kind of like pushing it out in front of you. Is that fair?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. So and I think you said in your statement to police that you believe he was discarding something.
Él tiró algo, fue mi palabra.
Yeah, he threw something out there. That was what I said.
And when he threw, you don't know what he threw, is that right?
No, no sé.
No, I don't know.
But the way and manner in which he threw it was the manner that I'm showing you right now, kind of. And he moves his hand away from his body, kind of like that.
Correcto.
Correct.
Did you see Mr. Mew walk over after he discarded this object? Did you see him walk over to the object, or did he head back toward your group?
Se dirigió al grupo de nosotros.
He walked over the group to our group.
Okay. And I think you told police that when he walked back to your group, he appeared white and pale. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
He really wasn't talking. Is that right?
Él dijo que le quitaron la navaja.
He said they took away the knife.
Is that the only thing that he said to you?
Y que se iba a ir para los árboles atrás de nosotros.
And that he was going to go by the trees behind us.
Now, when you talked to the police, you never told the police that Mr. Mew was looking to go into the tree area. Is that true?
Cuando usted me dice que yo hablé con la policía, ¿fue cuando salimos del río o cuando ellos llegaron a mi casa a hablar conmigo?
When you say that I didn't say that when I talked to the police, are you talking about the time I talked to the police by the river or when they went to see me at my home?
When they went to your home, they sat with you for a while and spoke to you. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And they were asking you questions about what you saw and what you heard, right?
Sí.
Yes.
They were asking you details about what Nick Mew did that day, right?
Ujú, sí.
Yes.
And during this interview that you gave with police, you never mentioned to the police that Mr. Mew wanted to walk into the area by the trees.
Honestamente, no lo recuerdo en ese momento si yo lo dije.
I honestly don't remember if I said that at that moment.
So you don't have a recollection, a memory of whether you told that to the police or not. Is that fair?
No, no recuerdo.
No, I don't remember.
Had Nick previously, that day, gone into the woods to go to the bathroom?
No que yo viera.
No, I didn't see that.
You described to the police when Nick came back to your group, you described him as looking scared. Is that fair?
Correcto.
Correct.
And you knew that Nick had a knife with him that day. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And you knew he had the knife to cut the rope on the tubes. That's why he had brought it. Is that right?
Sí, cierto.
Yes, that's true.
Is it fair you told your group, people in your group, to call 911? Is that right?
No recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Your group stayed at that location for some time. Is that true?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you see Nick? Nick didn't run up into the woods, true?
No.
No.
He sat in his tube. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
How long do you think your group sat there before moving on?
No sé. No podría decir un tiempo.
I don't know. I couldn't tell you, well, how much time we were there.
You had mentioned that you wanted to move where you were sitting in your tube. Is that true?
Sí.
Yes.
And I think you mentioned to the police that you wanted to move in your tube because you were concerned or afraid of the situation. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
It wasn't anything that Nick had said or done to you that made you want to move, right?
No, nada de eso.
No, nothing like that.
Do you remember whether or not Nick Mew had his phone with him during that time?
No.
No.
Terrible question. You don't... Did he or did he not have his phone, or don't you remember?
No recuerdo. No tengo una memoria como específica de eso, muy vago.
I don't remember. I don't have a clear recollection of that in my memory. Yeah.
When Nick came back to the tubes, I think you said it became quiet.
Sí.
Yes.
No one was really talking.
No.
No.
Tatiana decía como, algo pasó, ¿qué habrá pasado?
May I ask for a repetition of the...
Solamente Tatiana decía, algo pasó, ¿qué será lo que ha pasado? Pero nada más.
Tatiana was the only one who said something happened, but nothing else. Something must have happened.
Did Nick appear? Nick appeared to be in shock, right?
Sí.
Yes.
When Nick came back to your tubes, did he just sit in the tube?
Sí, que yo recuerdo, sí.
Yes, as far as I remember, yes.
You didn't see him run away from the tubes and try to get away from you guys, is that right?
No.
No.
And you were with a gentleman, if you know, by the name of Eric, is that right? He was with your group?
Sí, andaba un muchacho ahí, pero no lo conozco.
Yes, there was a guy there, but I didn't know him.
Is it okay? Ms. Costanza, do you remember seeing this gentleman
Sí.
with your group?
Yes.
Sí.
Yes.
And that's Eric Von Williams. I don't know if you know his name.
Sí, recuerdo el nombre cuando me lo presentaron.
Yes, I remember the name when they introduced us.
You're live, William.
And Mr. Von Williams went over to at least try to render aid or help. Is that right? Do you remember that?
We're going to finish catching up today. Like the end
No,
of
yo no vi
today,
el
we'll be
momento que
caught up.
caminó hacia, no sé.
I didn't see him walking at that. I didn't see when he was walking.
Did you see the number of people that were in the other groups?
Eran varias personas, pero no puse atención cuántas eran.
There were several people there, but I didn't pay attention on the number of people.
But you believe that Nick was the only member of your group from over there, right?
Sí.
Yes.
I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Anderson, do you have more questions?
Yes. Were you the only one who saw Nick throw something?
Nunca he hablado con los del grupo de esto. No sé si ellos miraron.
I never talked to the group about that. I don't know if they saw that.
Did you know that was important information to tell police?
Bueno, sí.
Well, yes.
When Nick came back, do you know if the look was shock or fear or something else?
Como en shock.
Like in shock?
And when you were leaving, you specifically did not want to sit by Nikolai because you were afraid to sit close to him, right?
Sí.
Yes.
Nothing else.
Mr. Prophecy?
you didn't know what happened. Is that fair?
No,
No.
So you weren't afraid to sit next to him because of anything he had done, correct?
no,
No.
You were afraid in part because of the look on his face, right?
correcto.
Correct.
The shock that he had on his face concerned you, right?
Sí,
Yes.
That's the reason that you didn't want to sit next to him, right?
podría decir que sí.
You could say that, yes.
That's all I have. Thank you, ma'am.
This courtroom is crooked.
Thank you, Ms. Costanza. You may step down.
You're like,
Is she released?
she's running downhill.
No.
Someone please collect the headset. How is everyone doing? Does anybody need a break?
We just started, Judge.
Let's continue then. Mr. Anderson, who is the next witness?
Can I have 1 minute, Judge?
Yes.
Actually, could we?
Lots of people in court today.
Elba Torres.
Ms. Torres, please raise your right hand. The clerk will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Alba Rosa Torres. Alba Rosa Torres.
And can you... Elba, were you tubing with Nikolai on July 30, 2022?
Sí. Yes.
And I want to direct your attention to about the time the phone was lost, if you remember that.
Sí. Yes.
Sometime after the phone was lost, was there some sort of disturbance?
¿Puede repetir, por favor? Can you repeat that, please?
Sometime after the phone was lost, was there some sort of commotion or disturbance?
Sí. Yes.
What do you remember about that?
No mucho. No vi. Not much, because I didn't see.
You didn't see anything about what happened downriver?
Ya había pasado todo. Everything had already happened.
So you just weren't looking in that direction?
No. No.
Do you remember hearing screaming or seeing people with bloody injuries at all?
Alguien me dijo que llamara 911, nada más. Que estaba pasando algo. Somebody told me to call 911. That's it. They said something was going on.
Elba, I forgot to ask. Did you know Nikolai before that day on the river?
Sí. Yes.
How long had you known him?
Como 5 o 6 años. About 5 or 6 years.
Were you friends?
Sí. Yes.
So, after... Did you say Tatiana told you to call 911?
Sí. Yes.
After that, did a person from your group leave to go help with the injured?
Sí. Yes.
And do you remember who that was?
Eric. Eric.
And was the reason your group didn't leave sooner because Eric was away helping with the victims?
Nope. Nope.
You told police, you remember telling the police about how you're impressed with how Eric responded to the situation?
No. No.
Do you remember anything you told law enforcement about Eric and...
Solo que había salido a ayudar. Only that he had gone there to help.
Do you remember telling law enforcement that your group called Eric back to your group so you could leave?
Sí. Yes.
you remember telling law enforcement that that man conducted himself very well, and that's why we were waiting so long until the police came?
Sí. Yes.
Because he was away from your group, so you had to wait for him to come back, right?
Sí. Yes.
And when you saw people who were injured, were you wondering or trying to figure out who did it? Who was the person who caused those injuries?
No sabía, pero sí. I didn't know, but yes.
And when you eventually left from the sandbar, Nikolai was wearing his hat, sunglasses, and jacket, right?
¿Cuándo estábamos estuvo? When we were tubing?
Yes.
Su chaqueta. His jacket. Pero no recuerdo si los lentes. Yo no recuerdo si lentes. But I don't remember if he was wearing sunglasses.
What about a hat?
No recuerdo. I don't remember.
And when you spoke with law enforcement, you gave them a video you took after you left the sandbar. You remember that?
Sí. Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. May I approach?
Yes.
This is Exhibit 85, Judge. I'm just going to show it to Elba.
Attorney Anderson, you don't have to lay foundation.
Gotcha. Okay. I just asked to move to admit 85, ask to publish.
Any objection to 85? No, sir. Received. You may publish.
Something like hammer in his hand.
Just take a picture and save it.
I don't take a picture, take a video. I take a video. Look.
Just take whatever.
Look what he has in his hand. Look. Amy, get out there. Look. So you. He has something in his hand. Amy.
Just take a video, just take a picture, take whatever.
Yeah.
If there's anything.
Take a video.
Just take a picture, take a video, take whatever. We don't know if it's anything to do with anything, but just take it. Just take.
So, let's try.
Everybody put your ass out.
Ernesto, mueve para allá. Mueve para allá.
No, pero donde quiera va a traer loco.
Escúchame. Escúchame.
We gotta go for the rapid.
Para allá.
But just take video.
He waiting for something.
Just take a video.
I know. I try, but maybe I can't. Porque él está viniendo desde allá con una cosa en la mano, un martillo.
Hold your phone. We're going with the rapids. Over the rapids.
And he waiting.
I didn't see any rapids.
Oh, but that was a video you took after you left the sandbar when you were going to the exit, right?
Sí. Yes.
And in the beginning of the video, is that Nick that you see paddling with his hand? Do you remember, or do you need to see it again?
Vi que iban ahí, pero yo estaba pendiente a lo que estaba haciendo.
Yeah, I'm talking.
Just a moment. The interpreter needs a repetition. Repite, por favor. Que sí, estaba con nosotros ahí, pero yo estaba tomando mi video porque estaba asustada. I saw that he was there with us, but I was taking the video because I was scared.
Were you scared because you didn't know where the person was that had hurt those people?
Sí. Yes.
And you thought maybe the guy up on the shore was the person who did it?
Sí. Yes.
Did it turn out to be an employee of the tubing company?
No sé. I don't know.
Do you remember telling law enforcement that it turned out it was an employee of the tubing company?
Yo no recuerdo. I don't remember.
And do you remember telling police that you were wrong, that it was a hammer, that was because you're poor English, you used the wrong word?
Sí,
Do
yes.
you remember what was in his hand?
No recuerdo,
I don't remember.
pero algo tenía.
But he had something. Was it maybe a radio, or couldn't you see?
Ay, yo no sé, no recuerdo.
I don't know. I don't remember. And was it, did you hear in the video somebody saying in English, "You're almost there"?
No.
No. When, do you recall telling law enforcement that when Nick came back to the group, he appeared calm?
I don't know how the cameraman can
I
not
saw him
notice
just normal.
the horizon so off.
And that was the time that you remember seeing blood everywhere and injured people?
No vi a nadie lastimado, solo de lejos vi que algo pasaba.
I didn't see anybody injured. I only saw that something was going on far away. And Nick, when you saw Nick, you described him as being calm.
Yo lo vi normal.
I saw him normal.
Todos asustados.
We were all scared. I don't have anything else.
Mr. Shaughnessy?
Oh, but you and your group were tubing with Nick and his wife on the Apple River that day. Is that right?
Correcto.
Correct.
And do you remember your group stopping at the Hideaway Bar before all of this happened? Do you remember that?
¿Me puede repetir, por favor?
Can you please repeat the question?
Do you remember your group stopping?
Sí.
And
yes.
Prior to anything that happened with the other group?
Antes.
Before?
Yes.
Correcto.
Correct.
And when your group had stopped earlier in the afternoon, Nick was snorkeling around the area. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And when your group is... Does there come a point where Ariel loses his phone?
No, en ese momento no.
No, not at that moment, no.
Is there some point later on the trip where Ariel loses his phone?
Sí.
Yes.
And you know that Nick, because he has a snorkel and goggles, offers to go look for that phone. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
So Nick leaves your group and goes away looking for the phone. Is that right?
Correcto.
Correct.
Your group waits for Nick. Is that true?
Correcto.
Correct.
To your knowledge, is Nick by himself, meaning nobody else from your group goes with Nick?
Solo, creo.
By himself, yes.
And I think that you talked, when you spoke to the police, you mentioned that you saw this other group of people pushing Nick. Is that right?
No.
No.
Es que no vi.
It's because I didn't see.
Okay. Do you hear Nick's wife say that Nick's in trouble?
Correcto.
Correct.
And when his wife says Nick's in trouble, do you look to see how Nick's in trouble?
En ese momento no, estaba de espalda.
Not at that moment because my back was facing that direction.
Yeah.
Do you turn around to see what's happening?
No.
No.
Okay. Do you see anyone else in your group respond when Mr. Mew's wife says Nick's in trouble?
Mi hermano.
My brother. Mm-hmm.
And what's your brother's name?
Ernesto.
Ernesto.
So you see Ernesto respond. How do you see him respond?
Yo le dije, ve a ver, ¿qué pasa?
I told him, go see what's going on.
And to your knowledge, does Ernesto listen to you and do that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
To your knowledge, does Ernesto walk over there or does he run over there? How does he get over there?
Solo vi que salió caminando y ya casi en ese momento regresaba Nick.
I just saw him walking over in that direction, and almost at that moment, Nick was coming back.
Do you see Nick walking back to your group?
Yeah.
Yep.
And when Nick comes back to your group, he tells you that he'd been attacked, right?
Yo pregunté. I asked.
Okay. You asked what happened, and he told you that he'd been attacked, right?
Estaban puchando, esa fue su palabra. They were pushing. That was the word that he used.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police that Nick said 5 people attacked him?
Yo no recuerdo. I don't remember.
What you do remember is him telling you they were pushing him?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And you described him as calm. Was he quiet?
Callado. Quiet.
Did he appear to be in shock to you?
Can you repeat?
Did he appear to be in shock to you?
Yo? You're talking about me?
No, well, first I'm talking about Nick.
Oh. Oh.
What did you see Nick doing? How was he behaving?
Callado. Quiet.
Do you know... Have you ever seen someone in shock before?
No. No.
Did he appear to be... Was he angry or upset?
No. No.
So he tells you that he'd been pushed. Is that all he says to you about what had happened?
Correcto. Correct.
You described you being in shock to the police. Is that right?
Claro, todos. Of course, all of us.
Okay. And can I ask you, at that point, why did you feel the way you felt?
Porque no sabíamos qué estaba pasando, no sabíamos que tantas cosas, no sabíamos nada. Because we didn't know what was going on, we didn't know many things, we didn't know anything. Estábamos súper lejos nosotros. We were really far away.
At that point, when Nick walked back to your tubes, were you in fear of the situation?
Y sin él estar también, porque estábamos todos asustados. And also when he wasn't there, because we were all scared.
When you say we were all scared, did Nick appear to be scared to you?
No le presté atención a him. I didn't pay attention to Nick.
Did your group stayed there for some period of time after Nick came back to the tube, is that right?
Correct. Correct.
And do you remember about how long you were there?
No recuerdo, pero mucho. Pero... I don't remember, but it was for a long time. Yeah. Yeah.
You didn't see Nick attempt to run away from you guys, like up into the woods or anything, did you?
No. No.
He just sat on his tube, is that right?
Correcto. Correct.
When your group headed back down the river after Nick came back, were there already police there?
Oh, ya había pasado todo prácticamente. Oh, everything had already happened, basically.
Did your group have any contact with police at all when you were on the river?
Llamamos al 911 nomás. We just called 911. Tatiana did.
And was that the only contact that you guys had with police or law enforcement of any kind while you were on the river?
Correcto. Correct.
On that day, do you remember seeing Nick with sunglasses on at some points?
No, yo no recuerdo. I don't remember.
Okay.
No recuerdo. I don't remember. Yep.
I'm going to show you exhibit 12A. Are you in this picture?
Yep. Yep. Rosie. Yeah.
You're right there with the pink shoes on. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see Mr. Mew in that picture?
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
If I said he's wearing sunglasses, would you agree with me?
Yes. Yes.
If I said he's wearing the shirt that he was wearing later on, would you agree with me?
Sí. Yes.
Okay. So if I asked you at various points during that trip, were there times that he was wearing the things you see in this picture?
¿Puede repetir? Can you repeat the question?
If I asked you at various points on your trip that day, were there times that he was wearing sunglasses?
Sí. Yes.
Are there times that he was wearing this shirt?
Sí. Yes.
Do you need help with the device?
Let's just... Ay, un momento.
Can somebody...
Just having some trouble with the headset.
Okay. Okay, gracias.
Thank you.
I don't have any other questions for you, ma'am. Thank you for your time today.
Mr. Anderson, do you have more questions?
One question.
Elba, did you ever hear Nick say he wanted to leave and go into the woods, but Ernesto told him to stay with the group?
No. No.
Okay, nothing else.
Mr. Robson? Thank you, Ms. Torres. The testimony is finished.
Gracias. Thank you.
Holly Mack, thank you so much. 10 months. Holly, you're one of the great ones.
It's almost 9:30. Let's take our morning recess. We'll come back in about 15 minutes. All rise to the jury.
So while they take a break, the cameraman needs to level the horizon. Oh my goodness, it's killing me. Their tripod is not level, and then they've tilted their camera, and they're trying to adjust it while tilted, and that it just does not work.
You will return at 9:40.
Okay, so while they're doing that, we're going to go ahead and skip the breaks because that's what we do as we're getting caught up. We will be caught up today. I'm so excited. I wonder what all these people will sound like in real time. Let's see. Here we go.
The parties are in place. Nikolai.
Who is the next witness?
Sergio Ruiz Leyva.
Could you spell his last name?
It's Ruiz-Leyva.
Mr. Ruiz Leyva, would you please raise your right hand? She'll administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
You can answer out loud, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness chair.
He nodded twice.
Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your name?
Sergio Liuban Ruiz Leyva.
And can you...
Sergio Liuban Ruiz Leyva. Sergio Liuban Ruiz Leyva.
Can you...
Wait for interpretation.
Sergio Liuban Ruiz Leyva.
Can you spell your middle name?
Liuvan.
Liuvan.
Sergio, were you tubing with a group of people, including Nikolai, on July 30, 2022?
Yes.
Sí.
Are you on that image somewhere?
Sí.
Yes.
Where?
Del chor amarillo.
I have the yellow shorts.
And white shirt and white bucket hat?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you remember a time when you were tubing when Ariel's phone got lost?
Sí.
Yes.
And do you remember a discussion about looking for the phone or just leaving it?
¿Puedes repetir, por favor? Sí, en un momento decidieron de que no se iba a buscar el teléfono, que no querían porque la aseguranza iba a pagar el teléfono.
Yes, and at some point, they decided they didn't have to look for the phone because the insurance would pay for the phone.
Did Nikolai go look for the phone?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you remember how long? Strike that. At some point after he went to look for the phone, did you hear Sandy yell something about he's in trouble?
No.
No.
Did something catch your attention downriver?
Bueno, el grupo de personas.
Well, there was a group of people there.
And what about it caught your attention?
Alrededor de Nick.
They were around Nick.
Was there a time you saw Nick down in the water?
No, porque es que había muchas personas. Estaba muy grande el grupo.
No, because there were many people. It was a large group.
Did you ever remember seeing Nick interacting with a blonde girl?
No.
No.
Can we have Exhibit 45? Sergio, do you remember telling police there was a girl, if I'm not mistaken, with a black leotard?
Sí.
Yes.
Who said, go, 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 go to Nick?
Yo la vi cuando ella estaba en el grupo, que estaba en el grupo alrededor, porque era la que más se distinguía entre ellos por el color del leotar negro.
I saw her when she was around that group because she was easier to identify because of the black leotard.
Pero en sí estaba bien un poco alejado del grupo del grupo porque no me moví de mi recámara.
But I was far away from that group. I just didn't move from my inner tube.
And do you remember telling police that Nick pushed her?
No recuerdo.
I don't remember that.
Can I approach?
Yes.
For the record, Judge, I handed the witness Exhibit 45 on page 15. Sergio, do you see this transcript?
Yes.
In about the middle of the page, do you see where you said the woman yelled, go, 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 and then Nick goes and pushes her?
Yes. Yes.
And you were far away, you said?
Yes.
Judge, I'm going to pull up some screenshots or frames. I'm going to start with 2872. I'll let the clerk know when we're ready. And we're going to zoom in on the top left. Sergio, is that you in the top left?
Yes.
And if you know, is that about where you were when you were watching what was happening?
Yo estaba al lado de mi recámara, de la goma.
I was right by my inner tube.
Do you remember telling police that you walked about 5 meters from your group and then someone told you to stop?
Mi hermana me dijo que no me moviera cuando me iba a mover. Mi hermana me dijo que no me moviera hacia allá abajo, que no fuera. Por eso me regresé a mi recámara.
When I was going to move, my sister told me not to move. That she said, "Don't go to the other side." And that's why I returned to my inner tube.
Do you remember? Did you see the girl in the blonde girl in the black swimsuit? Did you see her fall or stumble backwards when Nick pushed her?
No, I don't remember.
And did you actually see if it was a push or a punch?
Should say day 5 on that. We'll fix that.
Well, free approach?
Yes.
We're on day 5, just trying to fix this, if it'll let me.
I'll change my ruling. Overruled. You may ask the question.
Versus ruling overruled.
Do you remember if it was actually a push or if it was a punch or something else that Nick did to the blonde woman?
No recuerdo.
No, I don't remember that.
And Sergio, do you see on page 15? I'll direct you. So I asked you about the paragraph on the middle. Remember that?
Sí.
Now, the next paragraph where you're describing what happened, do you see that?
Sí.
Yes.
And you described that it was after Nick got out of the water, and that's when the girl said, go, 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 and he pushed her. Do you see that?
Oh, sí.
Oh, yes.
And then below that, you reiterate that it was after she said, go, 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 that Nick pushed her. Do you see that?
Sí.
Yes.
Can you turn to page 16? On page 16, you described that she was wearing a black leotard, and you clarified that that was a black one-piece swimsuit.
Sí.
Yes.
And then further down, you describe again hearing her say, go, 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 and he pushed her. You see that?
Sí.
Yes.
And from your memory, when you're telling this to police, you thought that was the last thing that happened, and then Nick walked back to your group.
Sí.
Yes.
And you thought he was down in the water before the girl said, go, 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 and he pushed her. Right?
Yes.
And Sergio, have you ever seen the video from this incident?
No.
No.
So you were trying to recount what happened to the police as best you could remember?
Sí.
Yes.
Sí, en el momento.
Yes, at that time.
Did it happen fast?
Yep.
Yep.
Was it difficult to remember in what order things happened?
Lo que yo recuerdo fue que en el momento que se perdió el teléfono, Rosy se puso en una esquina a buscar el móvil en la orilla.
What I remember is that at the moment when we lost the telephone, Rosie started looking for the phone by the edge of the river.
Y yo me quedé ahí en la balsa, lo cual le decían de que dejara el teléfono, que ya la aseguranza lo pagaba.
Yeah, I stayed there because they were talking about it and they said, just leave it, the insurance will pay for it.
Y ya no recuerdo más nada cuando el compañero Nick cogió el snorkel y se tiró a bucear, a buscar el teléfono.
And I don't remember anything else except that Nick took the snorkel and started diving in there to look for the phone.
Y ya me fui. Entonces cuando miro hacia abajo, ya veo el grupo de personas.
And then I left. And then that's when I saw on the other side the group of people.
Ya, pues nada, eso es lo que recuerdo de eso.
That's what I remember.
So you may have forgotten a lot of what you remembered then?
¿Puedes repetir, por favor?
Can you repeat that, please?
You can see the transcript where you describe seeing more to law enforcement.
No, yo no había visto, yo no vi, yo solamente escuché.
I didn't see, I just heard things.
But you can see in the transcript you told police multiple times that when she yelled, go, 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 Nick pushed her.
Objection,
Bueno, porque se sentía que era la voz de una persona, de una mujer, pero no estoy seguro si fue ella o no.
Because I heard the voice of a woman, I am not sure if it was her.
You described her as a blonde woman in a black one-piece swimsuit?
Sí.
Yes.
Sí, lo veo aquí.
And I see it here, yeah.
And when you described seeing Nick down in the water, you described that you believed they must have hit him, or you thought they must have hit him because he was down in the water. Do you remember that? Or did you say that to law enforcement?
No. I never said that.
No.
No.
Do you remember ever seeing anyone hit Nick?
No.
When Nick came back, did Nick come back to the group at some point?
Sí.
Yes.
And As he was coming back, did you see people that were injured?
Sí, sí.
Yes, I saw them. Yes.
Did you see blood?
Bueno, del lugar que estaba, yo solamente veía la mano de la muchachita y sí, tenía como sangre ahí, pero no se distinguía bien.
From the place where I was, I could see the girl with her hand over here, and you could see blood, yes. But you couldn't distinguish it that clearly.
Porque era la que le estaba pidiendo ayuda, a que decía que llamaran al 911, que estaba pidiendo ayuda a mi hermana.
She was the one asking for help to call 911. She was asking my sister to
Y en ese momento me
call.
volteé y ya no miré, no quise mirar más.
And I didn't want to continue looking. I just turned around.
Turned away from the injured person you saw?
Para no ver nada de sangre.
So I didn't see any of those things, yes.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Señor, acérquese al micrófono usted para no ver nada de él.
Para no ver nada de lo que estaba pasando.
So that I didn't see what was happening.
¿Puede acercar el micrófono a usted?
So it was something that was hard to watch or see?
Era algo difícil de ver. ¿Será difícil ver eso?
Sí.
Yes.
When Nick came back, did you hear him say anything?
No.
No.
Did you hear him say, they took my knife?
Neti le preguntó y eso le dijo, y yo le pregunté a Neti que qué había dicho y dije que sí, que fue eso lo que dijo.
Nettie asked him, and I did ask what she said.
Que Neti le preguntó que qué había sucedido y entonces él dijo que le habían quitado la navaja.
Nettie asked him what happened, and he said that they had taken the knife away.
Y yo le pregunté a Neti qué dijo Nick.
And then I asked Nettie, what did Nick say?
Y me dijo que le habían quitado la navaja y ya no se habló más nada en él.
And she said that they had taken away his knife, and we didn't talk about it anymore.
Did you see Nick saying anything or hear him talking anymore after that?
No.
No.
What was Nick like? What did he look like? How was he acting?
Vino pálido cuando se acercó a nosotros.
He looked pale when he got close to us.
Y con los ojos grandes.
And his eyes wide open.
Y se sentó y ya no habló más nada.
He just sat there and he didn't talk anymore.
Do you remember when he came back and got back to your group, him putting on his hat and jacket?
Sí.
Yes.
And do you remember telling police you didn't look at Nick too much because you didn't dare to look at him?
Porque no me atreví, estaba en la parte de atrás de la recámara.
I didn't dare, but he was also in the back of the inner tube.
Yo.
I was in the back.
So can you turn to page 21?
It's interesting that both sides are having to help the witness remember what they said previously. Debbie, thanks for 13 great months. Appreciate you.
Do you see what you said?
Yes.
I didn't look at him because the truth is I didn't dare to look at him.
Sí.
Yes.
Do you remember how long you guys stayed at the sandbar?
No.
No. I don't remember that.
El tiempo no lo recuerdo.
I don't remember the time.
Do you remember seeing police come?
Sé que Eric fue a buscarla porque Eric fue a buscarla.
I know that Eric went looking for them. Eric went to
A la policía a guiarlo.
Eric went to look for the police and guide them.
After Eric came back to your group, did your group leave?
Sí.
Yes.
What do you remember of the time when you guys were tubing to the exit?
¿Puedes repetir, por favor?
Can you repeat that, please?
Can you describe what it was like, what you remember from tubing to the exit?
Compañero Nick se puso la gorra, la chaqueta y ya no se habló más nada. No se habló nada.
Nick put on his hat and then his jacket, and we didn't talk about anything else.
Y ya no se habló más nada porque estaba todo el mundo callado.
Nobody talked. Everyone was quiet.
Yeah.
I don't have anything else.
Mr. Trophy?
Sir, do you remember giving an interview to the police on August 3rd of 2022?
Sí, ellos fueron a mi casa.
Yes, they went to my home.
And was your memory of what happened better in August of 2022, or is it better today?
Bueno, antes estaba mejor, yo estoy muy nervioso.
Well, it was better back then. I'm very nervous now.
Okay, so when you spoke to the police on August 3rd, about 5 days or 4 days after this happened, fair to say your memory is better of those events than it is right now?
Sí.
Yes.
And when you were interviewed by the police, there was a Spanish-speaking officer that was talking to you, is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And you tried to answer that officer's questions as truthfully as possible, is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And you said that was at your house?
Sí.
Yes.
Was it less stressful than it is here today?
Sí.
Yes.
And that officer had asked you questions about what happened on July 30th of 2022.
Sí.
Yes.
I want to ask you, if I can, about that date, and maybe some of the things you answered when you were speaking to the officer, okay?
Sí.
Yes.
So, I'm going to start with this. You knew that Nick Mew had a knife with him that day because you saw him fixing his shoe or his sandal, is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
So before any of this incident happened, he had been using that knife to fix something, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And you knew that Mr. Mew or Nick was looking for a phone that your group had lost. Is that true?
Sí.
Yes.
And you also knew that Nick, on that day, Mr. Mew, was with your group, and your group included his wife. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
Can you look at that picture right there, sir? You had mentioned you're in this picture, correct? Is it okay, Judge, if I put?
Yes.
Sí. Sí.
And you see Mr. Mew here?
Yes.
¿Cómo?
You see Mr. Mew here?
Sí.
Yes.
This is the shirt that he's got on is the same shirt you saw him wearing at the end of the day, right?
Sí.
And this is
Yes.
and this picture is taken before you guys head down the river. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And he's wearing sunglasses in this picture, right?
Sí.
Yes.
So, is it fair to say that when he got off the river, he looked the same or close to the same as he did when he got on the river?
Sí.
Now,
Yes.
you know that Nick is looking for this phone that had been lost, that was Ariel's phone, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And you were also aware that he had brought snorkeling gear and goggles with him on that day. Is that true?
Sí.
Yes.
You had seen him on that day snorkeling around the areas where you guys were tubing. Is that right?
Sí, al principio, sí, en la mañana.
Yes, at the beginning, that was the case in the morning.
And when you speak to the officer about the specific incident, meaning what had happened, you recall telling that officer that you saw a group of people surrounding Nick.
Repite la pregunta, por favor.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. You told the officer on August 3rd of 2022, when you were being asked about what you remember, that you had remembered that they were surrounding Nick.
Sí.
Yes.
You told this officer that they were falling on him. Is that right?
Your Honor, the interpreter needs a repetition.
I'm sorry.
The interpreter needs a repetition.
You told the officer that you observed those people falling on him. Is that right?
¿Y cuando lo empujaron?
Yes, when they pushed him.
you told the officers that they put Nick in the middle of them. Is that right?
Sí, lo tenían ahí, no sé, el bulto de gente, y se veía que estaba adentro el compañero.
Yes, they had him there. It was a group of people, and you could see that they had compañero, my friend there.
Could you see Nick with a group around him? Could you see him?
No, no lo podía ver, solamente el grupo.
No, I couldn't see him. I could just see the group.
Claro, ya. Sí, solo el grupo.
Just the group.
You told the police that they hit him, meaning they hit Nick. Is that right?
Sí, cuando lo empujaron al principio, que él se acercó, se acercó, y cuando ya que lo empujaron, y ya ahí lo rodearon.
Yes, when he had close, then they pushed him, and then they surrounded him.
And you remember the blonde girl with the black suit on, is that true?
No la recuerdo muy bien, pero sí, tengo más o menos la...
I don't remember her very well.
No la recuerdo.
But I have an idea. I don't remember her.
Well, do you remember telling the police that you heard the blonde girl telling Nick, go, go, go?
Sí.
Yes.
You told the police that Nick pushed her, is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you see the rest of what happened?
No.
You see Nick walking back to your group, though. Is that right?
Sí, cuando venía, lo traía. Sí.
Yes, when he was coming, yes, I saw.
And you described him to police as being white, pale, and scared. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
You described him as having wide or open eyes. Is that right?
Sí. Sí.
Yes.
And at one point, I think you said that Tatiana told you, don't go over there. Is that true?
Sí, mi hermana.
Yes, my sister.
So Nick, to your knowledge, what you know, Nick was by himself against that other group. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
No one, you said to the police, as far as you know, no one in your group went over to help him. Is that right?
No, nadie se movió, solamente Ariel al final que bajó y Eri a ver qué lo que estaba pasando.
No, nobody moved. And only at the end, Ariel and Eric went over there to see what was happening.
Thank you, Mandy.
But that was
5
after it was
memberships.
over. Is that right?
Please repeat.
Sure. When Ariel and Eric went over, the incident had ended. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
So in terms of assistance or help, Mr. Mew was by himself. Nick was by himself.
Sí.
Yes.
Did it appear to you that Nick was in shock when he came back to you?
Bueno, impactado. Se ve impactado, sí, no sé. Yo digo shock porque es mi manera de expresarme, pero impactado puede ser.
Yes, he looked in shock. I said in shock, or something had impacted him. Yes, in shock.
Do you remember waiting some time before your group moved on down the river after the incident?
¿Puedes repetir, por favor?
Can you repeat, please?
Do you remember there being some time that your group waited when Nick came back before going back down the river?
No recuerdo. Y cuando él regresó, ya el Nettie dijo rápido, vámonos. Fue lo que dijeron.
No, I don't remember that. When Nettie came back, when he came back, Nettie said, "Let's go."
Do you remember telling the police that you waited until you were told to leave the area? Do you remember that?
Oh. No recuerdo, pero si le dije eso, debe ser así.
No, I don't remember, but if I said that, it must be right.
You were asked by Attorney Anderson about a statement that you said that you didn't dare look at Nick. Do you remember that?
Sí.
Yes.
He wasn't threatening toward you, right?
No, no.
No, no.
He wasn't being aggressive or angry toward you, right?
No.
No.
You said the group was pretty quiet once you got back?
Sí.
Yes.
So when you said that you didn't want to look at him, it wasn't out of fear of him, right?
No, no.
No, no.
It was because everyone was in shock?
No, sí, no sabíamos qué había pasado en sí y no sabía cómo preguntar. Bueno, sí, todo el shock, sí.
Yes. We didn't know what had happened, so we were in shock, yes. We didn't know about anything of that incident.
Mr. Anderson?
A few times, or a couple times, you said Nettie. Who's Nettie?
Ernesto. Yo le digo sí.
I'm referring to Ernesto. I call him like that, yeah.
I'm sorry, Jude, I didn't hear that.
Could the answer be repeated?
I call him Nettie, but I'm referring to Ernesto.
Thank you. How do you know Ernesto?
De Cuba.
From the time I was in Cuba.
And are friends?
Sí, somos vecinos de allá de Cuba.
Yes, we were neighbors in Cuba.
How long have you known Ernesto?
Bueno, él me vio crecer a mí, como que dice.
He basically, we grew up together.
Close friends?
Sí.
Yes.
How long had you known Nikolai Mew?
Bueno, cuando yo llegué aquí a este país, que New trabajó con Nettie.
When I came to this country, I met Nick Mew. He worked with Nettie.
Y lo conocí en casa de Nettie.
So I met him at Nettie's house.
So, is Nick a friend too?
Solo conocidos, nos reuníamos una vez o dos veces al año así.
We were acquaintances. We met twice a year.
Are Ernesto and Nick good friends?
Sí, pero...
Yes, they are.
Defense asked if Nick looked like he was in shock. Do you remember that?
Sí.
Yes.
What you told police was, I don't know if he was scared or worried.
Que no se veía cuando una persona estaba preocupada en el semblante de la persona, se ve cuando está preocupada o...
Because you see somebody when that person is worried, you can see in his face.
Obviously, you didn't know what he's thinking at that time.
No.
No.
You don't know if he's in shock or worried about what just happened?
No.
No.
Solo la cara que se le veía blanca, pálida y con los ojos grandes, así ya más nada.
No, I just saw he was white, he was pale, his eyes wide open.
And I just want to clarify, defense asked you about the interview with the Spanish-speaking detective on August 3rd at your house.
Sí.
Yes.
That transcript I was asking you questions about, that's from that interview, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And I just want to make sure I understand what you saw.
This is close limits. It's a little bit different.
Nick, I think on cross, you said. You saw Nick push the blonde girl and someone push Nick. Did you see anything else besides that you remember?
No.
No.
You said in your interview you didn't dare look at Nick, and defense asked if that was because the group was in shock. Do you remember that?
Estaba nervioso.
Yes, I was nervous.
You didn't say about anyone else that you didn't dare look at them, right?
No dije, solamente hablé de mí, no sé lo que piensa la demás persona.
No, I only talked about me. I didn't know what the other people were thinking.
When Nick came back, did you see any injuries on him?
No me fijé.
No, I didn't notice.
Nothing else.
Mr. Trophy?
Sir, I'm going to just ask you, you were just asked about what you saw. And you told police that you saw Mr. Mew get hit, correct?
Yes.
You saw people surrounding him.
Yo vi el grupo de personas, no es que no sé si lo estaban rodeando, no, solamente vi el grupo de personas.
I saw the group of people. I don't know if they were surrounding him. I saw a group of people.
You agree that you told police they were surrounding him, though, right?
¿Puedes repetir, por favor?
Can you repeat that, please?
When you spoke to the Spanish interpreter, or when you spoke to the Spanish-speaking officer, you told that officer that you observed people surrounding him, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
You told that officer that those people jumped on him, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
And you told them that you saw Nick on the ground, correct?
Sí, ahí cuando lo empujaron.
Yes, when they pushed him.
Thank you, Mr. Ruiz. Leyva, you may step down.
Wisconsin law of self-defense does not require proportional response. It requires only using the level of force that you feel is necessary to stop the threat. So it doesn't necessarily mean that if someone is attacking with a baseball bat, you can only use a baseball bat to defend yourself. You're only allowed to use the level of force that you feel is necessary to stop the threat. So if you feel that you could stop somebody with a baseball bat with your fists, then...
So we'll excuse you for that moment.
Hear why we're getting excused here. If you feel that you can only do it if you used a gun, then that you could use a gun against somebody with a baseball bat. That's just how it works up in Wisconsin.
We are in recess until, let's just say, 10:45.
10:45. All right, they're going to go to recess just for a minute. We're going to skip ahead. Oh, let's see. 7. Trying to figure out how long their break is. So helps if I use the right mouse, huh?
Be seated. And
we are back on the record.
Witness number 32 and their state case in chief.
Mr. Anderson, who's next?
Tatiana Ruiz Leyva.
Thank you, DSN. Thrown his mind. Congratulations, you got a gifted membership.
Ms. Ruiz Leyva, please come forward. Please face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She'll administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
Sí. Yes.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your full name?
Tatiana Ruiz Leyva. Tatiana Ruiz Leyva.
Tatiana, were you tubing with a group including Nikolai on the Apple River on July 30, 2022?
Sí. Yes.
Do you see yourself in that photo over there?
Sí. Yes.
Which one are you?
La que está con el sombrero al lado del plover blanco. ¿Al lado de qué? Del que trae el plover blanco. Oh, la que... I'm the one wearing the hat right next to the guy in the white t-shirt. Ernesto Emi. Ernesto? Emi, al lado de Emi. Oh, correction from the interpreter. And next to Emi.
Who is Emi?
La que está al lado mío, la blanquita chiquita, la esposa de Neti. ¿La que qué? Oh, sí, the one that is right next to me, the white girl who is short, and she is Neti's wife.
And do you recall a time when you were on the river that day where you saw people with bloody injuries?
Sí. Yes.
Did you see anything before that on what led to that?
No.
No. When you spoke with police, you told them you didn't see anything, you weren't looking in that direction?
Correcto.
Correct. After you saw people with the injuries, did you call 911?
Sí.
Yes. Can I have exhibit 63? Tatiana, do you remember, did you have trouble speaking with the person on 911?
Sí.
Yes. Did you hand the phone to someone else?
Sí, se lo pasé a Rosy.
Yes, I handed it to Rosie. And then, does Rosie speak fluent English?
Rosy se lo pasa a Amy later.
Rosie handed it to Emmy later. And just to clarify, this is Emmy?
Sí.
Yes. The purple t-shirt?
Sí.
Yes. Did you have any idea what happened?
No.
No. Do you remember seeing Nick come back to the group?
Sí.
Yes. Did you notice anything about him? Was he calm, worried, angry?
No, normal.
No.
Ah, viene del agua, normal.
Just normal. He was coming from the water, just normal. And what was the tube ride to the exit like? Were you guys talking? Was it quiet?
Muy callados.
Very quiet. Do you remember Nick saying anything on the tube ride out?
No, nunca.
No, never. I don't have anything else.
Mr. Trapasy?
That was a quick one.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Ma'am, do you remember being interviewed initially, do you remember being interviewed by a Spanish-speaking police officer on August 3rd of 2022?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you remember where you were interviewed?
Sí.
Yes.
Can you tell me where that was?
En la casa de mi hermano.
At my brother's house.
I don't know. Sí.
Okay, and that officer was asking you questions about what happened about 4 or 5 days earlier when you were on the river with Nick.
Sí.
Yes.
Sí.
And
yes.
Your memory was better in August of 2022 than it is today. Is that fair?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. And you knew on July 30th of 2022 that at some point on your trip, Nick was looking for a phone. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And you knew that he had left your group to go look for that phone, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
You knew that Nick was by himself, separated from your group while he was looking for that phone. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And Nick was with you guys in terms of that group, but he was also with his wife is in that picture. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
So it was Nick and his wife were part of the group that was tubing.
Sí.
Yes.
Did Nick appear to be in a good mood that day? He didn't appear to be angry or anything?
No, nunca estuvo enojado. Estaba muy bien.
No, he was never angry. He was just fine.
And when Nick is... You see that he has a snorkel and goggles, is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And when he's looking for the phone, he goes off with those snorkel and goggles looking, right?
Sí.
Yes.
Your group is waiting for him to come back. You're over on the side of the river at that point, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And you were asked by Attorney Anderson if you saw what happened, and your answer was that you didn't see anything.
No, nada.
No, nothing.
Did you hear anything?
¿Cómo que escuché algo? ¿En qué momento?
What do you mean if I heard anything? At what moment?
Did you hear anything that sounded like an altercation or a fight?
¿Pero en qué momento? ¿En el momento que ni baja o cuándo? No, no escuché nada.
But at what moment? When Nick came down, or when? No, I didn't hear anything. What time are you talking about?
There's a time when Nick's gone away from you guys with his snorkel, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a time that you see him come back, right? You see him come back here too.
Uh-huh.
In between those two times, do you hear people yelling or fighting?
Cuando él regresa ya había pasado y sí, se oía la bulla y eso, sí.
When he came back,
Se oía la bulla.
things had happened and you could hear the loud noise, yes.
And you were asked, when Nick came back, did he say anything to you, to the group? Do you remember being asked that?
¿Recuerda que le preguntaron de qué lo que vio cuando llegó a su grupo?
Sí, pero no se habló nada, no se preguntó nada.
Yes, but we didn't talk about anything. We didn't talk about anything. Nothing was asked.
Do you remember telling that Spanish-speaking police officer that when Nick came back to your group, he told you the kids jumped me?
No, no recuerdo.
No, I don't remember.
Nada, todo el mundo quiet.
Everybody was quiet.
So I just want to make sure you don't remember telling that to the officer back on August 3rd of 2022.
Bueno. ¿Qué? No, no recuerdo.
No, I don't remember.
And you described Nick as, when he came back, he was quiet?
Sí, callado.
Yes, quiet.
Before he left to go look for this phone, was your group talking and laughing and having fun?
Sí.
Yes.
And when he came back to your group, the talking, the fun, that all stopped. Is that right?
Sí, todo se acabó.
Yes, everything was over.
I don't know anything else.
Mr. Anderson?
You spoke with a Spanish-speaking detective at your house some days after the incident, right?
Sí.
Yes.
You also spoke to an officer right after you got out of the river?
Al salir del río nos pararon allí, pero no recuerdo. Mucho policía, no sé.
When we got out of the river, they stopped us there, but I don't remember. There were a lot of police presence. There was a lot of police presence.
The officers when you got to the exit didn't speak Spanish, right?
No.
No.
No hablamos, no se habló, yo no hablé.
No, we didn't say anything. Nothing was said. I didn't say anything.
You told an officer there, you heard boys yelling, "Help, help, help." Do you remember that? You said that in English?
Ah, no, eso sí.
Oh, yeah, that
Sí.
I did, yes.
Do you remember when you heard the boys yelling, "Help, help, help"?
Sí, una chica.
Yes, a girl.
Oh, was it a girl who was injured?
Sí, tenía su mano en el estómago.
Yes, she had her hand on her stomach.
Do you know why you said boys?
Can you repeat the question?
Do you know why you said boys were yelling for help?
Please, could you please repeat the question?
Do you know why you said boys were yelling for help?
Sí.
Yes.
Why?
Yo iba bajando y ellos estaban gritando, help, help, y vi el grupo de chicos allí, un grupo, pero no estaba yo cerca de ellos. Y ahí fue cuando yo mismo me retiro porque como que fue lejos y llamé a la policía.
I was getting off, and there was a group there, and the kids there were yelling, help, help, but I was kind of far away, but that's when I called the police.
When you heard the boys yelling for help, was that before Nick came back to your group?
Sí.
Yes.
Nothing else.
Mr. Prophecy?
Ma'am, do you know that people were injured on the river, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And one of the people that was yelling or asking for help was this girl that had been injured. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you know now that there were some males that had been injured?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you know when you heard help, if that was after those males had been injured?
Sí.
Yes.
So if I'm hearing you right,
There are two
those males are
translators.
injured, then
There's
they're
a man
yelling, or
translating
somebody's yelling for help.
to the
Is that
witness,
right?
the woman translating for the lawyer.
Yes.
Back to the lawyer.
That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Ruiz-Leyva. You may step down. You are excused. Who is the next witness? Yes.
Approach. Crowded courtroom today. Lots of people there. We're catching up with what happened on Friday. Then we're going to catch up with what happens today.
Right, members of the jury, you may remember at the beginning of the trial, I explained that the state will proceed first because the state has the burden of proof. Once the state finishes its evidence, then the defense may, if they choose, present evidence of their own. Sometimes we deviate from that rule to accommodate a witness. Today we're making an accommodation because we have interpreters present. So rather than waiting until some other day, we're going to take those witnesses today, even though they're being called by attorneys for Mr. Mew. Mr. Nelson, who will be the witness?
That makes sense. So now we're having defense witnesses out of order. The state has not rested yet.
Ernesto Torres.
I'm looking at this Gilbert Goons thing. Yeah.
See, Mr. Torres? Right here. Please raise your right hand. She will administer the oath. Go ahead. See.
Yes.
Please have a seat in a witness chair. Mr. Nelson.
Good morning.
Buenos días.
Can you tell all of us your name, please?
Ernesto Torres Chávez. Ernesto Torres Chávez.
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 Correct.
Can I call you by Ernesto?
Sí.
Ernesto, do you know
Yes.
this man over here?
Sí.
Yes.
This?
Nick.
Nick.
Nick who?
Nick Mute.
Nick Mew.
How long have you known Nick Mew?
Aproximadamente más de 10 años.
Approximately, well, it's over 10 years.
Did you work with Nick?
Sí.
Yes.
Are you married?
Sí.
Yes.
Who's your wife?
Amy.
Amy.
Is this a picture of you and Amy?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you have any family in here other than that?
Mi hermana está a la derecha.
My sister on the right side.
Rosie.
Rosie.
That's your sister.
Yeah. Sí.
Anybody else family?
No, familia no, todos amigos.
Not relatives, all friends.
Did your wife Amy work with Nick as well?
Sí.
Yes.
And when you said you're friends with Nick, obviously sometimes when we're adults we have lots of different friends. How close would you consider Nick as a friend?
He's my best friend.
You're at his house, he's at your house?
Please, for the interpreter, could you please repeat the question?
You've been to his house, he's been to your house, you guys hang out together.
Sí.
Yes.
Would you consider Nick to be kind of a handyman?
Sí.
Yes.
Why do you say that?
Porque él siempre está arreglando cosas en su casa o cuando va a la casa de alguien y necesita ayuda.
Because
Está ahí para ayudar.
he's always there helping things in his house, or he goes to other houses to help fix things.
Have you ever seen him use tools to fix things?
Sí.
Yes.
Have you ever seen him with a pocket knife?
Sí.
Yes.
Have you ever seen him use the pocket knife as a tool to fix things?
Sí.
Yes.
Can you tell me about some of those things that you've seen him do with the pocket knife to fix things?
Lo he visto arreglar cosas en su casa o en mi casa cuando compré mi piscina. Él fue uno de los compañeros que me ayudó.
I've seen him fix things
Usaba
in
su
his
navaja
house
para cortar cosas.
and my house. When I bought my pool, he helped me fix the pool and in general fixing things. And he used the knife. Sorry.
Fix the pool with a knife?
I want to ask you some questions about the trip down the river on July 30th of 2022, okay?
Sí.
Yes.
Is that a trip you and your wife have made before?
Sí.
Yes.
Prior to leaving your house that day, did you have a call? Did you call Nick Mew that day and ask him to bring anything?
Sí.
Yes.
What did you ask Nick to bring?
Que llevara su navaja.
To bring his knife.
Why did you ask Nick to bring? And you say his. Start over. His knife, is that a pocket knife or some other knife?
No, la de paque.
No, the packet.
And why did you ask Nick to bring his pocket knife?
Porque la vez anterior que fuimos al río, a la hora de salir, no teníamos con qué cortar las sogas y tuvimos que arrastrar todas las balsas juntas y era muy pesado.
Because the last time we went to the river, we had all the inner tubes tied together, and we couldn't cut the cords, so we had to pull them out of the river all together and bring them up to the place where we had to leave them.
So you wanted him to have the knife to help cut the cords at the end of the trip.
Y al principio también cuando amarramos todas las balsas.
And at the beginning too, it's useful to tie them up.
Why didn't you just bring your own pocket knife?
Yo no tengo.
I don't have one.
And who's the guy that tends to have a pocket knife in your group of friends?
Nick.
Nick.
Is he the handyman amongst your group of friends?
Sí.
Yes.
Is he? You said he had that pocket knife with him sometimes when he's come over to your house, right?
Sí.
Yes.
That day when you called him and asked him to bring the knife, were you worried about Nick Mew having a knife?
No razón ninguna.
No, there's no reason for that.
You've known him for a long time.
Sí.
Yes.
Seen him in your home, seen him in his home,
Sí.
Yes.
seen him at work, worked with him.
Sí.
Yes.
Fair to say you've had opportunities to observe his character. Would you agree with that?
Sí.
Yes.
Would you agree Nick Mew has a character for peacefulness?
Sí.
Yes.
Were you worried at all about Nick Mew bringing a knife based upon what you knew about Nick?
Overruled. You can answer the question. Repite la pregunta.
Repeat the question, please.
Were you worried at all about Nick Mew having a knife out on the river?
No.
No.
So now I'm going to ask you some more questions about the river, okay? Being on the river.
Sí.
Yes.
When you were on the river, was Nick there with his wife?
Sí.
Yes.
You see the picture there? I think it's 26. Sorry, 12A. Do you see that big photo?
Sí.
Yes.
Nick in that photo?
Sí.
Yes.
Nick's wearing a shirt and sunglasses in that photo. Is that what he looked like on July 30th?
Sí.
Yes.
Yes. It's been marked as Exhibit 110. Do you see this picture? Do you see the picture?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you see Nick is wearing a hat in this picture?
Sí.
Yes.
This picture, Nick doesn't have a hat. In 12A, he doesn't have a hat, but on 110, he does have a hat. Do you agree?
Sí.
Yes.
Were there times that day that you saw Nick wearing a hat?
Sí.
Yes.
Were there times that day where you saw that Nick had taken the hat off?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you see Nick with some goggles and a snorkel?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you see him use that goggles and snorkel prior to Ariel losing his phone?
Sí.
Yes.
Would he use the snorkel to swim in the river?
Sí.
Yes.
When he used the snorkel to swim in the river, do you remember, was he wearing his hat?
No.
No.
Was he, when he had on his goggles and snorkel, was he wearing sunglasses?
Repite la pregunta.
Can you repeat the question?
When he went swimming in the river using the goggles and snorkel, did he also wear his sunglasses?
No.
No.
Was there a time when you were on the river that you saw, or that you came to learn Ariel had lost his phone?
Sí.
Yes.
When he lost his phone, did you guys stop and have a discussion?
No, Julio, en sí no paramos. Estuvimos conversando y él dijo que iba a buscar el teléfono. Yo le dije que se olvidara el teléfono, que se subiera a la balsa. Y él dijo, no, I go to find it. O sea, que lo voy a encontrar.
No, we didn't. We didn't stop. We continued. Then he said, "I'm going to look for the phone." And I said, "No, don't go." And then he said, "I'm going to go look for it."
The he you're referring to is Nick Mew?
Correcto.
Did you eventually?
Correct.
Did you eventually see Nick go look for the phone with his goggles and snorkel?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you see him go in the same direction that the water was flowing?
Sí.
Yes.
Can we call that downriver?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you know why he went downriver to look for the phone?
Bueno, pienso que se fue río abajo porque el teléfono estaba como una bolsa de eso que se usan para proteger el agua.
I think that he went down the river because the telephone was inside a pouch, those bags that you use to put them in the water.
On Exhibit 12,
that makes more sense
you
for
see
me
some
now.
people have
Could have
lanyards
floated.
with, looks like maybe a phone inside of them.
Sí.
Yes.
You even see Ariel and Gilma right there, the same?
Yeah.
Is that,
Yeah.
is that what you're describing?
Sí.
Yes.
Let's just slow down and wait for the interpretation.
I was going too fast. I'm going to slow down. When Nick then left to go look for the phone, were you watching him?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you look for the phone at all?
No.
No.
Were you sitting in the tube, standing near the tube, or doing something else?
Sentado.
Sitting down.
Did you eventually see Nick and another group of people or multiple people interacting in some way?
No.
No.
Did you eventually learn that Nick was interacting or people were interacting with Nick?
Sí.
Yes.
How did you learn that? From something you saw or from something you heard?
Su esposa dijo, Nick está en problema.
His wife said Nick is in trouble.
When you heard, did that surprise you?
Sí.
You
Yes.
know Nick, you must know his wife Sandy.
Sí.
Yes.
You guys must hang out together as a couple often. Or as couples.
Sí.
Yes.
Had you ever heard Sandy express concern about the safety of her husband like she did on that day?
Overall. ¿En ese día? No entiendo la pregunta.
During that day, I don't understand the question.
Sure. When Sandy said Nick's in trouble, you took that as Sandy expressing concern for Nick's safety.
Sí.
Yes.
Had you ever prior to that day or any time before that, heard Sandy express concerns about her husband's safety when you were around?
Nunca.
Never.
That must have surprised you then on that day when you heard that.
Sí.
Yes.
What'd you do?
So I looking down where people was, and I saw Nick in the water, and I stand up and I tried to get her.
When you saw Nick in the water, did he appear to be snorkeling and looking for the phone, or was something else going on?
No, estaba en el agua y había mucha gente a su alrededor.
No, he was in the water and there were people around him.
How many people?
Número no puedo decirle, pero sí eran bastante. Pueden haber sido más de 10, 15 personas. No.
I can't tell you the number, but there were many, maybe 10, 15, I don't know.
When you made that observation, were you worried for Nick's safety?
Sí.
Yes.
What did it look like that group of 10 or 15 people was doing to Nick?
So, estaban gritándole y cuando él estaba en el agua, alguien le estaba dando.
They were shouting at him. And when he was in the water, somebody was yelling at him.
Did you ever see anybody have physical contact with Nick?
Bueno, en el momento en que yo vi que él estaba en el agua, alguien le pegó. Esa fue la primera vez que...
At that moment, when I saw Nick in the water, I saw somebody hitting him. That's the only thing I saw.
After you saw him in the water, did you keep watching?
So, yo traté de llegar hasta allá, pero en el medio del río perdí mis zapatos.
Well, I tried to get over there, but I lost my shoes in the middle of the river.
So, on your way, were you able to continue to watch, or did you need to tend to your footwear?
No. Estaba tratando de caminar, pero no podía. Miraba para el grupo, pero en otro momento no.
I tried to keep walking, but I couldn't. And I did watch the group at some point, but not always.
Did you see anybody being violent to or at Nick?
When was in the water, estuve en el agua, no. Después que vi que estaba en el agua, no volví a ver nada.
After I saw him in the water, I didn't see anything else.
And it sounds like you don't know how he got down into the water. When you first looked, he was already in the water.
Correcto.
Correct.
At some point, did you see Nick walking back to you in the group?
Después que yo vi que él estaba parado, que yo le dije que viniera hacia esta parte de acá, él regresó.
After I saw him standing there, I told him to come back, and then he came back.
And so, if if we're on the river, you're Ernesto, and I'm standing where Nick is, roughly. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
The river flows that way to downstream. Does that make sense?
Correcto. Correct.
And you see Nick walking somewhere in your direction, not exactly this angle, but somewhere towards you, correct?
Correcto. Correct.
And what had happened is behind Nick by the time he's walking to you. Agreed?
Antes. You mean before? Repeat la pregunta, por favor. Repeat the question, please.
After you saw Nick down in the water, eventually you see Nick coming back to you because you called him back.
Sí.
I want to ask you about that moment in time.
No entiendo la pregunta. I don't understand your question.
I want to ask you about what you saw when Nick was walking back to you when you called him back.
Oh.
Does that make sense?
Que yo le dije que regresara. Did I tell him to come back?
I want to ask about that moment in time, what you saw.
Okay. 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 Okay.
When Nick's walking back towards you, is he looking at you in the group, or is he walking backwards looking behind him?
No estoy seguro. I'm not sure.
You're looking in Nick's direction, correct?
Sí. Yes.
When you look in that direction, do you see somebody else other than Nick approaching you in your group, or you focus your... Do you see somebody else that draws your attention?
Sí. Yes.
What do you see?
So, cuando el Ni venía por esta parte hacia la izquierda mía, alguien trató de acercarse y me hizo así con el dedo. When Nick was coming over on my left side, someone else tried to approach and pointed at me with the finger.
When you say the finger, that might have different connotations. So, do you mean like a pointing finger or something else?
Dedo que apuntaba. Pointing with the finger.
And when they're pointing with their finger, is Nick near you?
Iba pasando. He was going by me. By me.
So if I'm Nick in that scenario, Nick is walking this way, you're pointing in that direction.
Yo estoy mirando hacia donde está la persona y ahí tienen. Stay there, stay there, stay there. I'm looking at the person who was there and say, stay there, stay there.
Can you describe that person?
No tengo ni idea. I have no idea.
Why were you telling that person, stay there, stay there, stay there?
Porque la persona que estaba apuntando hacia mí, o hacia mí, no sé si era hacia mí o hacia él, estaba yelling and he tried to walk. Because the person pointing, hacia mí. Because there was a person there pointing, I don't know if they were pointing at me or at Nick, but they were approaching.
Did you think it was safe for that person to come towards you and Nick?
Bueno, yo lo que traté de que esa persona no se acercara a nosotros porque quizás el problema iba a seguir si venían hacia el grupo nuestro. I tried to prevent that person from approaching us because I thought maybe the problem was going to continue.
And you thought the solution to that problem was to keep Nick separated from the group that was pointing at you?
Sí. Yes.
When Nick, I'm going to now ask you about when Nick's back at the tubes with you after you pointed at this person, okay? Make sense?
Sí.
In that time, what did Nick look like?
Y se lucía muy preocupado y estaba como blanco. He looked worried and he was pale.
I think there was a time you also used the word he looked white or he looked wide-eyed.
Sí. Yes.
Did you see those things when you looked at Nick?
Sí. Yes.
You said you've known Nick for a long time. He's your best friend. You ever seen him scared before?
Nunca. Never.
Did he look like he was scared then?
Sí. Yes.
Have you seen people when they're in shock before?
Sí. Yes.
Did he look to you like he was in fear and in shock?
Sí. Yes.
Were you worried about him?
Sí. Yes.
And is that why you were pointing at other people because you wanted to protect your friend and keep him there because you were worried about him?
Sí. Yes.
Would it be fair to say you didn't really know what had happened down there at that other group, you just didn't want anything more to happen?
No. Sí, sí, correcto, sí. No sabía qué había pasado. I mean, yes, it's correct, because I knew what had happened. I didn't know what had happened. So. Right.
Did Nick stay then with the group at the tubes? Did he stay there that whole time?
Sí.
Did he ever ask you or make any motions to, or indicate in any way, tell you in any way that he wanted to go onto the shore or on the woods or sit anywhere other than in his tube?
No.
No.
What did you see him do while you guys were waiting there?
Solamente se sentó en la balsa y más nada. Ni siquiera dijo una palabra.
He just sat in the inner tube and he didn't say anything. No words.
Did your impressions about him being in fear and shock, did that change over that time, or did he continue to look like he was in fear and shock?
No, él seguía en shock.
No, he continued in shock.
How long did you guys in your group wait there at the tubes before you eventually floated back down the river?
Yo diría como 30 minutos o 35, no sé exactamente, pero fue muy rato.
I would say 30 minutes, 35 minutes. I don't know exactly. It was a while.
Why did you eventually go back down, float down the river? Did anything prompt you?
So, yo no estoy seguro si fue la policía o alguien que estaba en el grupo donde estaba todo el mundo allá. Hicieron así para que como que el tráfico siguiera, la gente siguiera bajando.
I don't know
Y
if
ahí
it
todo el
was...
mundo empezó a bajar.
Maybe the interpreter needs the witness to repeat his answer.
Ok, no estoy seguro si fue la policía o alguien que estaba parado donde sucedió el problema. Que hicieron así como que para que la gente ya podía seguir.
I don't know. I'm not sure if it was the police or if it was something else, somebody else who was trying to guide people and they were telling people to move and to continue.
And based upon what you saw then, you kind of helped your group say, we got to go, and you moved down the river.
Correcto.
Correct.
During the float down the river, did it continue to be quiet?
Completamente. Que yo recuerde, nadie habló hasta que llegamos a la salida.
Totally quiet. As far as I remember, nobody talked until we got to the exit.
What happened at the exit?
Solo recuerdo que cuando llegamos a la salida, creo que había, no sé si era un policía vestido de verde, alguien que estaba cortando la soga de la balsa.
When we got to the exit, I don't know if it was a policeman who was there. Somebody was cutting the ropes.
Pasamos el puente.
Then we passed the bridge.
Cuando íbamos pasando allí vimos que habían policías.
When we passed the bridge, we noticed there were policemen there.
Y cuando íbamos pasando, ellos estaban como aquí así, íbamos pasando por aquí, vieron al grupo de nosotros.
They were over here, and we were on the other over here. And then they approached the group where we were.
And when they approached the group, did you see them somehow indicate or say something to Nick?
¿Quién?
Who?
¿La policía?
The policeman.
Bueno, en el momento que nos pararon ahí, yo no sé porque eran muchos policías que estaban ahí, pero después de eso yo vi que vino un policía y le dijo, tiene que venir con nosotros.
Right at that moment when they stopped us, I don't know if they were policemen or not, but then one of them came and he said he has to come with us.
The policeman asked Nick to come with them.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you then see Nick go with the police?
Sí.
Yes.
Caminó normal.
He was walking normally with them.
Were you surprised at that point?
Sí, nosotros estábamos en shock. ¿Por qué lo detenían a él? Porque realmente nosotros no sabíamos qué había pasado.
We were in shock because we didn't know why they were detaining him. We didn't know what had happened.
And you couldn't believe your friend who's peaceful would have done anything to harm someone?
Nunca.
Never.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson, do you have any questions?
You've tubed on the Apple River several times, including with Nick, right?
Nosotros sí, pero con él la segunda vez.
We had, but it was the second time with him.
And the Apple River, it's kind of a party scene, agreed?
Please repeat for the interpreter.
The Apple River, it's kind of a party scene. Lots of people on the river drink.
Sí.
Yes.
Your group was drinking.
Sí.
Yes.
Probably most of the groups you saw on the river were drinking.
Sí.
Yes.
Were you intoxicated?
No.
No.
How many drinks did you have? Do you know?
Probably like 4 beer.
Probably like 4 beer.
4 beers.
And you said you told Nick not to go look for the phone, but he insisted, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
And Ariel wasn't worried about his phone because he had insurance, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
And after Sandy said Nick's in trouble, you started walking towards Nick, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
And you got pretty close to where Nick was, right?
No.
No.
You got a lot closer than Sergio did, right?
No sé, porque en ese momento yo no sé dónde estuvo Sergio.
No.
Pero sí no estaba cerca.
I don't know because I don't know where Sergio was at that moment, but yes, I was close.
And you saw Nick in the water, you said, right?
Sí. Yes.
You never saw Nick do anything to anyone?
No. No.
You said you were concerned for Nick's safety, right?
Correcto. Correct.
You walked over there, right?
Sí. Yes.
And you told police, I didn't see, we don't know what happened because Nick didn't tell us anything, right?
Correcto. Correct.
And you said that multiple times.
Correcto. Correct.
You told police multiple times that Nick ran away.
Bueno, en lo que se refiere a usted huyendo, corriendo, me refiero a cuando él salió del grupo y vino hacia este lado para nosotros.
When you're referring to running or running away, I'm referring to when he left that group and approached our group.
When he
on this side.
When he went back to your group, you said he ran back to your group, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
You told that to police multiple times.
Correcto.
Correct.
So you remember him running back to your group.
O sea, no diría yo corriendo, simplemente venía hacia el grupo, caminando a prisa, pero no, I don't know. Venía de regreso hacia el grupo.
I mean, he didn't come running. He was walking fast. He was just coming back.
He actually just walked casually back.
Objection.
Right?
What's the objection?
Vague as to the use of the word casual.
Objection vague.
You can answer if you understand. Do you understand the question?
No entiendo la pregunta.
No, I don't understand the question.
You need to rephrase that.
He wasn't walking fast back to your group, was he?
Él no iba caminando.
Él venía caminando.
He was walking.
But not quickly, right?
No.
No.
And then after he walked past you, you told police the groups were fighting each other.
Bueno, yo no puedo decir exactamente si estaban peleando, simplemente como estaba todo el mundo gritando y eso, no sabemos exactamente lo que estaba pasando ahí.
I couldn't say they were fighting. Everybody was shouting. We didn't know what was happening there.
But what you told police was that the groups were fighting each other after Nikolai left.
No recuerdo en este momento, pero puede, desde mi punto de vista, a ver las discusiones que tenían allí, puede ser que yo pensé, o puede ser que estaban peleando, o puede ser no.
I don't remember right now, but in my opinion, because of the way they were talking and they were loud, they may have been fighting.
You didn't see any injuries on Nick when he walked back, right?
No.
And your group stayed at the sandbar for a while because Eric was helping with the victims, right?
No sé.
I don't know.
Was Nick helping with the victims? Was Eric helping with the injured?
No sé.
I don't know.
Eventually, when you did leave, it was because Nick said, let's go, right?
Repite la pregunta.
Can you repeat the question?
Eventually, when you did leave, it was because Nikolai Mew said, let's go.
No.
When you got to the exit, there was a lot of police there, you said, right?
Sí.
Yes.
There wasn't any belligerent people approaching you or anything like that?
No podría decirle si personas acercándose no, simplemente cuando va saliendo del río sabe que van personas adelante y van personas detrás. No sé a qué se refiere.
I couldn't tell you if there were people approaching us or getting closer to us. There were people in front, there were people behind us. I don't know what you're referring to.
You didn't get threatened or anything when you got out to the exit, right?
No.
When Nick came back to your group, he told you they took my knife, right?
I don't remember.
You told police multiple times they took Nick's knife out of his pocket, right?
Si se lo di a la policía, pero no recuerdo.
If he gave it to the policeman, I don't know. Interpret needs to correct. If I told that to the policeman, maybe, but I don't remember.
You don't remember if Nick told you they took my knife?
I don't remember exactly. He tell me something.
So Nick.
I don't remember where because when we sit down in the two, we not talking nothing.
You saw Nick among the group of people when you were walking up, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
You could see how the group was acting. You could hear them, right?
Sí, estaban gritando toda la gente. Yelling people.
Yes, they were yelling.
And when police talked to you about it, you didn't believe Nick stabbed anyone, right?
Nunca.
Never.
And you said, he's a big guy, he was in the army, he doesn't need a knife to defend himself, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And he was in the army in Romania before coming to the U.S., right?
I'm not sure, o sea, no estoy seguro, pero si dije eso porque en los países comunistas el servicio militar es mandatorio. So, él vive en un país comunista, yo vivo en un país comunista, al servicio nos mandan obligado.
I'm not sure if I said that, but I know that he comes from a communist country, and the military service is mandatory. I come from a communist country too, where you have the mandatory military service.
And you answered questions about Nick had his knife because he used it to cut ropes. He was going to use it at the beginning and going to use it at the end. Do you remember that?
Correcto.
Correct.
But you told police that you thought Nikolai put his knife back in the vehicle before floating down the river, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
And you also told police you never saw Nikolai with a knife on the river, right?
No. Bueno, cuando hablamos del río, solamente lo vi con la navaja al principio cuando se amarraron todos los tubos.
No, well, when we were in the river, I only saw him with a knife at the beginning when we were tying the tubes.
When Nikolai got back to the tubes after he walked past you, did you walk back to the tubes?
I'm sorry, please, the interpreter needs a repetition.
Nikolai walked past you, going back to the tubes, right?
¿Sí?
Yes.
And he didn't say anything to you then?
I don't remember because I pay attention to the guy pointing to us and I say, stay there, stay there. I don't want it coming to us.
Nikolai didn't ask for your help or anything?
Julie, congrats on 2 months.
¿Ayuda cuándo?
Help when?
Ever. He never yelled for help, right?
Yo no vi nada hasta que la señora me dijo que estaba en problemas.
I didn't see anything until the lady told me that he was in trouble.
You also didn't hear him yell anything, right?
No.
No.
When Nikolai got back to the tubes, did you walk back to the tubes too?
Sí.
Yes.
No one followed you, right?
No, en el momento que él pasó al lado mío que iba para la balsa, yo estuve quizás unos segundos parado ahí con la persona que me estaba apuntando y yo le decía, stay there, stay there, stay there. Hasta después de eso, yo me regresé a la balsa.
When Nick, he was walking by me on this side, I stayed standing there and I told the guy who was approaching us, stay there and pointing. And then I followed Nick.
You didn't answer my question. I asked when you walked away, nobody followed you, right?
Que yo recuerde, no.
As far as I remember, no.
Si estoy de espalda, no puedo ver.
If I'm walking, I can't see from my back. I can see in the back.
And once Nikolai got back to the tubes, he put on his shirt, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
And you didn't see what happened before Nick. You saw Nick in the water, right?
No.
No.
So you don't know if he did something violent before you saw him in the water?
No.
No.
You said Nick appeared very scared, worried after he walked back, right?
Sí, es normal.
Yes, it's normal.
And you'd never seen him scared like that before, right?
Nunca.
Never.
And he wasn't smiling, right?
¿Cómo?
He wasn't smiling?
No.
No.
That would be, you wouldn't expect him to be smiling if he was afraid, right?
¿Quién se va a reír en medio de un problema?
Who's going to smile when you're in the middle of a trouble?
I want to show you some frames.
Why don't we break here for lunch, since there seems to be more questions. Members of the jury, we're going to break until 1 o'clock. Same reminders, no independent investigation, no research. Do not speak with anyone, including yourselves, about this case. We will resume at 1 p.m.
Don't speak with yourselves. Don't speak with yourselves, whatever you do. More questions. Dizzy Grenade, welcome. With a Pikachu, welcome. It's good to have you here.
And good morning again from the Fox 9.
No, we're not going to listen to that guy. Gonna go to lunch for them. What's our plan for? How are we doing on the Eclipse? Hasn't started yet, right? Let's see. Hey, how you doing? He wants another book. Always more books. Okay, hold tight. I need to start this. Just 1 second. 3. They're coming back from lunch. Still have a few hours. Let's finish this. Here we go.
Look to just monitor the situation here.
Yep, we're going to monitor the situation and
now standing, as I mentioned.
Yada. Talking head.
They had talked about getting going around 1 o'clock.
Yep.
Time zone in Hudson. Afternoon, Patrick.
Here we go. There we go. Debunk Foss. Happy Monday. Thank you. Welcome.
Members of the jury, welcome back. We're ready to resume the afternoon with the attorneys, Mr. Mew, all of whom are present. Thank you for your patience. Sometimes during the course of the trial, unexpected things come up. One did, and I had to meet with the attorneys to sort out the solution, which we have reached, and we're ready to continue. Mr. Chagwez, please retake the witness stand. You're still under oath. Mr. Anderson.
Ernesto, you recall you said you don't know if you said to the officer on shore that Nikolai said they took his knife.
Jay.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Static. In a second, we're trying to match up all the feeds and everything. Trina Grant. Thank you very much for the diamond. I've never had a diamond super sticker before.
At the exit, you spoke in English, right?
Creo que sí.
I think so.
Spoken English before.
Can you just take your time and look at that? Read through it enough to see if you know what it is.
Reviewing.
Want me to do everything?
No, does it appear that it's a transcript of your conversation with the officers at the shore?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm just going to show you. Can you read that? No, just read it yourself.
Yeah.
Okay, down here.
Paul Mack, this has become my happy place. I have so many new friends from this around the world. Thank you, Ari, for everyone making my work days
somebody took his
better.
knife in his pocket, right?
I said, I don't remember, but that's what I say. It's okay.
Are you saying you don't think?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Yes.
Going to approach again. They tried to refresh his recollection, but he does not remember, so they're sort of stuck. Starts around 12, totality around 1 p.m., but it's 100% cloudy in Laredo, where I am. I'm sorry, KBF. We're going to blame Weather Watch for that one. Let's see, Selena, what's your question here? We're going to catch up today. Yes, at the end of today, we'll be all caught up, possibly a little before.
So you don't remember if you said they took my knife, but you remember somebody pointing and walking towards you?
I don't remember.
Didn't you testify to that? Somebody pointed and walked towards you and you told them to get back?
Yeah. Sí, eso sí.
Yes, that I did.
But you never told that to police, right?
Well, they don't ask me.
You never said it either, though, right?
So in that moment, you can say or remember everything you said. I answer whatever they ask me.
Now it's English.
Can we... You also testified that... Remember when I asked you if Nick said anything when he was walking by you on his way back to your group?
I don't remember.
And you said you weren't paying attention because you were looking at the guy who was walking towards you, or the person?
Correcto.
Correct.
Okay, I want to go to some frames. I'll let the clerk know when I'm ready. And you did, the officer never asked if somebody was pointing at anyone but at you, but you did say, I told Nick to come, and he came, and that's it, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
This is from the video. There's some graphic parts in it. This is 3291. I'm ready.
Content warning.
I'm going to scroll, and then I'm going to ask you some questions. On 3318, that's Ariel in the American flag shorts and black shirt, right?
Repita. Correcto.
Repeat that. Correct.
This is Nick here,
Correcto.
and this is you.
Correcto.
Correct.
And Nick is standing right next to you, and you're touching his arm.
Sí, cuando va pasando. Correcto.
Yes,
Okay.
when he was passing by.
Do you see anyone in this frame walking towards you?
Ahí en ese momento no veo, en la foto no la veo.
Okay.
At that very moment in that picture, I don't see anybody.
How about here on 3322?
There is somewhere and there somebody's coming, it's pointing us. I don't see it there, but I saw that day.
Okay. I've scrolled a little ways onto 3333. See anyone pointing or walking towards you?
No lo veo.
I don't see anybody.
Does it even look like anyone's looking at you?
En ese momento no lo veo.
I don't see anybody at that time.
But depende la parte del video o depende de la perspectiva de cómo se ha tomado el video cuando estábamos. Nah, I don't see those people there. I was down there.
It depends on the time of the video or the point of view of the person who was taking the video.
Stopped at 3359. You can turn off the screen. I'm going to go to another frame. Mount 3471.
Hey, Cam, I
That's
think
you right here, right?
they need to they need to
You're
address.
You're
more
actually
of
walking
this.
towards the camera.
¿Sí?
Nobody's approaching you or walking towards you.
And
No.
no,
Nikolai isn't in this, right?
No lo veo.
I don't see him.
Okay, you can turn off the screen. I'm going to go to another one.
They're trying to skip some of the more graphic images, I think.
Okay.
Oh, they've got dimmed the courthouse lighting.
This is 3936. Is that you, Ariel, and Sergio on the top left?
¿Dónde?
Where?
Right here. Sergio, Ariel, you?
Yeah.
Yep.
Sí.
Yes.
You still haven't walked back to your tubes?
I don't remember.
Well, in the
We
photo.
standing there, but in the picture, I don't know if it's after or before.
Sure. Okay.
Right?
You can turn it off. I have one more set of frames to ask you about. So this is 3936. I'm going to go to later in the video. I'm ready. Do you think this is what you were thinking of after Nick was long gone?
Too bright, too bright.
This is you, right?
Yeah, that's me.
And here's a girl standing by a group of other women pointing at you from a ways away? Or in your direction?
I'm not sure, but this guy is coming this way from there. Probably one of the guys was in the middle. I said him, stay there, stay there. The guy's behind the yellow teacher.
This guy?
Probably was that one. It was right here, right in the front, this guy right here.
This guy?
Here.
Right here?
Yeah, no, he's walking here in the picture. You can see he walk. When I say stay there, and he walked the other way. Well, and that time he probably was right here on the hammer, my finger, something like that.
When he gets animated, he speaks in English.
Let's keep going, we'll see.
We count how many times people speak in cursive, curse words.
And you said before you didn't know if it was a man or a woman, right? Who was pointing? And then and walking towards you and pointing, and then...
No, what's a man?
It was a man.
What's a man?
If it was here, it would have been after Nikolai was long gone, right?
¿Cómo?
It would have been after Nikolai... Sorry.
I wait for the interpretation.
It would have been long after Nikolai was gone, right?
Yeah, but the person, when he started pointing me, empezó a señalar hacia nosotros.
Started pointing towards us.
Start when Nico coming this way. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not sure he was in the picture or whatever the video was right there. He has he turned this way to the other people, but before he was a little more far and he pointed to us.
So before, when I asked what did Nikolai say, if anything, to you when he passed you, you said you didn't know because the guy was coming towards you. Now your testimony is that it was later in the video. So do you know what he said to you or no? If anything, Nikolai?
I don't remember.
And you'd agree you got pretty close to where Nikolai was with the group, right?
¿En qué momento?
At what time? What moment?
I'll go back. Can we have the screen? $33.21. You got. You said what did you say you saw for injured people?
What question?
What did you see as far as injured people?
I saw some women the other side. That woman was behind, probably this guy. It was in the middle of the river, and I say, "What's going on?" Because I don't know what's happening. I saw her, and I say, "What's going on?"
Did you see this man here on 3321?
No.
And you didn't see Nick do anything?
No.
I don't have anything else.
Mr. Nelson?
Can I have the screen? You were asked some questions about slide 3321 that's in front of you.
Sí.
Yes.
Again, this is you.
Sí.
Yes.
Looks like you're reaching out to Mr. Mew, who's standing next to you.
Correct.
Correct.
Mr. Mew is walking.
Sí.
Yes.
He's walking upriver.
Sí.
Ariel in the flag shorts is walking upriver behind Mr. Mew.
En este momento, en el video yo veo a Ariel.
At
Pero
this
before,
moment,
I don't remember what Ariel was.
in the video, I can see him, but before, I don't remember where he was.
I appreciate that. I'm not going to ask you about that. I'm going to ask you about this person here. Do you see the person in the two-tone shorts?
¿Quién es?
Do you see that person
Who he
in
is?
two-tone shorts?
I'm not sure.
Not asking if you know who he is. I'm just asking you, do you see the person that I'm pointing to in the two-tone shorts?
No.
Right now on the screen, do you see them?
Ahora sí, ahora sí.
Oh, now I do. Now I do.
Next to that person is a man in a yellow shirt.
Sí.
Yes.
I want to now ask you questions about slide 3922, okay?
Sí.
Yes.
You haven't watched the video, have you?
Yes.
You agree that you have not?
No.
No.
Poor question on my part. Have you watched the video or have you not watched the video?
No.
No.
The screens, the slides that we're showing you go in sequential order. So the first one is 0, the last one is 4,819. Does that make sense?
It's a lot of slides.
Yes.
I previously showed you 3321, and now we're showing you something later, 3922. Does that make sense?
Sí.
Yes.
I'm going to blow this up. In the upper left-hand corner, that appears to be you and Ariel and Sergio standing next to each other. Agreed?
Correcto.
Correct.
Pero,
But
and what I said before, in this moment, I don't see this is, si esto es antes o después del problema, porque I don't see the whole video.
I don't know if this is before
Pero sí
or
está
after
muy-
the problem because I haven't seen the whole video.
If I were to tell you hypothetically, this is after, because we can see a victim or two victims or two people with injuries down. Agreed? Make sense?
Okay.
Okay.
And then over here, way on the right, you see this blur that may be a person without a shirt on walking from a different direction over to your group. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm now going to scroll through the forward in time, and I want to show you stuff, okay? I'm going to stop at 3953.
He's a fast clicker.
I'm going to blow this up. Do you see somebody here on the left-hand side?
Yeah.
Is that a man in two-tone shorts that I had previously shown you?
Sí.
Yes.
Had that man ran up to you, and then you...
So, wait, please. Objection sustained. Please rephrase.
Is this the person that you saw come up to you that you pointed to say, go away?
Sí.
Yes.
And as we move forward here in time, the person in the yellow shorts that was in a different spot before is there too, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
And then as we move forward to 4012, excuse me, you now see the woman pointing the finger at you, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
That's what I say. What's going on?
Understood. When you spoke to the police, was there a Spanish interpreter there?
No.
No.
Sometimes when you've spoken today, you've answered in English. Agreed?
Sí.
Yes.
Fair to say your preferred language is Spanish?
Español.
Spanish.
You know some English?
Sí.
Yes.
If you wanted to communicate something really important and make sure you were accurate, would you say it in Spanish, or would you say it in English, or would you say it in some other language?
Español.
Spanish.
Why?
Porque hay muchas palabras en inglés que tienen diferentes significados.
Because there are many words in English that
Y a
have
la,
different
a la hora
meanings.
de uno contestar, puede ser que la respuesta no sea correcta.
And when one answers, maybe the answer is not the correct one.
Also, when you hear words, is it easier for you to understand the words spoken to you when the words spoken to you are in Spanish rather than in English?
Sí.
Yes.
You answered some questions about your knowledge about your friend Nick being from Romania. I want to ask you about that, okay?
Correcto.
Correct.
Do you know exactly when Nick Mew immigrated to the United States?
No.
Do you know what age he was?
No recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Do you know whether, in fact, he was or was not in the military at any point?
No.
No.
When you spoke with the police, you told them you thought he might have been in the military for the reasons that you said here, because communist countries sometimes require that, correct?
Mandatorio, sí.
Mandatory, yes.
You also told the police that you didn't actually know. You told them several times, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know.
Correcto.
Correct.
Do you have actual knowledge as to whether Nick Mew was in Romania and served mandatory service for his country?
No.
No.
Last area here, you said you were able to remember some things that you saw, but you couldn't remember everything that you heard. Would that be fair?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Do you find it for you easier? Do you find it easier to remember things that you see, or do you find it easier to remember things that you hear?
Cosa que veo.
That I see.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson?
Is your testimony today important?
Súper importante.
Very important.
Sometimes you answer in English.
Oh, sí. Sí.
Oh, yes.
Because you're also comfortable speaking in English.
Because, a veces se lo entiendo, a veces no.
Sometimes I understand it, sometimes I don't.
If you told the officer, he said that somebody took his knife in his pocket. That's something you can easily understand in English, right?
Repita.
Repeat, please.
He said that somebody took his knife in his pocket. You understand that in English, right?
I don't remember.
Do you understand what that means in English?
Sí.
Yes.
And if you told that to the officer 17 times, do you think you said that because you remembered it at the time?
17 times.
I don't know how many times you say 17 times. I don't remember.
Do you want to see the transcript?
You can show me.
Time Ayden and his numbers next to it.
He said 17 times somebody took the knife out of his pocket. That's a lot of times to say anything. Hello, KQD. Hope you and Mrs. have a great day. Enjoy the eclipse, although I don't think you're in a viewing area.
Well, that's what I said, but I don't remember saying many times. I don't know.
Do you agree or not agree that you told the officer that 17 times?
I don't remember.
You don't remember that, but you remember something you didn't tell the police from almost 2 years ago?
What do you mean? ¿Cómo que algo que yo no le dije a la policía hace 2 años?
What do you mean? Something that I didn't tell the police 2 years ago.
This is a 13-page transcript, and there's 17 times on here where it says something about, he said they took my knife.
Objection, asked and answered, cumulative.
He said he didn't remember.
Nothing else, Judge.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Torres. My apologies. You are excused. You may step down. Torres Chagüez. Yes. This part was missing.
Do we have any more?
Judge, we have one more witness. I don't know if you want to take a quick 5-minute break before we call the last Spanish-speaking witness.
Are the interpreters prepared to go forward?
No, I'm fine.
Good. Let's
Fine,
continue.
Your Honor.
All right.
Let's do it. Approach. Lots of static. Ooh, 2v1 on the approach. All right. One more Spanish language translation witness. How's the weather for eclipse watching? I heard it was cloudy there. I think we're actually pretty good, I thought. Sunny and clear all day.
About 5 minutes. Outside your presence, members of the jury. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
Okay. 5-minute break. Let's see. North Carolina's clear, but I'm right on like the 70% to 80% line. So it'll just look meh. Might get a little dimmer here. And I don't have anything to look at the sun with, and I'm not going to, use my built-in peepers.
Please be seated. We are outside the presence of the jury, meeting with the attorneys and Mr. Mew. Mr. Smestad asked to approach with a concern. Mr. Smestad.
Your Honor, we were informed by our victim witness staff that some of the witnesses were out in the hall live streaming the trial. They're under sequestration order. Apparently one of those folks is the gentleman who's just about to testify, and I forget his last name, but his first name is Ariel. Obviously that's of concern because if he was watching other folks testify, it defies the purpose of the sequestration order. We'd like to have the court instruct the witnesses again to not be watching the trial.
Did the state's attorneys instruct the witnesses about the sequestration order?
We provided written notice to every witness that met with us. Ariel would not meet with us, but the Spanish speakers we met with, which was Sergio, Tatiana, and Gilma, we gave them written instructions in Spanish not to watch the trial, can't be in the trial, don't read the news.
Okay. Did they understand, or did your written instructions include that this was a court's order?
Yes. We also told them verbally when we met with them, but again, Ariel refused to meet with us, so I don't know if defense told him. He's on their witness list.
Ariel is a defense witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson, was the sequestration order given to?
Not the Spanish-speaking witnesses, no, Judge. They did not have a translation service. Obviously, it's an oversight, and I will change my practice in the future.
All right, what I'll do then, well, let me ask, is there anything else besides tell the witnesses about the sequestration order that you want me to do?
I don't know that there's anything you can do at this point, Judge.
Okay, I just want to make sure they're on the same page. I'm happy to remind them about the sequestration order, but as long as everyone is satisfied with that being the limit of my involvement, I'll stop. I'm not inviting more, let's put it that way. I just want to make sure I'm not missing something.
Sequestration is important, obviously. We don't want witnesses forming their testimony based on what other witnesses have said. Especially in this case, the gentleman who just testified, the cross-examination is going to be about the same. They're both the two that walked up to the scene, and either saw things or didn't see things. He now knows what to expect on cross-examination. He's seen his friend go through it and heard it go through it. I think, and the defense did not tell them about the sequestration order, which is just as much their duty as it is our duty. So I think it's a pretty big problem. I might ask for some sort of curative instruction that defense did not inform the witnesses of the sequestration order. But I think we can address that later. For now, I think it will be a point for cross.
Mr. Nelson, anything to add?
No, Judge.
All right, what I plan to do is invite the witnesses in. I will assume that they had not received or fully appreciated the extent of the sequestration order. I'll explain it to them with the benefit of the interpreters. If the state wishes to cross-examine, you may.
Zimmy, good luck in your interview.
So would somebody bring the witnesses in, please?
You want the job, and I hope you get it. Okay, so the next witness has been watching the live stream. They're not supposed to. So,
okay.
Your Honor, the question from the interpreters, are we just going to interpret right next to that?
We'll just do sequential interpretation.
where's Ariel? Is he here?
All right. Welcome back, everyone. We have Ms. Costanza. There she is. Ms. Torres.
Yes.
Mr. Ruiz Leyva? He left. Okay. Ms. Ruiz Leyva.
Here.
Mr. Torres Chaguez. And Ariel. What is your last name?
Chaguez.
Okay, Ariel Chaguez. At the beginning of the trial, I told the attorneys to tell all of the witnesses that they were not to discuss their testimony with other witnesses. I also told the attorneys to tell the witnesses that they were not allowed to watch the trial, either in person or on the internet or television, because we didn't want the witnesses to conform their testimony to what they hear from the others. I was told that one or more of you may be watching the trial while you're sitting in the hallway.
Doing it in court, even.
I invited you in today so that I could explain to you personally that you may not do so, because we want to preserve your memories about what happened from July 2022, and we don't want your memories to be tainted by something that you may see or hear about this trial.
We don't want the taint.
Please, as long as you're needed as witnesses, do not talk about the case with each other or with other witnesses. Please do not watch any TV or internet accounts of this trial. Will you all do that? Excellent. They've all answered in the affirmative. Thank you, everyone. You can go back to the hallway.
Ariel, could you stay?
Except for you, the one who.
So you may as well just wait in.
Is there anything else we need to address outside the presence of the jury?
No, Judge.
No. All right, let's bring them in.
Matthew, not going to get caught out. Yeah, this was an oversight on defense's part. It's their witness. They have a responsibility there. Apparently, this witness refused to meet with the prosecution. What's up with that?
The hearing assisted device is up here. Okay.
Is this going to be spicy?
All rise for the jury.
Somebody drop something?
Well, the jurors dropped one of your recording devices. Excuse me. Just kidding.
All right, please be seated. All right, members of the jury, thank you for your patience. We are ready to move on. Again, this will be another witness called by the defense, taken out of order to accommodate the Spanish-speaking interpreters. Mr. Nelson, who's next?
Ariel Chaguez Layet, please.
might get crazy. It might. Let's see what's up.
Please raise your right hand. The clerk will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Right over there. Looks like it's falling off his head. Can somebody maybe adjust the size of the wraparound? Perfect. Mr. Nelson.
Don't think he wants to be there.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us your name, please?
Ariel Chagas.
Ariel Chagas.
Ariel, do you know this man here to my right, wearing the blue shirt and the red tie and the green jacket?
Sí.
Yes.
Who's that?
Nick.
Nick.
How do you know Nick?
Lo conocí por medio de mi primo,
I met him through my cousin,
Ernesto.
Ernesto.
Have you, how long have you known Nick?
Un poco más de 5 años.
A little over 5 years.
During that time, have you had an opportunity to observe his character, his person?
Sí.
Yes.
Wow. We get that far into the questioning and we already have to approach. No, he's not been in chat. This particular witness apparently was watching the live stream on his phone, a live stream, not necessarily ours, but a live stream, probably not ours, come to think of it, on his phone, but had not been instructed that that was not okay. So the judge treated it, as with the witnesses at least, as if, you know, that was the first time they were being told. Very nice, very polite, very cordial with all of them. Use the translators. There still might be some sort of sanctions.
I'm just going to repeat the question.
Or curative instructions.
During the time that you've known him for over those 5 years, have you had an opportunity to observe his person, his character?
Sí, cómo no.
Yes, of course.
Do you consider him to have a character for peacefulness?
Sí.
Yes.
In fact, when the police talked to you about this, you even mentioned that to them, did you not?
Sí.
Yes.
I think when you spoke with the police, they used terms which you agreed with along the lines of
And they're going to approach again. Vicky, you finally saw the moment on the ZA trial. Watched it a few times over just to be sure. That was interesting. That was an interesting day. I think you spelled prosecution wrong, Bella. I think spell check got you. Prostitution will try and trip him up, and he knows it. That's a funny typo. What trial did the live stream get played? I missed that. That was in Zachariah Anderson. I'm not making fun of you, Bella. I'm sorry. I like to make light of when spell check, corrects things to something that's humorous. That still works in the sentence, but definitely not what we intended.
Yes, I'm sorry. The objection is sustained. Next question, please.
you spoke with the police in August of 20 and 22 to a Spanish-speaking police officer. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And I want to ask you some questions that Spanish-speaking police officer asked you about your observations of Nick on that day, okay?
The question had to do with his character,
Just so we're clear.
Nick's character.
In August of 22, that the police officer is asking you questions about Nick in July 30th of 22. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And do you remember the officer asking you if Nick was calm or angry on that day, July 30th, 2022?
No recuerdo si me preguntó eso o no.
I don't remember if the officer asked me that or not.
Let me just ask you this. As you sit here today, do you remember on July 30th, was Nick Mew angry or was he calm or did he have some other character or demeanor that you noticed?
No, solo él estaba calmado.
No.
Zona pasiva.
He was calm. He was calm.
Okay. On that day, July 30th, did you see Nick with a pair of goggles and a snorkel?
Yes.
At some point that day, did your girlfriend drop your phone so your phone was lost in the river?
Sí.
Yes.
I want to ask you questions before the phone was lost, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Before the phone was lost, do you remember Nick using the goggles and snorkel to swim in the river at different times?
Okay.
Yes.
When he did that, was he wearing his hat?
No recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Was he wearing his sunglasses when he snorkeled?
La tenía antes de usar el snorkel.
I remember he had them on before using it.
Do you remember that he put his glasses back on after he was done snorkeling?
No, no recuerdo.
No, I don't remember.
Okay. I want to just jump ahead now to the phone and it being lost, okay? What did you guys do when you lost your phone?
Nosotros los empezamos a buscar cerca del área donde se había perdido.
We started looking for it near the area where it had gotten lost.
Did Nick volunteer to do anything?
Sí, él empezó a nadar y a buscar con el snorkel.
Yes, he started swimming and looking for it with the snorkel.
Did he go in the direction that the water was flowing?
Sí.
Yes.
There's a picture there to your left that's marked as Exhibit 12A. Do you see yourself there in the flag shorts?
Sí.
Yes.
Is that the phone in a lanyard around your neck?
Sí.
What's
Sí.
your phone?
Yes.
What is your phone in? Is it in some protective package? What's that in?
Sí, un cover.
Yes, a cover.
Does that does your phone float when it's in that?
Supongo que sí.
I suppose it does.
You lost your phone that day, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you have that phone now?
No.
No.
Did you get returned to you at some point?
Sí.
Yes.
Who returned it to you?
Un sheriff de, creo que de aquí.
A sheriff, I believe, from here.
Do you understand the police found your phone eventually?
Sí, lo encontraron.
Yes.
And you got it back?
There was a lost phone.
Sí.
Yes.
Before the police found your phone, did you see Nick go and look for it?
Repite la pregunta.
That was a
Repeat
poor
the question.
You lost the phone. You said you saw Nick go snorkeling or go swim for it. What did you see?
O él andaba buscando con el snorkel, arriba abajo.
He was looking for it with the snorkel down the river.
At some point, did you learn that Nick was in contact with other people on the river?
Sí.
Yes.
Was that because something you saw or something you heard?
Lo oí por su mujer.
I heard it from his wife.
What did you hear from his wife?
Ella dijo que Nick estaba en problemas.
She said that Nick was in trouble.
What did you do when you heard that?
So, mi novia me dijo que fuera a ver qué estaba pasando.
My girlfriend told me to go look and see what was going on.
Did you go look and see?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you walk downriver towards where Nick was?
Sí.
Yes.
As you were walking there, what did you see?
Pues primero estábamos bien lejos, no sé exactamente la distancia, pero estábamos lejos.
Well, at first we were very far away. I don't know the distance exactly, but we were very far away.
So, yo empiezo a caminar y iba con mi cerveza en la mano
So I started walking. I had my beer on my hand,
y que me voy acercando un poquito, veo
and I was getting closer a little bit,
que Nick estaba cerca de un grupo de personas.
and I saw
jóvenes.
that Nick was close or near a group of people, young people.
Y lo que yo entendía de esa distancia es que le estaban haciendo bromas a él.
And what I was able to understand from the distance where I was at is that they were joking or
Bullying.
bullying him.
Alguien le quitó el snorkel y lo tiró río abajo, algo así.
Somebody had taken his snorkel and had thrown it down the river, something like that.
Es lo que iba viendo yo mientras me iba acercando.
That's what I was seeing as I was getting closer.
Entonces, yo iba pensando que era solamente un juego para ellos.
And so then I was thinking that it was just a game for them.
Pero cuando me voy acercando más,
But as I got closer,
veo que muchas personas le empiezan a golpear.
I see that many people started hitting him.
Let me stop you there for a second. Can you describe when you say they were hitting them? Was it with their hands, their feet, their knees, fists? Can you just tell me what you saw?
Con las manos.
With the hands.
One person, more than one person?
Varias personas, eran muchas personas alrededor.
Several people. There were many people around.
And when you saw them hit Nick, what happened to Nick? Did he stay standing or did something else happen?
Yo recuerdo que él se cayó al río.
I remember that he fell to the river, to the water.
What happened? What did you see next after Nick had fallen into the water?
Creo que alguien lo estaba como que hundiendo,
I
echando por abajo.
think that somebody was kind of like pushing him down.
Pero todavía sigo yo acercándome, pero iba yo prácticamente caminando.
But I was still getting closer, but I was basically walking.
As you got closer, what did you see next?
Cuando me fui acercando, vi que alguien empezó a sangrar.
As I was getting closer, I saw that somebody started bleeding.
What do you remember next?
Después vi a Nick, estaba como parado. Yo vengo por acá, él estaba como a mi izquierda.
Then I saw, well, Nick was kind of standing up. I was over here. He was to my left.
Y creo que vino una mujer hacia él a golpearlo.
Repita, ¿a golpearlo, dijo?
Una mujer vino hacia arriba de él a golpearlo.
Oh, and I believe a woman came over towards him to hit him.
And then what did you see?
Nick respondió, se defendió.
Nick responded. He defended himself.
Ya había muchas personas alrededor
There were many people around,
y fue muy rápido lo que vi.
and what I saw was happened really quickly, really fast.
Entonces, creo que llegué después donde estaba Nick.
And I think later I went to where Nick was, or I got to where Nick was.
And when you got to where Nick was, what'd you do or what'd you see?
Yo solo vi que él estaba, creo que se había levantado.
I only saw that he was, I think he had gotten up.
Yo le topé el brazo a él,
I touched his arm,
pero en ese momento ya había mucha sangre frente de mí de las otras personas.
but at that moment there was a lot of blood right in front of me, blood that belonged to the other people.
Esto pasó muy rápido, solamente estoy tratando de decir lo que más recuerdo.
That happened very quickly. I'm just trying to say what I remember the most.
Entonces nos regresamos.
So we went back.
Was it hard for you to make sense of what you were seeing and what was happening?
Sí, era muy rápido.
Yes, it was very fast.
Había muchas personas alrededor y mucho disturbio.
There were many people around. There was a big disturbance.
Y es un poco difícil asimilar lo que había pasado.
And it is a little difficult to assimilate what had happened or to let it sink in.
Are you able now, after some time, to pick out every detail, or do you just remember what you've said?
No, solamente recuerdo eso que estoy diciendo.
No, I only remember that, what I am telling you now.
Ya ha pasado algún tiempo ya.
Because some time already went by.
So, cuando caminamos para atrás.
So when we walked back.
Please wait. Question, please.
What happened next?
¿Puedo seguir?
Can I continue?
Yes, you may.
So, cuando empezamos a caminar para atrás.
When we started walking back.
Yo en dirección recta para el grupo.
In the direction towards the group, straight towards the group.
So, yo voy a mi izquierda y Nick va a la derecha.
I was on the left side, Nick was on the right side.
En ese momento, que hemos caminado un poco.
At that moment, when we had walked a little,
veo yo que sale de la otra orilla del río el joven con la herida en el estómago.
I see that on the other side of the river was the young man with the injury to his stomach.
Y estaba gritando.
He was shouting.
Lo que me hiciste, lo estaba como gritándole a Nick.
Look what you did to me. He was kind of yelling or shouting at Nick.
Y en ese momento el muchacho cayó al agua.
And at that moment, the young guy fell to the water.
So, entonces seguimos caminando.
So we continued walking.
So, yo me dirigí hacia el grupo.
And I kept going towards the group.
And Nick siguió a la otra orilla del río derecho.
And Nick kept going to the other side of the river, straight.
Did you see Nick do anything at the other side of the river?
Ya yo no le presté no lo seguí mirando yo a él porque fui con mi novia.
I did not keep an eye on him because I went to see my girlfriend.
Did you see Nick? Did Nick join you back at the tubes where your group of friends were?
Sí.
Yes.
At some other point when you're walking back to the tubes, did anybody yell or scream or run up near where you were?
Había muchas personas gritando y corriendo. Sí, iban varios como para el grupo de nosotros. No llegaron cerca, solamente caminaron un poco hacia nosotros.
There were many people running and,
no recuerdo qué decían.
and screaming. Some people came towards our group, but they didn't get too close. I don't remember what they were just yelling and screaming, and I don't remember what they were saying.
Did you respond to them in any way?
No, nunca.
No, I did not.
Did you see Ernesto or Sergio or Nick or anyone else from your group respond to them in any way?
No.
No.
When you were back at the tubes, I want to ask you questions about that, okay? Did you get a chance to kind of make some observations of Nick? Did you see him?
Hey, Tisha, there's your link for you for those
Yes, somewhat.
green pepper flakes.
What did he look like?
Love them.
Como asustado, como pálido.
He looked like kind of scared, pale.
Those are the only questions I have. Thank you.
Mr. Anderson?
Ariel, is it fair you're pretty uncomfortable testifying here today?
No.
No.
He's the most uncomfortable looking witness.
Comfortable up there on the stand?
No entiendo su pregunta.
I don't understand your question.
Ernesto is your uncle?
Mi primo.
My cousin.
Cousin, okay. And he's best friends with Nick.
Sí.
Yes.
Are you friends with Nick, or do you just know Nick through Ernesto?
Se pudiera ser que amigos, no cercanos, pero ya forma de ser amigos.
It could be said that we're friends, not close friends, but kind of friends.
I want to walk through your testimony. So you saw the young guys, the boys, knock the goggles out of Nick's hands?
Eso fue lo que pude distinguir, lo primero que distinguí.
That's what I was able to distinguish. That's the first thing that I distinguished.
And you were already walking towards Nick when you saw that?
Ya estaba caminando hacia Nick.
Were you already walking towards Nick when you saw that?
Sí, iba empezando a caminar.
Yes, I was starting to walk.
And the young guys were still in their tubes, right?
Oh, no le puedo decir. No sé, no recuerdo.
I cannot answer that. I don't know. I don't remember.
Se supone, creo que estaban parados alrededor de Nick, creo.
I think they were standing up around Nick, I think.
So they were standing around Nick, and they knocked his goggles out of his hands as they were walking up.
Sí.
Yes.
Did you see Nick run up to those young guys before that happened?
La verdad, no.
I really didn't know.
Okay. So the next, what was the next thing you saw?
Pues como le dije, yo no iba prestando mucha atención porque pensaba que estaban jugando con él, que estaban haciendo bullying.
Well, like I said before, I wasn't paying too much attention because I thought they were just playing with him. They were just bullying him.
But you're already walking over there because you thought he was in trouble, right?
Sí.
Yes.
So you didn't think they were just playing. You already were worried about them?
Cuando iba llegando más cerca, sí, porque vi que lo estaban golpeando.
When I was getting closer, yes, because I saw that they were hitting him.
Pero eran muchas personas alrededor.
But there were many people around him.
Why were you walking there if you weren't worried about him until you saw him getting hit?
Fue en la forma que actué por mis nervios.
It was the way that I reacted because I was nervous
About what?
Por lo que estaba pasando.
because of what was happening.
What was happening that made you start walking over there before you saw his goggles get knocked out?
No entiendo su pregunta.
I don't understand your question.
Antes de que pasara eso, yo no había visto nada yo.
Before that happened, I had not seen anything.
You said you were walking over, and as you're walking over, you saw the goggles get knocked out of his hand, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And you were walking over there because you were worried about Nick, right?
Sí.
Yes.
What happened before the goggles that made you start walking over there? Did you see anything that happened before that?
Yo empecé a caminar allá cuando su esposa dijo que él estaba en problemas.
I started to walking in that direction when his wife said that he was in trouble.
Okay. So, wife said he's in trouble. You start walking there. You see his goggles knocked out of his hands. While they're all standing up, what did you see next?
Después que le quitan los galgos, como que ya le estaban dando golpes.
After they took the goggles from him, it was kind of like they were starting to hit him, to give him blows.
And you said several people before. Does that mean 3, 4, 5?
No lo puedo decir, no me recuerdo cuántas personas eran.
No, I can't answer that. I don't remember how many people.
And are you far away and still walking there at this point?
Sí, todavía estaba lejos.
Yes, I was still far away.
Okay. But were you closer than when you saw the goggles get knocked out?
Eso fue al principio de yo empezar a caminar.
Repita, por favor.
Eso fue al principio que yo empezaba a caminar.
That was at the beginning when I had just started walking.
When people were hitting Nick, what kind of strikes were they? What do you remember?
Pues manotazos, las manos.
Well, like slapping him with the hands.
What, was he standing?
Pues él estaba parado.
He was standing.
Okay. And then what happened? What do you remember next?
Pues alguien lo tumbó.
Well, somebody knocked him down.
Okay. And then you said he got up and defended himself?
Pues es lo siguiente que vi, pues lo que pude ver entre todas las personas que había.
Well, that's what I saw next, what I was able to see with all the people that were there.
What do you mean he defended himself? What did you see?
Yo vi lo que... ¿Me puedes repetir la pregunta?
I saw that. Can you repeat the question, please?
You said you saw him defend himself. What did you see?
Yo vi que cuando él se defendió... Es que esto pasó muy rápido, entonces no puedo como... ¿Qué pasó primero? ¿Qué pasó después?
I saw that when he defended himself. Well, it's because this happened so quickly. I really can't tell exactly when it happened.
Cuando yo ya estaba más cerca, lo vi que una muchacha lo fue a atacar.
When I was closer, I saw that a girl went to attack him.
Y él se defendió, no sé, respondió.
And he defended himself. He responded.
Pero,
¿Cómo?
pues yo pienso con las manos, pero no.
Well, I think that with his hands, but
Pero fue muy rápido.
it happened so quickly.
Then what happened?
Pues cuando ya llegué cerca, empiezo a ver las sangres.
When I got closer, I started to see the blood,
Prácticamente por donde quiera.
basically everywhere.
En ese punto llegué yo y toqué a Nick del brazo.
At that moment, I went and touched Nick on his arm,
Pero esto fue muy rápido.
but it happened very quickly.
This trial sponsored by Office Depot.
Ariel, did somebody tell you to say these things?
Okay, Ariel, ¿alguien le dijo a usted que dijera estas cosas?
¿Cómo lo va a hacer?
What do you mean?
¿Quién me va a decir si eso fue lo que yo recuerdo, lo que yo vi, lo que yo viví?
Who's going to tell me if that's what I remember, what I lived, what I saw?
Can I have Exhibit 71?
Uh-oh. I think they might confront him with prior statements here.
Ariel, Nick's the one who told you about the goggles. You didn't actually see that, right?
¿Me puede repetir la pregunta, por favor?
Can you please repeat the question?
No oigo bien.
I was not able to hear well.
Nick told you somebody knocked the goggles off. You didn't actually see that, right?
No, nadie me dijo eso.
No, nobody told me that.
Can you turn to page 18 in that transcript?
For the interpreter, did you say 18 or 19?
18. You said on page 18 towards the bottom, well, we couldn't really see because there's a lot of people, right?
Yes.
And then on page 19, you said he thought they took off his mask and snorkel.
Objection.
Grounds.
¿Quién pensó eso?
No, un momento.
I just move for the admission of page 19 of Exhibit 71. Let's publish it and see what it really says.
I think he's entitled to present his evidence the way he chooses. Overruled. Mr. Anderson?
On the bottom of page 19,
They'll handle this on cross.
you said he thought they took his mask and snorkel off. Do you see that?
The language barrier, it's hard for the defense to even give some clues to the witness with the objections.
No entiendo su pregunta o lo que me quiere decir.
I don't understand your question or what you're trying to tell me.
Actually, you're right. I was misreading that. Sorry. You turn to page 20. And I'll just let you look over it quickly.
He misread it. He tried to deliver it for the facts.
Okay.
But it
You talk
was
about what
wrong.
you're seeing as you're walking up, kind of like today, agreed?
I still
Right?
think Cross might
Yes.
address that.
And then on page 21,
This is a state's witness.
actually go back to page 20.
Or, no.
You never
Is this
said
a defense
He
witness?
got knocked down and attacked a girl when he got back up. Or a girl attacked him when he got back up. Right?
I think it's state.
¿Me puede repetir? No entiendo el traductor.
Can you repeat? I did not understand the interpreter.
You told the police that you saw the goggles get knocked out of his hand.
So defense witness status corrupt.
You said people were hitting him.
It's out of order.
See?
Yes.
You never said anything about him getting knocked down and then getting up and a girl trying to attack him, right?
Sí, dije que lo estaban golpeando.
Yes, I said that they were hitting him.
You said the description you gave was they started beating him, women as well as men. That's the description you gave, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And then you told law enforcement you never got close to Nick.
Sí, dije eso.
Yes, I said that.
And when law enforcement were talking to you, you said you got about here to, you pointed to a house across the street, right?
Más lejos, creo.
I think it was farther.
So you testified earlier you got up and touched Nick's shoulder, right?
Sí.
Yes.
But when you spoke with police, you said you never got close to him. You said the closest you got was, you pointed to a house across the street. That's the closest you got to him, right?
No, yo le dije que me había acercado a él,
No, I did tell them that I had gotten closer to him,
pero no recordaba si había llegado cerca de él.
but I did not remember if I had gotten close to him or not.
So, la policía me enseñó una foto que sí llegué cerca de él.
And so the police showed me a picture showing me that I had actually gotten close to him.
Como le digo, todo pasó muy rápido.
And like I said, everything happened so quickly.
He podido hasta el momento asimilar bien cómo pasó todo.
Even now, it's been difficult to realize how everything happened.
Police asked you, did you stop close to Nick? And he said, no, because I didn't get to maybe from here to that other house. You never came close to Nick, not close. Close. Right?
Le dije que no había acercado tan cerca, pero no recuerdo qué distancia le dije. Sí.
I told him that I had not come close or too close to him, but I don't remember the distance.
Then you said, no, I didn't get to maybe from here to that other house, and you pointed to a house across the street, right? And then you say once you get close to him, that's when he started running, right?
No, no me acuerdo de haberlo dicho.
No, I don't remember saying that.
Can you turn to page 24? You were asked, are you close to him? Look, you're together right there with him, right?
Sí.
Yes.
That's because you said you never got close, so police showed you a photo of you touching his shoulder, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And then you said, but that was when he started running by then.
Thank you, silly rabbit.
No recuerdo, la verdad.
I really don't remember.
It's in the transcript, right?
Puede ser.
Maybe.
You see it? Okay.
No me acuerdo que él estuviera corriendo.
I don't remember that he was running.
But that's what you said.
Sí, dije, pero no me acuerdo bien.
Yes, I said that, but I don't remember well.
And you told law enforcement you never saw Nick do anything to anyone, right?
En un punto sí dije que como que él no había hecho nada, pero sí yo había visto que se estaba defendiendo.
At some point, yes, I did say that he had done nothing, but I did see that he was defending himself.
When you were showing a picture of Nick with a knife, you said, I never saw that. Right?
Sí.
Yes.
I'm going to show some stills, Judge.
How much more do you have?
I'm almost done. Well,
You're almost done. You have a lot.
you want...
I'd like to get through this witness before breaking.
Gotcha. That's what I was wondering. I'll let the clerk know when I'm ready.
Content warning might have some
Can we have the
images.
monitor?
Little Miss, congrats on 15 months. OG.
Ariel, that's you in the background, right? On 2864.
¿Dónde dice?
Where?
Right here.
Oh, sí.
Oh, yes.
I'm going to scroll. And police, I stopped on 3032. Police showed you this and asked you about it, and you said you never saw any of that, right?
No, le dije que no me acordaba haber llegado ahí.
No, I told them that I did not remember getting there.
So, when you're really far away on your way there, you see the goggles get knocked out of his hands. Right?
Sí, eso es lo que distinguí a ver.
Interpreter needs repetition. No lo escuché, repita.
Sí, es lo que distinguí a ver.
Yes, that's what I could distinguish, or that's what I could see.
And then as you're getting closer to him, you start to see other things happening, right?
Le había dicho que lo estaban golpeando.
I had mentioned that he was getting beaten.
But then when police ask you about what happened when you're there, you said you didn't see any of that. Correct?
Sí, no me acordaba que había llegado ahí.
Yes, I did not remember that I had gotten there.
You forgot about that?
Es porque por lo que viví, no me acordaba exactamente por lo que había pasado.
Because of what I lived, I did not remember exactly what had happened. Because of what I went through.
Nikolai never yelled, help, right?
Nosotros nunca oímos.
We never
muy lejos.
heard. We were too far.
Even when Nikolai came right next to you, he didn't say anything to you. He didn't say, help.
No, él nunca habló conmigo.
No, he never spoke to me. He never talked to me.
He never said, we need to get out of here.
No hablamos, que me acuerdo yo.
As far as I remember,
Empezamos a caminar para atrás.
we didn't talk. We just started walking.
Well, Nikolai walked out first, right? And you stayed there.
No me recuerdo bien.
I don't remember well.
Can we have the monitor again?
Why don't we take a break? We're going to take about a 10-minute recess. Please take the jury out.
We're taking a break again, which means we're closer to the end of the fifth day, meaning we're catching up on today's live stream very soon. What time is the Eclipse happening? Where are we at for that?
Come back at 3:15.
3:15. Okay. I'm gonna turn that off for a minute. $3:15. Here we go. We're almost back. Almost back.
Ariel Chagway.
Y póngase los audífonos si me hace favor. Gracias.
You are still under oath.
Sigue bajo juramento.
Sí.
Okay. Yes.
Right, Mr. Anderson?
Do you remember the officer asking that if it was this attack, why didn't you run? You didn't look afraid. Do you remember that question?
Sí.
Yes.
And you said, we didn't know what was happening, right?
En parte al principio no sabíamos. Pues.
Repita que no lo escuché.
I'll read the question for more context.
It's a repetition of the answer she was not able to hear. Repita su respuesta, es que no lo escuché, señor.
Que me repita la pregunta.
Can you repeat the question?
The officer asked, you walked on one side, but you never ran as if you were afraid. Like the others in the other two groups, they ran. They were afraid, but you didn't run. You didn't look so afraid. Neither did your group. And you responded, we didn't know what was happening, right?
No me acuerdo haber dicho eso.
I don't remember having said that.
It's in the transcript on page 31, right? That you did in fact say that? I'll show you.
Pero esa que me pregunta es después del problema o antes. No entiendo su pregunta.
My question is, are you talking about after the problem or before? I don't understand your question.
You didn't tell the officer you didn't understand, right?
Could you repeat the question? We can hear you.
He didn't tell the officer he didn't understand the question.
Yeah, this is not fair because he's being confronted with an explanation to a question. And if he didn't understand,
No entiendo su
he didn't have the
pregunta. Me
transcript
está
for that
preguntando
time.
primero una cosa y después otra.
I don't understand your
¿Puede ser más
question.
específico, por favor?
You're first asking me one thing and then another thing. Could you please be more specific?
I'll move on. You were watching the trial and the testimony of Ernesto while out in the hallway, right?
No.
No.
Were you sitting on the bench with the other Spanish-speaking witnesses while Rosie was playing the trial with the volume on?
Estabas del otro lado.
I was on the other side.
Were you told by defense that you're not allowed to watch the trial?
Sí.
Yes.
Has this witness been coached?
Nothing else.
Mr. Nelson?
He's frustrated.
Move to the admission of Exhibit 71, pages 18 through 24 per 90801 sub 4 sub A sub C.
Any objection?
Yes, I don't object to any parts we've gone over.
Is number 71?
Exhibit 71, those 6 pages, 18 through 24.
I'll receive the exhibit pages referenced for purposes of impeachment.
Permission to publish those pages?
Yes.
Yes, I just need to admit all the transcripts.
Well, it's not your turn, it's his, so you can wait.
It's
Do you have
not
Exhibit
your
71?
turn.
Do you have any objections?
All been coached.
'18 through 24.
Some of you are saying he's confused. Some of you are saying he's been coached and he's lying. I wonder if the prosecution's like, does anyone have a picture of him watching the trial?
Sometimes it's a little finicky.
Everyone's a little confused. Nick's group
I've
are
got
not
it
telling
online,
some
so
stuff
there
that
we
other videos saw. The other guys, I mean, we've got people who are like, oh, I just had 2 beers and like
Ariel, you were
40
asked a lot of
ounce of
questions about a
vodka.
transcript.
But they didn't tell the vodka part. They just said 2 beers.
Yes.
Go through pages 18 through 24 of that transcript as quick as we can, okay? Is it up on the screen there? Can you see it?
Yes.
On page 18, did you say we all looked over there and we saw a lot? There were 2 groups in front of us?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you say you couldn't really see what was happening?
Yes.
Did you say you couldn't see because there was a lot of people, and then you got a little closer?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you tell them it was like they were bullying him, something like that?
Sí.
Yes.
Tell them they took off his snorkel and that stuff?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you tell them that they were pushing him and that there were a lot of people?
Sí.
Yes.
They asked you more questions about the snorkel, and you said, no, I saw that they took it off of him?
No.
No.
Did you say the words, I saw that they took it off him?
Sí.
Yes.
And then they asked you to explain, and did you say from his hand, or they took it from him, or they took it out of his hand, or something like that?
De las manos.
From his hands.
You said the words that are on page 20 of this document?
Sí.
You told them they pushed him, he fell.
Sí.
Yes.
You told them he got up and they started beating him, women as well as men. Were those your words?
Yes.
Sí.
Yes.
They asked, everyone was hitting him from what you could tell, and you said, uh-huh.
Sí.
Yes.
You told them you weren't able to see, so you kept walking up there, and that's when you stopped?
Sí.
Yes.
You said you saw that he was running away. That's what you initially told them, correct?
And could you please repeat for the interpreters?
You initially told the police on August 2nd, on page 22 in this line, that you saw that he, meaning Nick Mew, was running away from there.
No me acuerdo si lo dije. No entiendo la pregunta que me hicieron ahí.
I don't remember if I said that. I don't understand the question that was asked of me there.
And is that probably why you formed it with a question afterwards when you made that statement?
Quizás.
Perhaps.
You said, I only saw that they were beating him.
Sí, dije eso.
I did say that.
And then eventually the police showed you a picture. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And it was a picture of you standing next to Nick on July 30th, 2022, when he was had the knife in his hand. Agreed?
Sí.
Yes.
And that picture refreshed your memory as to where you were and
Sustained.
did that picture help you remember things that you hadn't remembered before?
Un poco sí.
Somewhat, yes.
Nevertheless, even when you saw the picture, you said you didn't see him with the knife.
Nunca le vi la navaja.
Repita, más fuerte. Sí.
Nunca le pude ver la navaja.
I was never able to see him with a knife.
You were asked some questions about some slides. Do you remember the slides that they showed where they kind of moved it along?
¿Que si vi la foto?
You're asking me if I saw the picture?
Today, when this man was asking you questions, they put up on the screen the time when you were walking towards Nick. And I want to ask you about what you remember from that. Does that make sense?
Sí, un poco.
Yes, a little.
When you spoke with the police, you told them he got up and they started beating him, women as well as men. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And then today in your testimony, you said, when closer, I saw a girl went to attack him and he defended himself. I think that it was with his hands, but it happened too quickly. That's what you said earlier today.
Sí.
Yes.
When we watched the pictures today where you were walking up, is that what you were describing? The woman in that photo going towards Nick, went to attack him, and you...
Sustained.
Did you see some photos today? I'll show them to you. Let's do that.
He's having a hard time with this witness because of the confusion, not leading with his questions. Lois says the interpreter is confusing the witness. Got two interpreters. One interpreter translating the questions to the witness, and one interpreter translating the answers back to the lawyer. So it's a little it's confusing, but it's fast. I mean, not just
You see the slide that I have up on the screen there, sir?
Sí.
Yes.
Is that you in the red shorts, the red, white, and blue shorts?
Sí.
Yes.
I want to show you a section of slides here and then ask you a question about them, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Starting at 25, 29, I'll move through them. Stopping at 28:59. Is that you again in the shorts?
At the very top of the screen.
Yes.
First, this dude is like, get back, get back, get back. Takes his hand, says, you stay back. Hey, you, get over there. Puts his hand on his shoulder, gives him a push. And for his assistance.
Stopping at 29:49. Is that you up in the corner there that we can see the shirt with the glasses?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you see that there's a girl there in front of the view here, which would be in front of you?
¿Me puedes repetir el traductor lo que dijo?
Can the interpreter repeat?
Sí.
Yes.
Is this the girl that you saw attack Nick Mew?
Overruled. You can answer.
No recuerdo si fue ella.
I don't remember if it was her.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson?
Judge, I'd ask to publish some more pages of it. I suppose I just read it for the sake of brevity.
Objection to admission of the rest of the pages?
Oh, they're fighting.
Mr. Anderson, the interpreters are not able to hear you.
I move to admit the whole transcript.
The objection to the rest of the pages of Exhibit 71?
Yes, I don't have an objection to pages that were covered during the cross-examination, and if those pages are admitted, I have no objection to them being published on the elbow now or at a later time.
What portions do you want to publish?
So I think up to 21 was entered.
24.
Objection to the rest of the transcript.
Up to, yeah, the rest of it. Up to page 38, they cover the same topics that have been, actually page 40, they cover all the same topics that we've been covering on direct and cross.
He was not asked questions about the page 25 through 40.
So I can do that now.
I honestly, I was not keeping track of what pages you were looking at, so I'm not in a good position to say yes or no. Specific pages. I don't have a copy of the transcript.
Judge,
at a disadvantage.
With the rare oops,
Yeah.
I wasn't listening. Okay, so the prosecution wants to admit the whole interview, and I can tell you, I can see why the defense does not want it in. Okay, we've got a witness who is very confused, and even now, with the questions today, is confused what the questions are. There is a lost in translation issue here, which means that probably during the lost in translation part, during the event when it happened, you're going to have some weird answers or some inconsistent answers that he's now changed his story to. He wants to admit the whole thing to show that this witness is lying now on the stand, because you were asked this before and you said XYZ, and today you're saying something else. It's basically a translation issue. What happened last time is he didn't understand what he was asked, and he answered the question that he thought he heard, and that is completely different than what he thinks he understands when you're asked the question today. So defense fighting to keep the parts, limit the parts that are presented in as evidence of this previous transcript just to what he was asked on cross. Prosecution is probably saying, hey, I could ask the questions about the rest of it now so I can get it all in. But really the scope of cross and redirect and then recross and redirect, it's supposed to get narrower and narrower, right? You're not supposed to branch out into new areas and just expand and expand. Here, I don't think the judge should allow, unless he's got some good reason, judge shouldn't allow, I'm sorry, that camera view. I'm not going to say it. You can go back and watch that and draw your own
Objections
conclusions.
overruled. I'll receive the portions referenced by Mr. Anderson. I think in total, it's going to be pages 18 through 40.
Yes.
He's letting it all in.
You may proceed.
So when you spoke with the officer, You said Nick walked up to you, walked over, and then you saw people bleeding, right?
Yes.
You didn't talk about seeing anything else. You didn't talk about seeing Nick do anything.
No.
And when law enforcement confronted you with the photo of being right there, you still denied seeing anything from when you were up close.
The answer is I didn't understand the question.
Yes or no?
Repeat the question.
You told the officer you didn't get close enough to see what Nick was doing, right?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Right?
En un punto, sí.
At some point, yes.
And then the officer showed you the photo of you touching Nick, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And you still denied seeing him do anything.
No sigo entendiendo su pregunta.
I'm still not understanding your question.
I have no objection to publishing page 24, which has already been published, which is the exact response that he gives.
You never tell police that you saw Nick defend himself, right?
No me acuerdo si lo dije o no.
I don't remember that day, no.
Did you ever use the word defend at all in your entire interview?
De defenderse. No me acuerdo. Ya pasó mucho tiempo, no me acuerdo.
To defend himself, I don't remember. It's been a long time.
Today, you remember seeing him saying you saw him defend himself.
Sí, un poco.
Yes, yes, a little.
That's the first time you've ever said that.
Le dije, cuando usted me preguntó que lo vi, que él se estaba defendiendo.
I said, when you asked me, that I saw that he was defending himself.
Pero que fue muy rápido, había muchas personas alrededor.
But that it happened so quickly, there were many people around.
Is your memory better now than it was 2 years ago when you were interviewed?
Me recuerdo un poco, le digo, por la foto que me enseñaron.
I remember a little, I said, because of the picture that was shown to me.
I'll just show. You have the transcript? Can I publish the report message?
Yes.
You were asked, you never spoke to, not with, amongst yourself as friends, cousin's wife.
Mr. Anderson, the interpreters are not able to hear you.
Sure. You were asked if you ever spoke amongst yourselves or with Nick about what happened.
No.
You said,
No.
just that we don't know because we didn't see anything. You can't say, oh, something happened, right? We didn't see anything. Right?
Sí, dije eso, pero... Porque no habíamos visto bien qué pasó.
If I said that, it's because we had not seen what had happened very well.
And you saw Nick getting attacked by all these people, and nobody came after you, did they?
No.
And
No.
You and Nick didn't run away, right?
Objection beyond scope, repetitive, cumulative.
You made all the objections.
Oh, I said I was done, sorry.
Oh.
I didn't, thought I heard.
We're moving on to another topic. I'm sorry.
No.
Thank you, Mr. Chaguez. Your testimony is finished. You may step down.
This guy truly does not understand English.
Can I go home or?
Yes, you may.
Sí, ya se puede ir. Que tenga buen fin de semana.
Okay.
Are there more witnesses who require interpretation?
The defense has no more witnesses that require interpretation, no judge.
Mr. Anderson?
No more interpretation witnesses.
All right. On behalf of our courts, Ms. Marine, Mr. Diaz, thank you for your service today. Yes, you may retrieve your device.
Retrieve your device.
Could you slide that down to the middle of the rail? Yeah, just move it down. Right there. Perfect. Turn it toward us. Excellent, thank you.
I think the jury's repositioning the mic.
Mr. Anderson, do you have more witnesses?
Approach quick.
Yes.
Okay. All right. No more translation witnesses, which means we now go back. That was a brief interlude. That was defense interjecting their Spanish language witnesses into the state's prosecution case in chief, just so that they don't have to hire those translators to come back at another day. It was just convenient to do that. So now we're going to jump back to the state's case in chief, and we're going back to the next witness should be called by the state. And we'll move on. I don't know how I feel. I did not. I'll tell you this. I didn't get warm fuzzies from the last witness.
Mr. Anderson?
State calls Amber Lynn.
Didn't get warm fuzzies about his truthfulness, but part of it could have been that he was confused. The line would be, prepping a witness is saying that we're going to be asking you about this, 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 and this, and the proper prep would be, I would need you to tell the truth. Coaching the witness would be,
please come forward.
well, my definition of coaching the witness would be when you say, when they ask you about what happened here, this is what you should say. That would be wrong. That's negative, bad coaching.
Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name?
Amber Lind, Lind.
And how are you employed?
I am a forensic scientist in the DNA analysis unit at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab in Madison.
And how long have you been employed at the State Crime Lab?
About 13 years.
What's your educational background for your position?
I received a Bachelor of Science degree in chemistry with an emphasis in criminalistics and DNA analysis.
DNA.
And have you received training specifically related to DNA testing?
Yes, I have.
And what did you say your actual position is?
I'm a DNA analyst.
What do you do in that position?
I examine evidence for the presence of biological materials. I then attempt to develop a profile from those DNA profile from those items. I will then compare that to any known standards that are submitted to the laboratory and write a report of my findings.
And can you just, in a broader sense, what is DNA?
DNA is the genetic material that is inherited from parent to child. It controls how all living things are made and gives us unique traits such as our eye and hair colors.
And where is DNA found?
DNA is found in the nucleus in most cells of the body, including white blood cells, skin cells, hair roots.
And are you able to do a pre-test for certain types of bodily fluids?
Yes, we are.
And what kind of fluids?
We can do tests for blood, semen, and saliva.
And what's the utility in doing those pre-tests?
That helps us to identify if there are any bodily fluids on the item, as a body fluid is more likely to give us a DNA profile.
And what's the difference between a bodily fluid DNA versus touch DNA?
So DNA from the body fluid is going to be from the blood cells or semen cells. And touch DNA is from skin cells, so it's left like when somebody comes in contact with an item and they leave skin cells behind.
So if I pick up this marker and you test it for touch DNA, are you going to find my DNA?
It's possible.
Is it guaranteed?
No.
Does it depend on a lot of factors?
Oh, yeah,
yes, it does.
Such as if it's washed or submerged in water or things like that?
Yes.
Is a person's DNA the same throughout their entire body?
Yes, it is.
And what makes DNA useful? Can people share DNA, have the same DNA?
Identical twins would have the same DNA.
And so what are the procedures at the crime lab when you receive an item of evidence?
So the item is taken in at the laboratory. One of our evidence technicians will go through the transmittal that's submitted with the items, and they will enter it all into our laboratory information management system.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's been marked as Exhibit 65. Can you identify that?
This is the transmittal of evidence that was submitted for this case.
And does it list the items that the lab received?
Yes, it does.
And does it list the agency identifier number?
Yes.
Does the lab then give it a new identifier number?
Yes, we do.
Does that document also identify the lab numbers?
No, it does not. That's different.
Okay. What's on page, and let me ask this. So does it say how the lab received the evidence?
No, it does not.
Okay. And then Exhibit 66, what's that?
This is the laboratory's receipt of evidence.
And when is that generated?
That is generated when the items of evidence are entered into our lab information system.
And is there another receipt generated when the items are returned from the lab to the submitting law enforcement agency?
Yes, there is.
And just to clarify, 65 is the receipt of evidence for this case, 66 is the one the lab generates. Sorry, 65 the transmittal, 66 the receipt for the lab.
Correct.
67?
That is the list of items that are being released back to the agency.
Okay. So after you're done testing it, you send it back to the agency and generate that document for chain of custody?
Yes.
And then Exhibit 19?
That is my report of my lab findings for this case.
And I'll just back up a little bit. So when you run a DNA profile, is it always a single source or can it be multiple source?
It can be DNA from multiple individuals.
And is there a term you use for that?
We call that a mixture DNA profile.
And how do you determine then if a person's DNA is on a specific item of evidence?
We will compare the DNA profile that we obtain from the evidence to a known DNA standard that is submitted to the lab from an individual.
And do you perform statistical analysis on the profile you develop?
Yes, we do.
And how do you evaluate the significance of the profile?
If it is a single source profile, we are able to determine how rare that profile would be in the general population.
Do you use computer software to help with that?
Yes, we do.
And if you have DNA, can you say that this DNA is from skin, this DNA is from blood, this DNA is from hair?
No, we can't.
Are you able to determine how long DNA has been on an item?
They're only going to be able to do DNA on the knife. I can't think of anything
Turning to the
else
specifics of this case, did you test some evidence items?
Yes.
And what items did you test?
I examined a pair of swim trunks, a knife, DNA standards, hair, and nails that were reportedly recovered from Isaac Michael Schumann, a buccal swab standard reportedly recovered from Alexander James Martin, a buccal swab standard reportedly recovered from Riley Lou Ann Mattinson, a buccal swab standard reportedly recovered from Dante Austin Carlson, a buccal swab standard that was reportedly recovered from Anthony Ernest Carlson, and a Wisconsin State Crime Lab Bureau Medical Forensic Evidence Collection Kit that was reportedly recovered from Nikolai Mew.
And for Isaac Schumann, Alexander Martin, Riley Madison, Dante Carlson, and Anthony Carlson, were you able to develop DNA profiles?
Yes, I was.
And did you make comparisons with those profiles to swabbings from the knife?
Yes, I did.
And are those swabbings, is that something that you get from law enforcement, or did you do those swabs?
I took the swabbings from the knife.
What areas of the knife did you swab?
I swabbed the handle of the knife, the inside of the handle, like where the blade would fold into. I swabbed a stain that I observed on the blade of the knife, and I also swabbed the remainder of the blade of the knife.
And then were you able to develop DNA profiles from those swabbings of the knife?
Yes, I was.
And were all of them or only some suitable for comparison? Actually, I'll ask it a different way. So let's talk about swabbings of the handle of the knife. And for the lab identifier, that's B1, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And did you compare and the DNA profile for the handle of the knife, was that a mixture or a single profile?
That was a 3-person mixture.
And did you compare that to the profiles of Isaac, Alexander, Riley, Dante, Anthony, and Nikolai?
Yes, I did.
What was the result for the comparison to the DNA profile for Isaac?
It was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it is a mixture of DNA from Isaac Schumann and 2 unknown individuals than if it is a mixture resulting from 3 unknown individuals.
And so the conclusion is very strong support for inclusion, meaning that Isaac's DNA is included in that mixture.
Correct.
Does the lab ever say, will you ever conclude it's a match or his DNA is on this knife?
We don't say that it's this specific individual. We will just provide the statistic on how likely it is that that is their DNA.
And does it have to meet a certain likelihood threshold for you to say strong support for inclusion?
Yes, it does.
And this is greater than, what did you say the likelihood ratio is?
It is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely.
And then for Alexander Martin, were you able to draw any conclusion?
The contribution of Alexander Martin's DNA is uninformative, so we cannot make a conclusion regarding inclusion or exclusion.
And was that the same for Riley, Dante, Anthony, and Nikolai?
Yes.
And then swabbings from the inside of the knife handle B2. Did you compare that? Did you develop a profile for that swabbing?
Yes, I did.
Mixture again?
Yes.
And did you compare that to Isaac's profile?
Yes, I did.
What was the result?
It is at least 320 billion times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it is a mixture of DNA from Isaac Schumann and 3 unknown individuals than if it is a mixture of DNA from 4 unknown individuals.
And so very strong support for inclusion?
Yes.
And then what about for that knife handle, did you compare it to Dante Carlson?
Yes, I did.
And what was the result?
It is at least 368,000 times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it is a mixture resulting from Dante Carlson and 3 unknown individuals than if it is a mixture of 4 unknown individuals.
So strong support for inclusion?
Yes.
Did you compare the other individuals for that swabbing also?
Yes, I did.
And were they either exclusion or uninformative?
Yes, they were.
And then let me back up, I forgot to ask. Before you took the DNA swabbings, did you test the knife for blood?
I tested the stain that I observed on the blade.
And what was the result?
It was a positive indication for blood.
And did you develop a DNA profile for the stain?
Yes, I did.
That's item B3?
Yes.
B3. And was there any of those individual profiles you compared them to a strong support for inclusion on the stain?
Yes.
Who was that?
That was for Dante Carlson.
And then the blade of the knife, item B4. Did you develop a DNA profile?
Yes, I did.
And was there, comparing it to Isaac, Alexander, Riley, Dante, Anthony, and Nikolai, were any of their profiles very strong support for inclusion on that swabbing?
Yes, there was.
And who were those?
That was for Isaac Schumann and Dante Carlson.
So is it fair to summarize that of the people, those 6 profiles you compared to the knife swabbings, the 2 that had strong supports for inclusions on any of the swabs was Isaac Schumann and Dante Carlson?
Correct.
Does that mean that the other individual's DNA wasn't on the knife?
It just means that it wasn't detected in the samples that I had taken.
And it not only not detected, but even if it was, it didn't reach the threshold where you would characterize it as a strong support for inclusion?
Correct.
And I forgot an exhibit here. I think it's been like exhibit 59.
So all this does is prove that the knife is the right knife. That's it.
What is that?
This is my curriculum vitae.
Fair, it just summarizes your experience and education to qualify you for your position?
Yes.
I don't know if I asked, how long have you been at the lab?
About 13 years.
Okay.
She's like, I didn't get to go over the good part. All the schooling I've done to get here.
And for Nikolai, for all the swabbings you did as compared to Nikolai's profile, was he ever excluded? Looking at exhibit 19.
He was uninformative for all of the swabbings from the knife.
Okay. I don't have anything else.
Mr. Trophy?
So, Ms. Lynn, would you agree there's levels, your lab uses levels of support in your determinations, is that right?
Correct.
So it's very strong, moderate, uninformative, and then it works backwards for exclusion, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you had mentioned on direct examination, there's different types of DNA that you can, that you're testing for, meaning there's DNA in blood, there's DNA in semen, and then there's touch DNA. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay. And Attorney Anderson held up his Sharpie there and said, could my DNA be on this Sharpie that I've touched? And you said it could be. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Would the more that Attorney Anderson held onto that Sharpie, the more he used it, make it more likely that his touch DNA would be on there?
Yes, it would.
So if it was something that he used in his daily life and that he carried with him, is that something that would make it more likely you would expect to see either moderate, strong, or very strong support for inclusion if you tested that?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Now, you tested, I just want to make sure I have it right, you tested the handle of the knife that was provided to you, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And your results as it relates to Mr. Mew show uninformative, right?
Yes.
Okay, and tell me if this is fair. DNA is, I view it more, you might disagree. You see me touching this. If my DNA is not on there, that doesn't mean I didn't touch it, right?
Correct.
It just means my DNA is not there.
That it wasn't detected in our sampling, yes.
Okay, but if my DNA is on here, you're comfortable then saying, if there's support for it, that you believe that I've made contact with this, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, I know you know nothing about this case, presumably, in terms of factually, but there's information that, there's photographs of subject, of Mr. Mew holding that knife. And there's information that it was his personal knife, that he used it and carried it with him. Would that make it more likely then that his DNA profile should show up on the handle of that knife?
It would be more probable to find his DNA, yes.
Okay. And you also tested, is the inside part of that just what it sounds like? There's two sides to the knife. You view one as the outside and one as the inside?
It was like the part where the blade would fold in when the knife was folded up.
So the blade folding up would be the inside?
It's like the chamber that it folds into.
Okay. And you test that. That is also uninformative for Mr. Mew, even though it's something that he possessed daily.
Correct.
Okay. I want to ask you, if I can, a little bit about items, what I think is item H5 and H6. I just want to make sure I understand it, okay? Skin-to-skin contact swabs reportedly from the upper back and skin-to-skin contact swabs reportedly from the lower back of Mr. Mew. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So can you tell me what you believe you received in terms of, was it somebody running a buccal swab over his back? Do you know how that was collected?
I do not know how it was collected.
But are we on the same page that that's what it reports to be?
Buccal swab.
It was labeled as a swabbing from the upper back and a swabbing from the lower back.
Of Mr. Mew?
Correct.
Okay. And would it be fair then, one of the
Swabbed
things
his
you're
back.
testing for in that situation would
I think
be
it's mouth up and lower.
touch DNA, right?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And the lower back and upper back of Mr. Mew said all other individuals with the standards that you examined were excluded. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, if I told you that there's photographic evidence of at least two of these people that you received samples for putting their hands on Mr. Mew's back with their skin-to-skin contact, are you saying that they just didn't leave enough DNA?
That is possible, yes.
Okay, but you're not saying they didn't touch him.
No, I'm not.
And because, I guess I want to make sure I just have it right. I only have a couple questions left. We've seen in this case what I've told you about, okay? We've seen physical contact between at least two of these samples that you tested and Mr. Mew's back. Do you know where they specifically swabbed for the DNA?
I do not.
So you just get it, and that's not you don't make that determination, do you?
No.
Okay, you're given the information from law enforcement. Law enforcement makes that decision. You just do the testing.
Correct.
Okay. I didn't see, and can you tell me, I didn't see a sample of a DNA sample from Mr. Mew's throat area. Do you see that?
No, I do not.
To your knowledge, is that any different than anything else? Could you swab my neck to see if there would be touch DNA there from one of these people?
We can, yes.
Okay.
Break out the swabs.
Ms. Lynn, thank you for your time.
Mr. Anderson?
I am going to do a quick little DNA test on the like button to see who all has clicked it. And if there's too much DNA, we'll know you clicked it twice, which is not effective.
Exhibit 4, sorry.
Just one time is enough.
So first of all, real quick, before I ask you more questions about it, is this the knife you examined?
Yes, it is.
How do you know that?
It has our lab case and item number on it.
Okay. So this is what you swabbed yourself?
Correct.
All the other swabs you got sent from the sheriff's office?
The swabs from Mr. Mew, yes.
Okay. And actually, I should correct myself because I believe the receipt. Does the receipt actually show how you received the items?
They were delivered in person.
By who?
Sally Standart.
Okay. And the questions from defense about there not being Anyone else? Any other matches for DNA from the swabs from Nikolai Mew's back? You recall that?
Yes.
We know somebody touched his back. So is that an example of just not being able to recover DNA?
That's possible, yes.
Is touch DNA skin cells?
Yes.
Or I suppose it could be sweat or something else, or is it just skin cells?
The DNA profile would be coming from the skin cells left behind.
And so if something washes the skin cells off the surface of whatever you're testing, knife, some other skin, or if there's just not enough of it, you're not able to match is the word probably most people use, but get a strong support for inclusion.
If the DNA is washed off, then we would not detect that DNA there.
Nothing else.
Mr. Tropsy?
If I touch another person, the more force I use to touch that person, would it make it more likely that my touch DNA would be left behind?
That would be dependent on a lot of factors.
Well, if I lay my hand on something for the same amount of time, if I smack my hand on something, is smacking my hand on something more likely to leave touch DNA because of the force that I've used?
I don't really know if it would be more likely.
Is it more likely if I grab something, more likely to leave DNA than if I touch something?
If more of your hand is in contact with the item, then yes.
Okay. And the more often I do it too, right?
Correct.
Okay. My last one or two questions, ma'am. There was a question about washing DNA off and things like that. Do you have any experience or do you have any knowledge of like the level of effort that has to be used to do that?
No, I don't.
So you don't know if I drop something in a glass of water, whether or not that's going to remove the DNA that might be on that object versus if I'm, scrubbing it with soap. Do you know the difference?
Scrubbing it would be a lot more likely to remove the DNA.
Okay, so if I'm holding something and I fall into the water and then get up and I'm still holding that object, do you have any opinion as to whether or not the likelihood of that DNA being removed from that water? Do you have any opinion on that?
I don't.
Okay. That's all I have, Judge. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Lind. You are excused.
Judge, I read the admission of 66, 19, 67, 65, and 59.
Before we go there, Judge, can I just have one? Yes.
They're going to approach. Sorry, I was a little slow on the pickup there on that. All right, so Eclipse is happening soon, guys. Soon. Are we going to... Now the audio's off. So if you miss it, it's not my fault. I'm just watching court. If it just gets dark in here, I might just get up and run out. So see what happens.
So 19, I think we have agreement is reserved.
All right, so I'll reserve a ruling on 19 for further testimony. No objection to 59, the resume. That's received. The crime lab receipt, crime lab release, exhibit 66 and 67.
I don't have an objection to it.
All right, both received. Was there a fourth document?
Yes. There's the receipt, the release, and the transmittal. The transmittal is 65.
Any objection?
I don't think so, Chief. Yeah, no.
All right, 65 is received as well. All right, members of the jury, we are going to adjourn for the weekend.
Yay!
I just want to say a thing or two before
Say
I let
adjourn
you go.
or adjourn?
One of the cornerstones of our judicial system is the oath. Judges take oaths. The attorneys took an oath. You've seen the witnesses take oaths, and you took one before you started your jury service. In the juror's oath, you promised to render a true verdict according to law and the facts of this case. That is why I have emphasized at nearly every break the importance of not conducting your own research, the importance of not talking with others about the case, the importance of not reading news reports or social media accounts about this case. To protect the fairness and the integrity of these proceedings, outside sources cannot be used to influence your judgment in any way, shape, or form. The same rules are going to apply over the weekend, but there won't be a judge and there won't be a bailiff watching what you do. I still expect that you follow the court's rules to ensure that we have a true verdict. And all there will be to ensure that is you and the oath that you took. So I'll leave you with that. Please enjoy your weekend and come back rested Monday morning, 8 a.m.
His chair
Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
His chair is absolutely tiny. I don't think we have anything else. I think we can skip right to day 6. Do we want to take a little break, a short break to watch the eclipse and then catch up and work late? What's the plan? It's the headrest. I thought it was just like a super narrow chair.
Things before we wrap up. We got a few sidebars. One had to do with the character for peacefulness. I think I sustained the state's objection when Mr. Chaguez was on the witness stand. regarding other ways of describing his peacefulness, Mr. Mew's peacefulness, but I did allow Mr. Nelson to get into Mr. Mew's demeanor and things of that sort on the day in question. Mr. Nelson, if there's more you want to add, you may do so.
Not regarding that specific topic.
Was there something else?
I believe at that during that sidebar, the state raised the issue that they might object in the future to any other witnesses, and I think we were punting it for another time. And so we didn't make any decisions other than we noted that there might be future things to discuss.
Let me ask this: do you have any witnesses whose only testimony will be character for peacefulness?
We have them on the witness list. Yes, we have not yet made a decision whether we're going to call them. So for now, I would say yes, we do. We may reevaluate that over the weekend.
Here's my sense. I'm not making a ruling, but I'm just giving you some idea of where the winds are blowing. If we have a fact witness who is able to testify to pertinent
some
character
umbrella
traits,
man influence.
Maybe a repeat of earlier testimony, but I don't think it is repetitive to the point where it has to be excluded. It's not a huge waste of time to ask two questions. So it's a fact witness. I'll allow it to be presented, even though other witnesses have testified to character. In my opinion, the usefulness of the testimony is limited to the individual who's delivering the opinion. So I think it makes sense to allow a little bit broader perspective when asking witnesses about that character trait. If there are witnesses who are going to be called for the sole purpose of testifying to that fact, that may be a waste of time. So perhaps we can revisit it at a later date, depending on your reevaluation.
I appreciate. I disagree, but we'll deal with it later.
We'll deal with it later. Right. There was a sidebar about Exhibit 71 and the additional pages coming in. Ultimately, I heard from the attorneys. I allowed it to come in. Both sides impeached and tried to rehabilitate the witness regarding prior consistent and inconsistent statements. And although it may have exceeded the scope of the redirect, the recross, I allowed it. I thought more so for expediency than anything else. If there's more you want to add, you may.
I did object for those reasons. My concern is the admissibility of those pages that weren't published or specifically referenced in cross-examination. Going forward, I would object to the state being able to make reference to that transcript. Since it wasn't published, since the witness didn't get an opportunity to ask specifically about it. So I understand Your Honor's ruling. Just going forward, I don't think they just get to read from that transcript if it wasn't.
Okay. And we can take up that concern in the event it ever arises. Sure. Because we're not there at this moment. The bigger issue had to do with interpreters. Over the lunch hour, the attorneys met with me in chambers to alert me about concerns that one or more attorneys had about the accuracy of the Spanish translation. After some discussion, I permitted the attorneys to meet with both of the interpreters to talk about their concerns and see what, if anything, could be done about it. That was the reason for the lengthy delay after the lunch hour. The attorneys did meet with the interpreters, came back in. We had a sidebar. It sounded like the concerns were addressed. I won't get into details, but I'll invite the attorneys to speak more about it since you were party to the conversation with the interpreters.
I'll defer to Attorney Nelson.
Yes, Judge, we had concerns. We brought them up in chambers. Your Honor encouraged us to make a motion before Your Honor ruled on anything. Your Honor encouraged us to solve it in some other way. We spoke with interpreter. Based on that discussion, I was confident going forward in the manner which we did, so we did not make a motion.
Okay. Is it fair to say that there were some nuances that weren't being
it's my
reported?
Understanding that from the interpreter that I spoke with, that the witnesses who spoke Spanish, who learned their Spanish in Cuba, that is for the interpreters sometimes more difficult to understand. This is coming from a non-Spanish speaking person, so I might be screwing all this up. I apologize. And that's where the concern came up for us. She acknowledged that is a more difficult task. Sounds like they did the best they could.
Mr. Anderson, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, what was relayed is that they help each other out, so if one misses something, the other one will say, oh, this do, and it was really just that's what they're doing. They're both court certified. I didn't notice any issues. I did notice some points where one was chiming in with the other one to elaborate, so I think I don't have any concerns.
All right.
Was it good?
I also speak Spanish, and I thought I didn't notice anything. The court might have noticed I kept having to catch myself. I'd start answering the question before the translation, and I thought the translations were fine.
Okay. From what I understand, court interpretation is a very difficult and challenging skill. Not all people who are bilingual can interpret in a courtroom setting because of the technical words that are used and the sequencing of language. So it is a technical skill, it is a learned skill, and not a precise science. So the meaning lost interpretation has some meaning here. In any event, the attorneys are satisfied. I'm satisfied that a complete and accurate record was made today, and we'll close the books on that issue. Is there anything else that we need to talk about outside the presence of the jury before next week? Mr. Anderson?
I don't think so.
Mr. Trofasi?
Judge, there was a witness that we discussed in chambers I want to just make sure that that witness is available. There might be other solutions, and we're open to those solutions, but until then, I'd ask that sounds like the state's probably not going to finish on Monday. It'd be sometime on Tuesday, I'm guessing. But so we can take it up on Monday, but as it stands right now, we'd like that witness to be available for the defense to call on Tuesday.
Okay. This witness is under subpoena?
Yes, they're under the state's subpoena, yes, which Your Honor has previously said is a court subpoena.
Right. So the way I look at it right now is a witness under subpoena to testify is expected and obligated to come to court and testify. That's the rule. If I'm being asked to do something different, I need a motion and some authority to do something different.
This is going to be the spicy one.
A subpoena, a subpoena, and everyone's expected to adhere to it.
Just want to make sure there's nothing else.
That concludes our business. We are adjourned.
Okay. There we go. Okay, so now we're going to skip ahead. Give me a little bit to get all the feeds lined up and the audio working really well. We're going to start with day 6, which is today. We're catching up. We are catching up, guys. We're going to get there. Give me 5 seconds here for live. We're going live, but we're going to be a little bit behind. How far behind are we? A few hours, a couple hours behind. But we have some breaks to cut out too. So let's see, back up. Okay, pause there. Pause there. Okay, here we go. And shut this one down. We don't want that anymore. Okay, we're starting this on day 7.
They have so far called 34 witnesses.
Oops. Let's see. What can we see? What can we see? Nothing yet. Hang on.
We are ready to resume the trial.
There we are.
Everyone had a restful and relaxing
Perfect.
weekend. We are ready to continue with the evidence. The state is still presenting its evidence. I should note that the attorneys are present along with Mr. Mew. We have 14 jurors in the courtroom. Mr. Smestad, who is the next witness?
Call Owen Peliquin.
Judge, could we approach really quickly?
Yes.
Of course, we can't do anything without approaching and giving us our daily dose of static. First thing in the morning, Maddie did testify off camera and no audio. Yep, that was her desire to do so, and the judge granted that. So we will not hear that. Let's see. Give me a second to get everything lined up.
Sir, please come forward. Please face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Please have a seat in the witness chair. All right, Mr. Smestad.
State your name for the record, please.
Owen Peliquin.
How do you spell your last name?
Peloquin.
Owen, how old are you?
I'm 19.
All right, and what do you do for a living? Are you going to school or?
Right now I'm a barback and I do snow removal and landscaping.
What town do you live in?
Afton.
A barback?
Did you know a person named Isaac Schumann?
Yes, I did. He was my best friend.
How many years did you know Isaac?
A lot, probably 5 or 6 years.
Did you go to school together?
Yes, we did.
Were you with Isaac back on July 30th of 2022?
Yes, I was.
Were you with him on the Apple River?
Yes, I was.
And were you with him when he was killed that day?
Yes, I was.
Back on July 30th, 2022, how old were you then?
I was 17.
Had you finished high school yet?
No, we haven't started senior year yet.
Was that the summer before your senior year?
Yes, it was.
Had you ever been on the Apple River before?
No, that was my first time.
All right. Did you ride to the river with Alex Vang?
Yeah, we all rode together in Alex van.
You rent tubes?
Yeah.
Got on the river?
Mm-hmm.
So yes?
Yes, that's yes.
Were you drinking that day?
Have some audio issues. Give me a second.
Wisconsin will continue to burst. It looks like.
Was he with anybody else?
No, he was not with anyone else.
Were you ever able to determine if he was with the group?
No, I never saw anyone else.
All right. Did you ask him what the heck he was doing standing in the river?
Yes, we did, yeah.
Did he say to you something about looking for a phone?
I'm updating everything. Give me a second.
All right. Do you remember talking to police about this the day that happened?
Yes, I do.
You remember telling the police that he said he was looking for a phone?
I don't, no.
All right. If it's in the transcript, is that something that you would have said?
If it's in the transcript, yeah.
As you sit here today, you don't remember that?
No, I don't remember saying that ever.
All right. Do you know, we'll strike that since you don't remember, at some point, did he approach your group?
Yes, he did.
And can you describe how he did that?
He just weirdly sprinted at us, just made us all super uncomfortable.
Were you sitting in the tube when that happened?
Yeah, we were all sitting.
All right, we're going to play some video for you here, Owen.
fast. What is he on? Whoa. Hey, whoa. Get away. Whoa.
When you testified just a minute ago that he had sprinted up on you, is that what you were referring to?
Yeah.
What you just watched on the video? Was that your voice saying, you'll get away?
That was.
Concept.
Did he get away?
Not once.
Did he grab onto your tubes?
Yes, he did.
Did he stop your tubes from floating down the river?
Yes, he did.
This is a leading question. Please refrain.
Once he grabbed onto your tubes, were you able to continue your journey?
No, we were not.
What did you do after he grabbed onto the tubes?
We all got out of our tubes and we're just like scared, wondering what was going on.
Did you move away from him?
To an extent, we got up on a wave like from our tubes, yeah.
Other than saying you'll get away, did you say anything else to him at that point?
Yeah.
What did you say?
We were calling him a pedophile because he at one point did say something about little girls. Couldn't really make out fully what he said, but I heard him say something about little girls, and then we all just, that didn't sit right with any of us, and so we're screaming at him, pedophile, get out of here. Like, you're weirdo, like what a normal person would do, I feel like.
Fair to say you're calling him some names?
Yes, it was.
Did any of your group at that point lay a hand on him after he...
Not once.
When you spoke to the police later, do you recall if you mentioned anything about his little girl's comment, whatever it was?
I believe I did.
All right. If there's transcripts that show you didn't mention that, would that be accurate?
Yeah. Did you say did?
If there was a transcript that shows that you never mentioned that, would that be accurate?
That I never did?
Right.
No, that would not be accurate. I said that.
Did you have some confusion as to why he was making contact with your group?
Yeah, very much so.
When he grabbed onto your tubes, did he say he was doing that to look for a phone?
No, he was not speaking like really at all. He was just mumbling and just looking really scary.
All right. As you sit here today, you indicated that you were yelling at him and calling him names.
Mm-hmm.
Looking back on it, is that something you regret now?
Very much so.
You wish you'd done some things differently that day?
Yes, I do.
Did you and your friends continue to yell at him to go?
Yeah, throughout the whole time, I feel like.
At some point, did somebody else on the river come over to see what was going on?
Yeah, after we called people over for help. Right. We couldn't get them away.
Did some folks come over?
Yes, they did.
Did you know those folks at all?
Not at all.
Were they adults or were they teenagers like you?
They were adults.
So the first, if you remember, who was the first person to show up in response to your yells?
It was a blonde girl.
All right, and eventually did some other folks come over too?
Yeah, her whole group.
All right. The folks that came over, were they male or female or both?
Both.
Once the blonde lady came over, did she also tell Mr. Mew to leave?
Yes, multiple times.
Did he leave?
Not once.
At that point, once these other folks came over, is it fair to say that you and your friends were less scared?
Yeah, definitely.
At that point, were you laughing at them?
Yeah, we kind of just thought it was all fun and games at that point because we thought the adults would handle it.
I'm sorry, I missed that last part.
Would you repeat your answer?
Sorry, can you ask the question again? Sorry.
Were you less scared? And I think your answer was you were...
Yeah, I was way less scared when I saw the adults. The adults made me feel way more comfortable.
All right. Did Mr. Mew say anything about why he didn't want to leave where you guys were, the area where you were?
He was not speaking.
Were you able to see his face as the blonde lady was yelling at him?
To an extent, yeah. His face was just emotionless. Like if you looked at him, it looked like he was looking straight through you.
Did he look scared?
Did I look scared?
Did he look scared?
No, not once. He looked like he was like somehow kind of having fun.
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Did you hear Mr. Mew call out for help at any time?
Never.
Now, at some point, as he's talking to the blonde lady, did you see him have a knife?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe how that all happened?
It's kind of blurry, but I just remember we were all in like this, we were all together, and then I just remember like looking at him and then looking down at his hand, and his hand was just gripping a knife, and then yeah.
You know where he got the knife from?
Yeah, it came out of his right pocket.
All right. Had you seen it in his pocket prior?
I saw the clip. Yeah.
Did you describe the knife to the police?
Yes, I did.
Did you see him take the knife out of his pocket, if you remember?
It's really blurry. I can't really give you an answer.
He saw that, or he saw it in the video?
We're going to show you some still frames from the video. Okay, pardon me. We're going to play the video. Before that, I have one question. When you saw the knife, did you say something to your friends about the knife?
Yes, I did.
What did you say?
I said, "Bro, he's got a knife," and I tried to pull some people back.
All right, we're going to watch that video right now.
Hey, it's loud. Content warning, just heads up.
Is that the point where you saw the knife?
Yes, it is.
We're going to go through these, through that section of the video. slowly. As it was playing, did you hear your own voice saying something about the knife?
What was that, sorry?
As that video was playing, did you hear your voice saying something?
Yes, I did.
What did you say?
I said, bro, he's got a knife.
I said,
once you said
that's
that,
all I heard. Maybe it's one.
the video appears to show you taking a step forward. What were you doing?
I was trying to grab my buddy Nelson and pull him back, and then I didn't know the other girl. I just tried to grab any other person and pull her back too.
After you did that, did you move away?
I believe I did. I don't really remember much from.
All right. We're gonna go through some stills here, starting at 26, 24. Starting at 26, well, I guess it's 26, 25. Do you see yourself in that picture, Owen?
Yes, I do.
Is that you in the pink and blue shorts there?
Yes, it is.
All right. We can back up, please. Go forward one frame. Owen, can you describe what the expression on your face is at this point?
Just pure shock.
What was that face? Why were you making that face?
It's because I saw the knife.
All right, move forward. Stop. Is that the step you took forward to grab Ryan Nelson?
Yes, it is.
All right, keep going. All right. We stopped at 26:52 for the record. Now, when you saw the knife, which hand was he holding it in?
His right hand.
All right. Did you, as you were standing there, did you see him strike anybody?
I did not see him strike anyone, but I heard it and I watched her stumble backwards.
All right. Were you looking at the knife when that happened?
I don't know exactly what I was looking at.
Where were you looking at the time that you heard what you thought was a punch?
I really don't know exactly where I was looking.
But fair to say you were not looking at the blonde lady?
No, I was not.
I believe you testified. Okay, strike that. After you heard something, did you see the blonde lady have a physical reaction to what you heard?
Yes, I saw her stumble backwards.
All right. Did you see whether she ever went down in the water?
She didn't like fully fall down. She like stumbled back and kind of caught herself.
All right. At that point, what did you do?
I don't really know.
All right. Did you see anybody strike Mr. Mew?
I didn't really see the strike, but I did see Mr. Mew fall.
Did he fall in the water?
Yes, he did.
Do you know whether or not he still had the knife in his hand at the time that he fell?
I do not.
Did you see anybody else with a knife?
No.
Did you have a knife?
No.
Did you see, once Mr. Mew was in the water, did you see anybody hit him in the water?
No, not in my memory, no. Memory? No.
Did you see Mr. Mew cut or stab anybody with a knife?
No, I was also quick. I didn't see any of it.
Did you yourself ever lay a hand on Mr. Mew?
No.
Overruled.
I did not.
At some point, did you see Mr. Mew get up out of the water?
Yeah, I saw him stand back up.
All right, we're going to show you a still from the video. It's 29:29. Is this the point where Mr. Mew had stood back up?
I don't know.
All right. Do you see yourself in this photo?
That might be my left arm.
If we zoom in on that, would that help you?
Yeah, I think this.
Do you see yourself in that photo?
Oh, yeah, I do. I got him in the way back.
All right. What kind of expression are you making on your face?
I have my mouth wide open.
All right. At that point, do you remember how you got back to where you were in this picture?
No clue.
At some point, did you realize that Isaac had been stabbed?
Yes.
Did you see that happen?
I didn't see him get stabbed, but I saw him fall into the water. And my buddy Alex was calling my name to come help.
Were you fairly close to... we'll strike that. Did you go over to where Isaac had fallen?
Yes, I did.
What did you do when you got over there?
We picked him up and brought him to the shore.
Were you able to see that he had a significant wound?
Yes, I was.
Where was his wound?
It was on his chest.
What did you do to assist Isaac?
I tried my hardest to stop the bleeding.
Did you bring Isaac over to the shore?
Yeah, with Alex's help.
At some point, did some folks stop to help?
Yeah.
After they stopped to help, well, let me ask you this. Did you have a phone on you at the time?
I think my phone was in his bag.
All right. And did you use the phone?
No. Or, well, oh, yeah, I did. Well, eventually I got my phone back and I ended up calling his mom.
All right. Did some police officers eventually show up on the river?
Yes, they did.
His mom's in the courtroom right now. You can hear her.
Taken off the river?
Yes, he was.
Did you follow him up?
I did, yes.
Did they eventually put him in an ambulance?
Yes, they did.
Take him to the hospital?
Yes.
And did you follow?
Yes, we did.
At some point, were you informed as to what Isaac's condition was at the hospital?
Yeah.
What was it?
He was not alive anymore.
Don't answer the question. I'll ask another one.
Did you yourself take any pictures of recordings of this incident, Mr. Mew?
No, I did not.
You're aware that Jawan Cockfield did?
Yes, I am.
Have you watched that video?
I have once, yeah.
When you were at the hospital, did you give a statement to the officer?
Yes, I did.
To an officer? When you gave him that statement, were you trying to be accurate?
Yes, I was.
Do you believe that you were impaired at that point still?
I believe I was still in so much shock. I still didn't really comprehend everything.
All right. No other questions?
Mr. Dropsy?
Mr. Pelican, you gave a 17-minute long recorded interview to law enforcement. Okay, do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Or after the river or at the hospital?
At the hospital, you gave an interview to investigator Andrew Dittman.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yep.
All right. And Investigator Dittman, I don't know if you remember this, there's a transcript of it, asked you about your contact with Mr. Mew. Do you remember that?
Not really off the top of my head, I don't.
Okay. Do you remember being asked this question and providing this answer? From Investigator Dittman. Okay, so about an hour and a half, 2 hours into it, this guy, how does it, does he walk up to you guys, float up to you guys? Your answer. We were floating, and then we look at him, and he was just standing completely by himself with some goggles on. And then we were like, what are you doing? And he said, oh, I'm looking for a phone. Do you remember providing that answer to that question?
Not at all.
Is that true?
Very true.
That happened?
No.
That didn't happen?
I do not remember.
You don't remember what happened that day in the river?
Well, I remember.
So did he or did he not tell you that he was looking for a phone?
I don't recall him ever saying that, no.
Okay. Is your memory better today, or is it better on the day of the incident?
I'd say it's better today.
It's better today, almost 2 years later.
Yes? Yeah, I've been able to think about it a lot.
Okay. Well, in between the time of the incident and today, do you ever reach back out to law enforcement to make any corrections that you might have had?
No, I'm pretty young. I wouldn't have known how to do that.
Okay.
Still wouldn't. It's not something I learned.
I didn't ask you a question, sir. You were asked by the state about whether or not you mentioned to the police that there's a statement that Mr. Mew told you that he was looking for little girls. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. It's not in your statement to police. I'm telling you that. Do you know that?
No, that's a question.
Sustained.
Do you know that it's not in your statement, your recorded statement to police anywhere,
I'm
that you
not
say
aware
he
of
was
that.
looking for little girls?
I don't recall, no.
But is it your testimony that you recall telling officers that?
I feel like I did, yes. I still do.
So then it should be in this.
It should be, yes. I'm almost positive I did.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I'm almost positive I told him that.
Well, if you're almost positive that you told him that, would you have an explanation for why it's not in here?
No, sir.
Your Honor, speculation.
No, sir.
You don't mention to police, but we saw an interview. We saw a video of Jawan Cockfield calling Mr. Mew a raper. Do you remember that?
Slightly, yeah.
Okay. And do you remember at that point, Mr. Mew just kind of being a little bit away from you guys and hold on. And Mr. Cockfield just yelling at him, calling him a raper? Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember floating towards him.
Do you remember? My question was, do you remember Mr. Cockfield calling him a raper?
Yes.
We're getting spicy with this kid.
At that point,
Shouldn't say
where
kid,
Mr. Cockfield calls Mr. Mew a raper, has your group had a conversation with him?
I don't really remember.
You don't know?
I don't know.
So, at that point, would there be a basis to start calling him names?
He was just like standing really weirdly in front of us and we were floating towards him. And while we couldn't move our tubes, we were going to run into him eventually. So we just said something to him. I don't really remember what we said though.
I'm going to show you this video where he calls him a raper, and I want you to tell me if you look like you're going to run into him.
Okay.
Okay? Okay.
Listen for cursey words.
This is Exhibit 2 I'm playing.
Grown man trying to have sex with little girls. Who the hell? What the fuck, now? He's a raper. Whoa.
You look like you're in danger of running into him at that point?
No, because he was walking at a diagonal away from us. He was in front of us though.
He was walking away from you, right?
For a second, yeah.
And at that point, so he's not impeding your path at that point, true?
True.
Okay. And Jawan Cockfield is holding a phone, is he not?
Yes, he is.
Okay. And do you know, you tell the police that you're calling Mr. Mew a pedophile
Mm-hmm.
Because he's looking at you, right?
Because he was looking really weird, yeah. And we were kids.
You didn't say that you're calling him a pedophile because he said anything about kids, though, right?
I remember like I did, but I must not have.
You then see Mr. Mew come up to your tubes, right?
Yes, very, very quickly.
And at that point, I think you said that you were scared.
Yeah.
Is that true?
I was definitely scared.
Okay. You'd agree he wasn't confrontational with you guys, right?
What do you mean by that?
Well, you were asked a question. Was he confrontational with you guys? And you said no. So you'd agree he wasn't confrontational with you, right?
Can you elaborate what confrontational means?
Just telling you that the officer asked you a question.
Okay.
And that question was he like confrontational with you guys? Your answer was no, right?
Yep, if it's there, yeah.
Okay, so he wasn't confrontational. He comes up to your tubes. You agree he walks by your tubes then, right?
To an extent, yes.
And he walks past your tubes downriver a little bit, true?
Just a little bit, yep.
Okay. You'd agree that you guys move in his direction, yes?
Yes.
Okay. You'd agree that at some point, Isaac Schumann is standing in front of him with his hands up like my hands are up.
Yes,
right?
probably trying to tell him to leave.
Well, I'm not asking you what you think he's doing. What I'm asking you is, you see Isaac Schumann with his hands up in front of him, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So your group is confronting him, yes?
I wouldn't say confronting, I'd say trying to tell him to leave.
Okay, but you guys are scared.
Scared, yes.
And you guys are telling him to leave, right?
Exactly.
Okay. And then you see, and now you know he's alone, right?
Yeah, I never saw he was with anyone ever.
Right. And there's, at least at that point, the six of you.
Yep.
You see him walk toward the blonde woman, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So he walks out of your path, does he not?
Yeah, for a split second, yeah.
He's over there talking to the woman for more than a split second, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you can go by, can't you?
We could have, yes.
But now you're getting braver because of the number of people that are around.
Yes,
right?
because there was adults and we were trying to handle the situation.
Right. You guys start to try to handle the situation instead of just going by, which is what you could have done, right?
It was all so quick, and like I don't really feel like no one really leaving that situation because it was all so quick and the commotion was just like everywhere. We were just young kids that were curious as to what was going on and we wanted to see it finish what we were seeing.
You wanted to see it finish because it was on tape, right?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
John Cockfield's videotaping this entire thing, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Right. You wanted to see how this tape played out. You wanted to see how this incident finished, right?
I wouldn't say we ever did it just for like a camera, like a video.
Well, do you remember him yelling for the culture? Remember that?
I do not.
You don't remember him yelling that?
I don't.
Okay. Do you remember somebody in your group yelling or saying to somebody, you got 10 seconds? Remember that?
You don't recall that?
Did you say that?
I did not.
Okay. So Mr. Mew moves over to the blonde. You agree there's a path to go through, but you want to see this through, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you want to see through?
Just the commotion. I don't know. We were just watching. None of us touched him. None of us did anything.
Right. You want to see you want to see how the commotion.
And we didn't want to leave. Also, the two girls that were talking to him alone. Like, I mean, there's just so much stuff. Like, you couldn't really say like we should just leave because I don't know who would just leave in that situation because it was all so quick.
People who were scared might want to leave, right?
Your Honor,
That was a question. Right.
Could you repeat that?
People who were scared might want to leave, right?
Yes, but when we saw the adults, we felt more comfortable.
Oh, you guys began to call him a pedophile and a predator, right?
Yes.
You guys are taunting him, aren't you?
I wouldn't say taunting. I'd say just telling him how it was, and he made us feel that way, and he scared us, and...
So you were paying him back?
I wouldn't say paying him back, no.
Well, would you agree you guys are around him? All pointing at him, chanting at him, right?
We weren't really all around him, no, but we were chanting and saying, pedophile, get him, like, he's weird, all that stuff.
Get him? Get him?
I'm going to show you a photograph.
Did he just say, get him?
You think
He's weird?
What your group is doing would be considered taunting someone. Okay?
Okay.
Did the prosecutor just miss that?
Pick it up hard. Okay. Can you bring it?
I didn't hear an away in there. Get him, he's weird, was what I heard.
Mr. Pelican, that's your group kind of behind Mr. Mew, right?
Yeah, on his right shoulder, yeah.
And you guys are doing what I'm doing with my hands, which is you're raising your arms pointing at him, right?
Yeah.
Okay. We're just going to play through it. It was at 2373, I think.
You guys are saying away, but I did not hear an away.
2386. That's you right there, wasn't it?
Yeah, in the pink and blue shorts.
You don't think you're taunting him?
I would say I was pointing at him.
You don't think you were taunting him?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
Am I answering?
Yes, please. Thank you.
I feel like I was pointing at him.
You said that. My question to you, though, is do you believe your actions there with the rest of your friends are taunting him?
It could be considered that, yeah.
And you're taunting him because you're feeling more confident and brave because of the other people, right? That's one reason.
Yes, sir.
he's alone. That's another reason, right?
Yes.
So, and at that point, you'd agree it's more than 10 against 1, right? There's more than 10 of you against Mr. Mew by himself, right?
Yeah, but I mean, no one really, not everyone was like punching him or doing anything to him.
My question to you initially was the numbers.
Yeah,
it's more than
I'd say
10.
there's probably about 10, yeah.
Okay. Only one of us can talk at a time, okay?
Sorry.
No, it's all right. So those are the reasons that you are taunting him is your confidence, your bravery is up, and the number of people around are also up, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you do you hear the blonde, when Mr. Mew walks over to the blonde, she's screaming at him?
Yep.
You heard that?
Yeah, she's screaming, telling him to leave, get out of here.
And she's swearing at him, right?
Probably, yeah.
She's in his face, isn't she?
Not like in his face. I'd say probably like a foot apart, 2 feet apart.
A foot or 2 apart?
Yeah, just like telling him to leave.
She hadn't asked you anything about what had happened, right?
No.
Okay. So, in terms of what you are seeing and hearing, she just walks up to him and tells him to leave, right?
Yeah, because we were calling like, help get this guy out of here. Like, get him out of here.
Call him a pedophile.
Yeah, exactly.
And you calling him a pedophile, right? Other people came around.
Exactly, yes.
Would you agree the more that you guys are calling him names, pedophile, predator, the higher the temperature is getting, meaning the more aggravated people are getting? You'd agree with that, right?
Not that I know. I don't know other people's feelings.
No, what I'm saying is what you observed.
I couldn't really tell you for sure or not.
Do you remember seeing Mr. Mew waving?
I did not see that.
You don't see that?
Did not see that, no.
You do see other people come over from the blondes group, though, right?
Everyone kind of came at the same time. Like their group came over.
Okay, and there was, well, that may or may not be correct. There are at least 6, 7, 8 people that come over from their group, right?
Yeah, probably around that.
And at that point, you have to be feeling pretty confident in terms of the numbers, right?
Yes.
So at that point, you getting near him, you're not worried about that anymore, are you?
Not as much so, no.
Well, there's pictures you're within
exactly.
inches of him, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll check inches, that's not the evidence.
But yeah, not inches.
The witness gives the answers. What the attorneys say is not evidence.
I was not.
Hold on. Just rely, please, on what the witness says. Next question.
But you agree that initially starting out as scared, by the end, you're very close to him, pointing, and as you said, some people might consider taunting him, right?
By the end, I mean, I was in complete shock because I saw a bunch of people stabbed.
In terms of when you were taunting him?
In terms?
Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Now you see So, Mr. Cook, may I question?
Yes.
Mr. Pollock, I'm going to show you what has been moved into evidence as exhibit number 104. Okay. I'm not trying to trick you, so I want to make sure you and I are on the same page on this. There are initials here. Do you see those? Okay. So, for example, OP would stand for your name, right? And
Ron Nelson. What I mean. That's Ayden.
Right. It's right. Okay. It's supposed to be Landon Weir. This is Isaac. Right. Okay. And this is kind of G1 is kind of where your truths were in general. Okay. Would you say, in looking at this diagram, right before what I'm showing you here, which is at 149 of the video, that's kind of the general setup of where people are?
I feel like in that clip you just showed over there, I was standing next to Ryan Nelson, though.
Okay. But you'd agree in general, am I right, that this is kind of the general pattern of where people are?
Yeah, generally, yeah.
Okay. And if I have it right, you would agree people are like where I am to you on Mr. Mew, not directly behind him, but off to his side.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. There's people in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
And there's people kind of off to his other side. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. And if I told you that the evidence has been, or this document, there's 13 people, and Mr. Mew by himself, would you agree with that? Is that fair?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
A lot of us were just like standing there, no one watching.
Well, you're not telling Mr. Mew what you're going to do, right?
What do you mean?
Well, you say people are standing there. You agree people don't know what other people are going to do, right?
I mean, yeah.
So you're not telling him that you're not going to do anything. You're all just
standing there.
taunting him.
Yeah.
Okay.
To an extent. We weren't taunting him the whole time.
And you'd agree, though, you've already said this, in terms of what's going on, because of the number of people, your bravery, you're becoming more emboldened on what you're doing, right?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
right?
You can answer the question.
Oh, could you repeat it?
You're becoming more emboldened, meaning your behavior, you're becoming more and more willing to do things because of the number of people around.
No, I was just standing there just watching. I never would ever put my hands on anyone.
But he doesn't know that, right?
Objection is to what? Sustained. Speculation.
Did you, I want to make sure I understand this right, did you see what happened between Mr. Mew and the blonde person, the blonde girl?
No, I did not see, but I heard the fist hit her face, and then I saw her stumble backwards.
I want to make sure I got it right. You said you heard his fist hit her face.
Oh, exactly.
How do you, if you didn't see it, how do you know he hit her?
Because he was the only one doing anything to anyone.
You didn't see it.
I could clearly make out that that's what happened.
How? You just said you couldn't see it.
Just because, I mean, he was standing right in front of her, and he looked like he had a crazy look on his face, and she stumbled backwards, and she was standing right in front of him. Clearly, I could make out that he hit her. Clearly, I could.
How? You didn't see it.
By using my brain and putting the pieces together, I could clearly tell that he hit her. And, I mean, he clearly hit her. I mean, there's no denying that.
I'm going to ask you to explain to me, because you didn't see it, how you know that.
How I know what?
You say he clearly hit her.
Because I heard it and I saw her stumble backwards.
You heard something, right?
I heard a fist hit a face. I mean, have you ever heard a punch? A punch makes a noise. I heard that, and he was standing straight in front of her, and she stumbled backwards. I could clearly use all the context clues to put together that he hit her.
Okay. So you believe that he hit her to the point where there was a noise like this?
Yes, there was.
Okay. Do you know which hand he hit her with?
I could not tell you, no.
Do you know which way she fell back?
She kind of like stumbled back like a little bit, like to her like right. Like she like stumbled back like at a diagonal to her right just a little bit.
Okay, so I won't. So she stumbled. If I'm
Got the direction wrong.
this way.
Yeah, like that way.
Okay. So would that make sense to you then? That if there actually was a punch, it would have come and gone this way to knock her, so it would have come and hit her left side to make her go to the right?
I'm not exactly sure. I just heard it and saw it.
Okay. Does she fall down?
She stumbled. I wouldn't say like fully fell down though. She like caught herself a little bit.
Okay.
A little attitude here. This might get him in trouble.
And after you say that this happened, you say everyone got on his ass and started punching him, right?
I said that?
Yeah.
I mean, in the video it clearly shows not everyone got on his ass and started punching him. I must have just said that because I was just in shock still.
What I'm asking you, is that what you said?
I don't recall exactly saying that, but if it's on the paper, I'm sure I said it.
Okay. You see a person, you don't know the person, but you see the person punch him in the face and knock him in the water, right?
I didn't really see the punch, but I saw him fall into the water, yeah.
Okay. Do you hear or see the person run around him and crack him across the side of the face?
No, I did not see that, no.
Okay. Did you see the guy in the yellow shorts come up behind him and shove him from behind while he's in the water?
No, at that point, I was in complete shock already. I don't remember much from that exact moment.
What were you in shock about at that point?
The knife.
Seeing the knife.
Yeah, and then I kind of just went black for like a couple minutes or so. They're all really blurry. I just remember bits and pieces.
So seeing the knife made you go black? Yes?
To an extent.
You'd agree if you remember this?
Yeah, if I remembered anything,
Hold
I would
on.
agree.
There's a question. Mr. Mew doesn't hurt anyone with the knife until and after he gets punched in the face and knocked in the water, right?
Yeah, only because he punched a woman.
My question to you is, the only time anyone gets injured with a knife is after Mr. Mew is repeatedly punched, slapped, and pushed. Yes?
I mean, I don't really know. I didn't see it all. I didn't see a punch, a push, and a slap. I did see him fall at the beginning into the water.
And then, by your statement then, people got on his ass. What does that mean to you?
It means just, like, after anyone punches a girl ever, there's obviously going to be a consequence. That's not okay.
That's not what I'm asking you.
What are you
What
asking?
I'm asking you is, what does it mean to you when you say everyone got on his ass? What does that mean?
That means, people hit him, yeah. Because he punched a woman.
We're going to count that.
Hit him, right?
I couldn't tell you exactly how many, though, because I, once again, don't really remember. I know I didn't.
You didn't touch him, right?
Not once.
And he didn't touch you, right?
He did not. Thank the Lord.
And you don't see, what Isaac is doing.
No, I did not.
Okay. Now, I think you say to police Isaac was not going toward him.
Yeah, of my memory, I didn't ever see him close to him at all. It was a shock to me.
Okay, so your memory doesn't include Isaac grabbing him by the throat.
I don't know. I don't think he ever grabbed him by the throat.
So that happened on video, so we know that.
I'm going to show you. You watch the screen. This is still $29.99. Does that appear to you that Mr. Muse, somebody's got their hand around Mr. Muse's throat?
Yes, it does.
Can you tell by the gold bracelet on the left wrist that that's Isaac Schumann?
I don't really know whose bracelet that is.
You don't know that that doesn't refresh your memory, or that you're not able to say who that is, right?
No, I can't.
But you are able to say that that person's got him around the throat. Yes?
Yeah, it does look that way.
Okay. I'm finished, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Smithstand?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pelican. You can step down. Please see the witness coordinator in the back, and she'll tell you where to go next. How's everyone doing? Anyone need a bathroom break? Good. All right, let's continue. Mr. Smithstand, who's next?
We're going to swap out here, Judge. Mr. Anderson, the
Dr. Meyer.
Problematic for the state because in his police report he said that Mr. Mew told them he was looking for a phone. Now they deny that.
Dr. Meyer, please come forward. That's good right there. Please face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your first and last name and spell your last name?
Brian Meyer, M-Y-E-R.
And how are you employed?
I am employed by Gruth Help Incorporated, which is the physician employment group for health partners.
And what's your position?
I am an acute care surgeon.
What kind of education and background do you have for your position as a surgeon?
Sure. So I went to medical school at Albany Medical College, completed my MD there, then went to Eastern Virginia Medical School for my surgical residency, which was 5 years. Then went to shock trauma, University of Maryland, for a surgical critical care fellowship. There was no actual fellowship for trauma per se. That's the training you get for trauma. And then stayed and did a second year for acute care surgery fellowship at University of Maryland shock trauma as well.
And so is your position specifically a trauma surgeon, or do you do scheduled surgeries too?
I don't really do much in the way of elective surgery. I do surgical critical care, emergency general surgery, and trauma surgery.
Okay. And were you working on July 30th of 2022?
I was.
Where were you working?
At Regents Hospital.
And on that day, were you involved with the evaluation and or treatment of Riley Madison, Dante Carlson, and Alexander Martin?
Yes, sir.
Who was the first patient that was brought in?
That was Riley.
And what was Riley's condition when she got brought to the hospital?
Just to clarify, what do you, condition?
What was her injury?
So she had a wound, open wound to her abdomen.
They have to bring the doctor
abdominal wound, so it's right between. Close enough, you can't tell if it's in the chest or in the abdomen, or both. And in her case, there was clear evisceration of the omentum or fatty apron that we have in our belly.
And was that exposed?
Yes.
And what was your response after you noted the injury?
So when you have penetrating trauma like this, you don't know what all is involved, and so this patient needs an exploration. And so I immediately called the OR to bring her upstairs and go proceed with that exploration.
What was the result of the exploration? Did she have internal injuries?
She did. Just for clarification, I took her to the OR as we were about ready to start the case was when I got notification of a second more critical patient. And so my chief resident started the case. As a level 1 trauma center, we have a backup surgeon that is always available. And so I called my backup partner to come in to complete that surgery. And so I did not do the surgery itself, but she ended up having 2 injuries to her stomach as well as an injury to her diaphragm.
And when you say injuries to the stomach and diaphragm, can you just explain what you mean?
Sure. So with a penetrating injury like this, there was a full thickness injury to the stomach in 2 areas. So the stomach had a full hole in it, and then also there was an injury up in the diaphragm as well.
And she required emergency surgery?
She did.
What's the danger of a cut through your stomach?
Sure. So if your GI tract is meant to keep everything inside where it's supposed to be, and if that leaks out into your belly, you can get sick from that. Untreated, that would lead to sepsis and progress likely onto something like septic shock, where your blood pressure would get low and that you could get an overwhelming infection. For the diaphragm injury, if you have an infection that then goes from your belly where it would otherwise be contained and moves up into the thoracic cavity, that can create its own extra issues. And long term, if you don't fix a diaphragm injury, you can get a hernia through that where the bowel or the spleen or anything in your belly that lives in that left upper quadrant can move up into that area, lose its blood supply, and then lead to another emergency surgery.
And did the hospital do blood work on Riley?
Yes.
What was her BAC?
0.09.
And you said that once after you did the evaluation of Riley, you got word that another more critical patient was incoming?
Correct.
And who was that?
That was AJ.
And what was AJ's condition when he arrived?
So AJ was critically ill. We received word that as he was being flown to us that his heart had stopped. And so based on the records from, we didn't have all these details at the time, but based on the EMS records from LifeLink, he went into PEA or pulseless electrical activity cardiac arrest for 9 minutes. They were able to get return of spontaneous circulation as he rolled down to our ED, and we quickly assessed him there.
The cardiac arrest for 9 minutes, does that mean his heart stopped for 9 minutes?
Correct.
Did his heart stop at all at the hospital?
It did. So he was only in our trauma bay and up into the OR within 5 minutes, and as we rolled to the operating room with him, his heart again stopped on the monitor as we were rolling him into the OR.
And did AJ require emergency blood transfusion?
He did. He received transfusions prior to his arrival, so LifeLink transfuses blood in their helicopter, and then we had activated what we call a massive transfusion protocol, or MTP, to have lots of blood products available and continue to infuse those upon his arrival to us.
He is lucky to be alive.
Was he in shock when he arrived at the hospital?
Yes.
And when you use, as a physician, when you use shock, what do you mean?
So shock is a condition where you don't perfuse your organs appropriately. So there's several causes of it. The most common cause of it in trauma and what AJ had was hemorrhagic shock, which is a subset of hypovolemic shock.
So when you use the word shock in medicine, it's a physical condition?
It is. It's a pathophysiologic condition.
And can you describe what you had to do as far as surgery and what damage you found?
Sure. So when AJ arrived, he had a very large incision, essentially almost from his sternum down to the middle of his pelvis or his pubis. I had to extend this a centimeter or two just to make sure that we could get full exposure and see everything appropriately. And he had multiple injuries. The most important one, and the one that why his heart stopped and why he was so sick, was because he had injuries to his right common iliac artery and then also his left common iliac vein. So I repaired the artery when I knew that there was a vascular injury. I'd called in Dr. Rosenthal, who was one of our vascular surgeons, and he ended up putting some stitches to repair the vein. We additionally found 3 injuries to his small intestine and an injury to his colon as well, the transverse colon.
And I think you said the iliac artery?
Yes.
Where's that located?
So the iliac artery is what supplies blood to your pelvis and your each leg. So as you come down from the heart, your aorta splits down low in your belly, or as you go into the pelvis, into the common iliac artery. So there's a right and there's a left, and so it then continues on, provides blood, as I said, to the pelvis and the leg. I just want to make sure I'm understanding. So each leg has a vein that comes up and meets somewhere? So this would be up in the torso itself, not into the leg. So as it goes on, it then branches into an external and internal iliac artery. The external is what would continue on to go down into your femoral artery and then be the blood vessels that go down into your leg.
And where does that vein run through the torso or the stomach area?
I'd say it's about 2/3 of the way down in the abdominal cavity, where the aorta bifurcates or splits into 2.
Are there other major arteries and veins in the human torso?
Yes.
And can you just describe where those are?
So as I mentioned, the aorta would be the biggest one. It gives off branches to your mesenteric vessels as you come down through the abdomen, and then the big branches are the iliac arteries, and then into the external and internal. So this is a sizable artery, I would say, second only to really your, in the belly at least, second only to your aorta.
Was AJ conscious for the surgery?
He was not. He had been intubated prior to his arrival.
And may I approach?
Yes.
This guy's Einstein smart. He is. He's really good. That's who you want, though. I mean, if you've got a situation like they had, you want the best of the best. Working on your kid, if you were a parent. I bet the parents called him their kid, too. Not their young adults.
Anyway, it's been marked as Exhibit 29.
Is the eclipse happening right now?
What does that photo show?
So that is AJ. You can see he has a nasogastric tube in his nose, and below his gown you can see his abdomen exposed, and there's what we call an abthera. So when someone is ill enough or has a reason why we would leave their belly open and not complete the surgery all in one setting. And in his case, he was sick enough that that was the reason we did it. We put this special dressing on, which has a vacuum in it and an area to protect the internal contents of the abdomen, and then leads to a nice closed system so that any fluid that is in the belly can drain out. And then in a delayed fashion, we take the patients back and re-explore them in the next day or two.
And did AJ require follow-up surgeries?
He did. He had multiple.
So the wound that's visible in that photo, I think you said you opened it up maybe another centimeter or two?
Correct. Both at the top and the bottom. It would have been a centimeter or two.
Okay. So other than that, that's the centimeter or two on the bottom, centimeter or two on top. That's the wound, besides the wound you came in with?
Correct.
Judge, I move to publish 29, and I'm just going to hand it to the jury and put it on the screen.
Any objection to 29? All right, you may publish.
And was there a BAC taken of AJ?
There was not.
Would AJ have survived without medical intervention?
No.
You're a trauma surgeon. You deal with a lot of traumatic injuries. Does this case stand out to you?
It does.
You specifically remember the?
I do. I've not had a patient with that large of a penetrating wound previously.
And then Dante Carlson, how was he transported to the hospital?
He came via helicopter.
Was he given any medications on the helicopter?
He was.
Do you recall offhand what those were?
Fentanyl, and if I can look at the record here, I think it was ondansetron or Zofran.
What's fentanyl used for?
It's both used for pain as well as for sedation, depending on the clinical scenario.
Is it a narcotic?
Yes.
And what was Dante's injury?
So he actually ended up having nothing internal, but as I said earlier, one of the issues with penetrating trauma is you don't know how deep anything goes and what is injured until you actually look at it. So in his case, it was early the next morning, we took him to the operating room, did a diagnostic laparoscopy, confirmed that there were no injuries beyond his abdominal wall, so his injury was a traumatic hernia that we repaired.
And why, if there's a penetrating injury in the torso or stomach, you said you got so did you use a camera or how did you?
Yes, so we used a camera, put air into the belly so that we have space to do it through little incisions, and then evaluated the intraperitoneal space to make sure there was nothing injured.
And you said you have to do that to make sure there's none of those vital organs or arteries or anything else damaged inside?
Correct. You need to make sure there's not something injured to your gastrointestinal tract that is leaking contents, or even if a blood vessel or your spleen is injured, it may not bleed significantly, but you may end up with injuries to it called pseudoaneurysms that can bleed in a delayed fashion.
And what was the Dante's blood drawn and tested for BAC?
It was.
What was his BAC?
0.09.
I don't have anything else.
Mr. Shrophecy?
Adam, I think you got the Eclipse backwards.
I'm going to start with Riley, if I could. Sure. I'm going to start with this. You had mentioned that her blood was drawn and her alcohol concentration level was a 0.09. Is that right?
Correct.
Do you remember what time that was?
That would be obtained. I can look and find the minutes if you need that. That would be when she first arrives to the ED. We take blood from most patients and send it off as part of a rainbow draw that every lab that we get available, and then we send it to the lab and select what we're going to choose.
Okay.
From there.
If you're free to look, I'm not here to trick you. If I told you that it was drawn at about 4:55, that makes sense?
That would sound about right.
Okay. And I don't want to interrupt you while you're looking. Do you recall on the records that you have what she weighed about?
I do not.
Okay. I think there's been testimony. I think 115 is what she had said. Is that correct?
That sounds ballpark about correct.
So you would agree that if the draw is at 4:55, she's an 09 at 4:55, right?
Correct.
That doesn't mean that's what her alcohol concentration was when this incident happened. True?
I'm not a toxicologist, so I'm not going to. I don't know that I have the expertise to get into specifics on that, but common sense would say yes.
Okay. So, and again, I'm not going to ask for your expert opinion on anything. What I'm going to ask you is, do you, whether it's personal experience, training and experience as a medical professional, you understand that alcohol absorbs and eliminates at different rates, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, if this is alcohol, this water bottle, and I drink it, it's not fully absorbed into my body immediately, right?
Correct.
It would take some period of time to do that. Yes.
Correct.
Okay. So, I'm assuming. Well, tell me if you can answer this. Do you have any information that after she was injured, she was consuming any alcohol?
I do not.
Okay. So the blood draw is about an hour and change before the incident. Her alcohol concentration, based on what you know, based on your training and experience, is not an 09 at the time, likely, correct?
Most likely.
Okay. And I want to just make sure I have this right. You had said that if Riley's injuries were left untreated. Sepsis, other types of infections. I don't want to discount what you're saying. I just tried to write as fast as I could. Other infections and a hernia. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And can I approach you?
Yes.
So I'm going to talk to you about AJ for a minute.
Okay.
Okay. And you said that his injuries were kind of, is the belt line or a little bit lower than the belt line kind of?
No, higher than that.
Okay. So the belly button?
Below that.
Okay.
Right between those two.
Belly button and the belt. All right. Can I ask you this? All of us here have seen the video of kind of what the injury to AJ Martin looked like. Okay, I'm not saying you did. I'm just saying we all have.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can the trajectory of the injury, meaning what it ends up looking like, change based upon what the person who's being injured does? Do you understand my question?
Well, sure. I mean, penetrating trauma is all about what the trajectory of of the object doing the injuring does, and our job is to figure out what that trajectory is. So if someone moves as the penetrating object is going through them, that would change the trajectory and what the injuries would be.
Right, fair enough. So if, for example, I stabbed you, and when I stabbed you, you were shoving me and actually knocking me backwards off my feet, okay? That could change, like, my arm angle and what ends up happening to you as a result of that. Is that fair?
It's a dynamic process, so the two would be affecting each other for sure.
Sure. So something that looks like a stab wound that's going straight, right, that's kind of going in, that might not certainly have the same impact of taking an injury from your navel area up to your chest area as it would be if that same penetrating wound happened and the person got shoved and the knife got moved. Is that fair?
It would, although I would worry at AJ he would have had a worse injury if it went deeper and it didn't go up.
Okay. Can you say that again for me?
So you're saying if the force is that someone gets pushed and instead of the knife going straight, it comes up. In his case, that would have actually been a better thing because his deepest injury was that lowest part. And if that knife went deeper, it would have had a bigger injury and he probably would have never made it to the hospital.
Okay. But in terms of what, the jury has seen this photo of his abdomen area. I guess I just want to make sure that I understand. For example, Riley suffered a puncture, if that's fair, a puncture wound. Her abdomen or her side here didn't open up like that, right?
It was wide open. It just wasn't as large.
Right, understood. And that could be, meaning that what it looks like, I think you said this could be based upon what the person's body is doing when the injury is occurring. Is that fair?
Generally, yes.
All right. And does it also change in terms of the possible penetration of the wound? If I'm standing still and you stab me, okay, versus if I'm running at you and then you stab me. Could that have an impact on the force used in the depth of the wound?
It could.
And it would make, it seems logical to me, but you tell me if this is right. If I'm running at you and I'm a grown person and I'm running at you with some force, it certainly is possible that the wound could go deeper because of the force that I'm providing. Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay. It's not a criticism, it's a question. AJ Martin's, because of the transfusions, his blood couldn't be tested for alcohol. Is that fair?
No, the reason we did not hang around long enough to get blood specimens in the trauma bay. Okay. We moved so quickly to the OR that he did not get the normal labs drawn in the ED. And our anesthesia team who takes over the resuscitation in the operating room, that wouldn't be part of the order set that they would send off because it wouldn't have affected his care.
Okay, very good, thank you. And Dante Carlson, just the same, he has a test result of an 09, but that's also at a later time, right?
Correct.
Okay, so it certainly may not be what his test result was at the time of the incident. True?
It may not be what his level was at the time of the instance, yes.
Right, okay. And I think this is fair, and you tell me. What you ended up doing for Dante Carlson was repairing a hernia. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Anderson, do you have more questions?
As far as what people's movements contributed, you don't know. You can speculate or say it could affect it, but is that the extent of what you're able to say?
Correct. I mean, physics is physics, and it's a very dynamic thing, and movement of two objects that are interacting is going to lead to different outcomes.
I don't have anything else.
Mr. Sharafi? All right. Thank you, Dr. Meyer. You may step down.
If you're in Mexico, now's the time to go outside and look at the shadows. Not at the sun. Don't look at the sun. Whatever you do,
Might be a good place
don't
for
look
a
at
short
the
recess.
sun.
Let's come back at 9:35. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
Make the jury leave, please. Am I eclipsing? It's sunny here. It's sunny. We're gonna be able to see it better than some people who are in the Totality area can see it.
We're in recess. 10 minutes.
Yeah.
We're in recess. Okay. We'll give it just a second because we're gonna zip ahead. Give me a second here. We were only a couple hours behind. Let's see.
Will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Smith.
How do you say your name for the record, please?
Sally Standard.
How do you spell your last name?
Standaeart.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm employed with the St. Clair County Sheriff's Office as an investigator.
And how long have you been in law enforcement?
22 years.
What are your general duties as an investigator with the Sheriff's Department?
I investigate sensitive crimes, drug crimes, crimes against children, burglaries, homicides.
Were you asked to assist in the investigation of the Apple River stabbings back in July of 2022?
I was.
Were you given specific duties or assignments?
Yes.
Specifically, were you asked to collect some DNA samples?
Yes.
Do you recall whose DNA you collected?
I collected Alexander Martin's, Riley Madison's, and Dante Carlson.
What kind of collection method did you use?
We use a buccal swab, which looks similar to a one-sided Q-tip. We use that Q-tip on the inside of the cheek to collect a sample from there.
Are the swabs sterilized or come in sterile packaging when you're using them for this collection?
They do.
Do you recall when you took the buccal swab from A.J. Martin, was that here or at his home or somewhere else?
At his home.
What day was that? Do you remember what date?
September 1st, 2022.
Did you drive over to his house?
I did.
Collected the swab?
I did.
What did you do with the swab after you collected it from him?
I packaged it, logged it in our computer system, and then placed it into evidence at the Sheriff's Office.
Did you collect the same type of buccal swab from Riley Madison, Tony Carlson, and Dante Carlson?
From Riley and Dante, I did, and then Investigator Schultz collected it from Anthony.
Where was that done?
Here at the Government Center.
All right. And did you use the same process with Riley and Dante?
I did.
What did you do with those swabs once they were collected?
I packaged them, logged them into evidence, and placed them in the evidence room at the Sheriff's Office.
Were you present when Investigator Schultz took Anthony Carlson's buccal swab?
I was.
What happened to that swab?
I also packaged that one and logged it.
Do you remember the day that happened?
September 2nd, 2022.
When you say you placed them in evidence, is that a secure facility at the Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And were they kept in that secure facility until transported?
To my knowledge, yes.
Where were they transported to?
The State Crime Lab.
All right. Were you involved in that?
No. Not that I recall that I was there.
Is it possible you were involved in that?
I could have been.
Was it quite a while ago?
Yes.
Is there another Sally Standard who works for the Sheriff's Office?
No.
If the crime lab paperwork says that the samples were dropped off by Sally Standard, would that have been you?
Yes.
What is it, 64?
I'm enjoying my PB&J with milk.
Yes, you may.
Which is the appropriate pre-Eclipse meal.
Investigator showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 64. Can you identify that?
It appears to be the property and evidence summary from the case number 2022-6400.
Is that this case that we're here for?
Yes.
Did you, as you log in evidence, since specifically these buccal swabs, is there a number assigned for that evidence?
There is.
An item number, I guess it's called?
There is an item number, yes.
I'm referring to the bottom of page 5 and the top of page 6. Do you see the entries for the buccal swabs that you collected September 1st and 2nd?
Yes.
Can you just tell us the numbers for the swabs that you entered into evidence?
257, 258, 259, and 260.
I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Troffici?
Just very few. So, investigator, when you get the buckles, and I think you said you got them on September 1st and September 2nd.
Correct.
Okay. You log them into evidence, right?
I do.
Okay. And when are they transported to the crime lab?
At the date that they were transported, I don't know.
Do you do anything with, I understand you package the evidence, right?
Correct.
Do you do anything with
Moon
the
pie.
DNA evidence, meaning do you refrigerate it? What do you do with it?
Once the buccal swab is collected, it's placed in an evidence box and then also a bag. The label is placed on that, and it's placed in evidence. There's no refrigeration that happened with that when I placed it into evidence.
I'm sorry, you said there was no refrigeration? Is that what you said?
When I placed it into evidence, it's in a locker.
Okay. And in this particular case, not being critical, you don't know how long it's there before it's transferred?
Correct. I'm not the evidence technician.
Okay. Do you transfer it? Do you drive the evidence to the crime lab?
We can at times. We may go with the evidence technician.
Okay. You don't have a recollection of that in this case?
I don't.
Okay. Do you have that exhibit in front of you? Can I just take a peek at it?
This witness is all about chain of custody. That's it.
And to be fair, the information on here doesn't say who transferred it or when, right?
Not on the form, no.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, man.
Mr. Smestad, anything else?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, investigator. You can step down. Who is the next witness?
One more, Judge. Ashley Hoffman. She may appear on the witness list as Ashley Price, Your Honor. Name change.
Okay. Ms. Hoffman, please come forward. Keep coming. Right down the middle. That's good. Please face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She'll administer the oath.
I'm having to explain to my
Please have a
kids
seat
why
in the
they
witness
should
chair.
not look at the sun when the eclipse starts.
Mr. Smestad.
Oh, you please state your name for the record.
Ashley Hoffman.
Were you formerly known with a different last name?
Yes, Ashley Price is my maiden name.
And what's your occupation?
I'm a nurse.
What kind of nurse are you?
Forensic nurse examiner for SART. And then my full-time job is I'm an OB nurse manager.
What is SART?
SART Sexual Assault Response Team.
Is that something affiliated with St. Clair County?
Yes, we cover St. Croix County, Polk County, Barron County, Rusk County. It's a community resource.
All right. Can you briefly describe your education, how that led you to your job as a nurse?
Yes. Specifically for forensic nurse examiner, I take a 40-hour didactic training, which is where they kind of teach you how to perform medical forensic examinations. And then I also did a 2-day hands-on skills education with Hennepin County for their HART, which is Hennepin Assault Response Team.
Do you have a bachelor's degree in nursing?
Yes.
From where?
University of North Carolina at Wilmington.
Yeah, UNC.
If I can approach the witness.
Yes, you may.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 57. I'll ask if you recognize that document.
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what it is?
It is my CV for nursing with my experience.
And what's a CV?
CV is just the document that lays out different experiences for how long I was with different organizations.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Exhibits 57.
Any objection? Okay. 57 is received.
Now, you've testified that you are involved in a number of different roles in your job.
Yes.
I want to specifically talk to you about your position as what you call the SART nurse. What are you asked to do as a SART nurse?
Yes, so typically we do forensic examinations on sexual assault victims. It also spans across to suspects of assault cases, including sexual assault, homicides, anything where evidence collection would need to be done.
Does part of your duties include responding to the St. Clair County Jail when requested to examine folks in the jail?
Yes.
Do you recall July 30th of 2022?
Yes, I do.
Were you on duty that day?
Yes, I was.
Is the SART nurse on call, or do you have specific hours, or how does that work?
We do on-call hours.
All right. Did you get called to the St. Clair County Jail that day?
Yes, I did.
You remember what time?
It was around dinner time. I was sitting down to eat dinner.
Right. Did you go to the jail?
Yes, I did.
What were you asked to do?
I was asked to collect evidence on a homicide suspect.
As part of your duties you perform, do you typically get asked to perform an examination of someone who may have been involved in a homicide case?
It can happen. Certainly we typically do sexual assault cases, but yes, it can happen.
And on this day, were you specifically asked to do an examination of a homicide suspect?
Yes, and I should change my verbiage a little bit. I was asked to do an examination on a suspect that had stabbed 5 people.
You had that information when you went to the jail?
Yes, correct.
One of the things that you do as part of your examination is you prepare a written report.
Yes.
Do you prepare a report?
Yes.
Approach.
Yes, you may.
Ma'am, I'm showing what's been marked as Exhibit 55. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Tell us what it is.
This is our suspect evidence collection examination form.
There's 500,000 people watching the
Filled
NASA
out
thing
on your
on
examination with Nikolai New.
YouTube.
Correct.
Can you briefly describe what type of examination you do in this context?
Yes. So generally, whenever I first arrive, I speak with law enforcement and kind of get a brief description of why I'm there, why I've been asked to be called and collect evidence. They briefly tell me a little bit about what happened. I meet with the suspects, and then it's kind of a templated form where I go through a bunch of questions, just asking general medical history, if they have a twin, just different questions that might point me into what type of evidence there might be, how I would collect it, if there's any scars, if there's any injuries. I do a full head-to-toe assessment of the suspect and document any findings. I do take photographs. Typically, I get consent at the beginning of these examinations. If I do not get consent, generally we'll go with a warrant if there is one that is issued that lays out exactly what I would be looking for.
Do you remember if Mr. Mew consented to the examination?
Yes, there is a signed consent form in here on...
Stephen, the answer to that is one time. One time.
One of the things that you do as part of your examination is to inquire as to whether the suspect has specific injuries to direct you to?
Yes. Yep, so I go through and I ask different questions. I take what law enforcement has given me, and then I take what the suspect tells me a little bit about. If I notice anything that I have not been told about, I will ask a question, oh, how did you get this injury? Just to kind of point me to what I'm seeing and where that might have come from.
All right. With regard to medical history, did Mr. Mew tell you anything that you noted as significant in his medical or surgical history?
Yes, he had a coronary artery bypass graft in 2021.
He told you it was in 2021?
Yes.
Did you have any medical data to support that date?
No.
You took his height and weight?
Correct.
How tall was he when you examined him?
69 inches tall.
And what did he weigh?
248 pounds.
Mr. Mew reported some injuries to you that he took, you made note of on page 4. Pardon me, page 5. Here at the top?
Yes.
What did he report as being the injuries?
He reported getting hit in the back of the head and in the back. Did not have any pain when I was talking with him. The only pain was on his butt from hitting the stones on the river.
Did he report any kind of injury to his ears?
He had reported that someone told him there was blood on his ear. Part of my examination, I do look in the ears with an otoscope, and I did not note anything worth mentioning. No injuries or anything like that.
Did you see any blood in his ear?
No, not at that time.
Did he report which ear he supposedly had blood from? If you know, or did you check both ears?
I checked both ears, but I do not remember which ear specifically.
Down towards the bottom of page 5,
Pickles.
there's a category that indicates statements made by suspect during the exam.
Yes.
Did you fill that part out?
Yes, I did.
What kind of statements did Mr. Mew make to you during the exam?
One statement was, there were about 7 people on top of me, hitting me in the back of the head and on the back. I don't know with what. A second statement made was, they just attacked me, they called me a child rapist. A third statement made was, a guy pulled a knife on me, I took his wrist and turned it into his belly.
When he was reporting his injuries to you, did he make any mention of being struck in the face? If you recall?
I do not recall directly.
Did he make any mention of being strangled?
Not to my recollection.
And if he had, would you have noted that?
Yes.
Did you examine his neck and throat area?
Yes.
Did you find anything that would indicate that he'd been strangled?
No, not that I have noted.
You examined his face?
Yes.
Did you see any bruising or cuts?
I noted a 2 centimeter by 1 centimeter abrasion to his posterior head, so the back of the head.
Right. How about his face? Did you notice anything to his face?
Nothing to the outside of his face. On the inside of his left cheek, there was an abrasion.
All right. On the outside of his face, did you see any puffiness or swelling?
No, not that I recall.
Any red marks of any kind?
No, not that I recall.
You did talk about an abrasion to the inside of his cheek. Did he tell you how that happened?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
I bit it when I was attacked.
With regard to the abrasion on the back of his head, is that at the top of his head or at the lower part of his head?
It's at the base of his skull.
Was his hair covering it? If you know?
I do not recall. Where I have it drawn is kind of right where that hairline would be.
All right. And did he tell you how he received the abrasion to the back of his head?
Yes, he said I was hit back there.
All right. Did you note any swellings or bleeding on the back of his head?
No.
At some point, did you examine the side of his head?
Yes, I did examine the right side of his head.
Did you note any injuries?
No.
Did he make a statement with regard to what injury he thought he had to the side of his head?
Yes. To the right side, he stated I was hit on the side of the head.
Did you make or examine his hands?
Yes.
Did you note anything of concern with his hands?
There were scattered abrasions on his knuckles of his right hand.
Was there anything on his left hand?
Not that I have noted.
Did you also examine his back?
Yes.
What did you find when you examined his back?
He had about 6 different injuries that I noted. Starting from the upper back, he had a couple of linear abrasions that were red in color, as well as a 7 centimeter by 8 centimeter abrasion on his lower back on the right side.
Did you notice any bruising on his back?
No, not that I have noted.
And just to make sure, what time of day did you complete your exam? Is it included on your report?
Yes, it is included on page 3. Time was 21:03, so 9:03 p.m.
Understood. Did you take some photos during your examination of the injuries that you just noted?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I can approach.
Yes.
Sounded frustrated. Your Honor.
Yes, I do. Yes, this first image is a photo identification card stating my name as a photographer, who the law enforcement was involved, date of the photos, and patient name and patient birth date.
And is the rest of the exhibit the photos that you took?
Yes.
And then the last page, what is that? Or is that just a duplicate?
600,000 people watching NASA right now on
The last
YouTube.
page, I take a picture of the photo identification card at the beginning as well as at the end.
On
I feel for their mods.
your former maiden name.
Correct.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask for admission for Exhibit 56 and ask permission to publish to the jury.
Any objection to 56, the photos?
No, did we publish 55 as well yet? Or?
Most common
55
comments
is not
on the
no.
NASA stream
So 56 is
is,
received, go ahead and publish.
Well,
Hey,
Your Honor,
bruh,
for 55, which is a report,
do
but I
the
wasn't intending
Eclipse
to
already.
publish it.
Any objection to it being received as evidence? All right, 55 is received.
We're going to publish digitally here, so if you give us a second. We're ready. All right, Nurse Hoffman, is this the photo identification card you referred to?
Yes.
Page 2, can you show us what that is? Tell us what that is.
Yes, I do a profile image of the suspect so that we know whose photos these belong to.
All right, and this is a photo of his face and upper torso?
Correct.
And as you noted earlier, does the photo show any injuries to his face?
Objection. I think that's what the jury just said.
Agreed. Sustained.
Moving on to page 3, what's that a photo of?
That is a distant photo of the back.
All right. Did Mr. Mew make any comments as to how he got the abrasions on his back, do you remember?
No, none that I have noted.
All right, all right, we'll move on.
this is the NASA link if you want it.
Tell us what
Do
that
come
is.
back, though. You're going to miss out because we're not stopping.
That is an up-close abrasion injury to the upper back on the right side.
All right, photo 5, page 5. What's that?
That is a measurement of that abrasion that I've noted on the upper right back.
And what was the
2 centimeter linear abrasion.
All right, next page. What's that?
That is a photo of more abrasions to the left side, or to the right side of the first noted abrasion, with measurements as well. So that was a 1 centimeter linear abrasion.
And that's what the next photo shows? This
Yes,
photo here?
correct.
All right, move on, one more. And what is this? I guess it's listed as image 251.
That is an up-close photo of an injury further to the right side.
All right, what type of injury is that?
It is an abrasion.
And then next slide, is this you again measuring it?
Correct.
And how big was
1 centimeter.
the next photo? Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, that is an abrasion further down on the upper right side of the back.
Next photo. Can you tell us what that is?
That is a more up-close photo of the same injury.
And is that one also measured?
Correct. That is a measurement, 3.5 centimeter linear abrasion.
All right, and the next photo. What does this show?
So that would be a distant picture of the abrasions a little bit further, kind of mid-back on the right side.
All right.
I have to go check on my
It's a
kids
more
to make sure they're not
up-close
staring
image
at
of the same
sun.
injury.
Understood?
Sorry, I have to say
Measured
that.
that as
We'll
well?
be right back.
Correct.
And this photo you're looking at now, does that show the measurements?
Yes, they were 2.5 centimeter abrasions.
This next photo, is that tell us what that is.
That is a red and linear abrasion on the lower right part of the hip.
And then this next photo, is that a close-up of that same abrasion?
Correct.
You measured that as well?
Yes, measured that as well.
That's shown in the following photo.
Correct.
What were the measurements for that abrasion?
7 centimeter by 8 centimeter.
And you take a couple measurements of that particular abrasion?
Correct.
And that's what does this photo show the second measurement of that abrasion?
Yes.
And then last page, that's what you had described earlier as being the after photo of the identification card?
Correct.
Is that all of the photos that you took?
Yes.
As you're examining Mr. Mew, was he interacting with you, talking with you?
Yes, he was answering any questions that I had.
Do you remember what his demeanor was?
He was very cooperative.
All right. Did he show any signs of being under distress?
Not at that time that I can remember.
Did you shake his pulse?
Yes.
And do you remember what it was?
Pulse was 91.
As you were interacting with him, did you observe any indications that he was under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
Not that I can recall.
Right. Did you draw any blood?
I did not.
While you were doing your examination, did Mr. Mew complain of any pain in his ear?
Not that I can recall.
Did you take any samples from Mr. Mew? Did you take samples from Mr. Mew during your examination?
Yes.
What kind of samples did you take?
I took a couple of different collection swabs on fingernails. We do a buccal swab, so that is in the inside of the cheek, and that collects suspect DNA, so we have something to reference, as well as skin-to-skin contact swab, so that would be on the hands. That is all the swabs that I collected on him.
Right. Did you do any swabs of his back at all, if you remember?
Not that I can remember.
Right. What did you do with all this material that you gathered? I mean, your report, the photos, the swabs, the samples?
Yep, the evidence samples we package up, we seal them in an evidence box, and then that gets handed over to law enforcement as part of chain of custody.
Did you do that?
Yes.
You remember which officer you gave the materials to?
Brandy Hart.
Your Honor, I'll move for the admission of 56 if it hasn't already been admitted, and I don't have any other questions for it.
I believe 56 was received as well as 55. Mr. Nelson.
You're a nurse examiner?
Yes.
And you come and examine people when you're asked, correct?
Correct.
Sometimes those people are alleged victims, correct?
Yes.
Sometimes those people are alleged suspects, correct?
Yes.
Sometimes those people might be both, correct?
Yes.
When you examine, you do that by asking questions, correct?
Yes.
And then you gather information by listening to the answers, correct?
Yes.
And then you do an examination with your eyes as well, correct?
Yes.
And then you note what you observed, correct?
Yes.
So essentially exhibit number 55 notes what you heard, correct?
Yes.
And what you saw, correct?
Yes.
When you, oftentimes, most of the time I'm guessing you're dealing with people who, as it says on here, are sexual assault victims, correct?
Yes.
I would imagine that you've dealt with, you consider that to be a person who's a victim of assault, correct?
Yes.
And I would imagine there's times when you've dealt with people who are victims of an attempted assault, correct?
Yes.
There's certainly times when somebody comes in and they said, somebody was trying to assault me and attack me and I fended them off, correct?
Yes.
I defended myself in some way, correct?
Yes.
You would still do an examination, correct?
Yes.
You would agree that person's still a victim of assault, correct?
Yes.
Whether that assault is completed or not completed, they're still a victim, correct?
Yes.
And in that sense, you deal with these victims of violence, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that victims of violence often suffer physical injury, correct?
Yes.
But also psychological trauma.
Yes.
They're victims of trauma, correct?
Correct.
And I would imagine you have a lot of training and experience in dealing with people who are in the acute phase of dealing with some trauma that they've suffered, correct?
Yes.
And it maybe changes over time how that shows, correct?
Yes.
I would imagine you've seen some people within minutes, if not within an hour, of the trauma that they've suffered, right?
Yes.
And then you've seen some people maybe 24 hours or later, correct?
Yes.
And how people, the signs that they might show of that trauma might depend upon when you see them on that time continuum, correct?
Yes.
As somebody is closer in time to the event, their trauma might be more acute, correct?
Yes.
And as somebody, time goes on,
answers.
it might be harder for you to observe, correct?
Or proof
Yes.
that
Because
she's
obviously a
not
lot of the
DNA
psychological
expert.
trauma is internal, correct?
Yes.
You're noting physical injuries, right?
Correct.
But it's hard for you to know what's going on inside that person's brain or body, right?
Yes, unless they tell me.
Unless they tell you, correct? And I would imagine sometimes in those positions, people who are victims of violence, victims suffering from trauma, they may not be in the best time to fully disclose the trauma that they've just suffered, correct?
Correct.
One of the things that I'm sure you're trained on is how to get that information from somebody, correct?
Correct.
Because sometimes that's difficult to do when the person has just suffered some life-altering trauma, correct?
Yes.
And it's not unusual for you, in your experience, to know that these victims of violence may not be in the best position to tell you things right away, right?
Correct.
Because the trauma, it impacts that person, correct?
Yes.
It impacts how their body functions, right?
Correct.
And in fact, in here, you took a pulse of Mr. Mew, correct?
Yes.
And his resting heart rate was 91, correct?
Correct.
You would agree that that's elevated, correct?
It depends on the person. Some people do have more elevated resting heart rates. So I would not, at this first meeting, be able to determine if that was elevated or not, as I had not received any other medical history about Mr. Mew.
Sure. You're a nurse, though, right?
Yep.
You've taken people's heart rates quite a bit, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree that a resting heart rate of 91 for a 52-year-old male is outside the normal range of what you would expect for a resting heart rate?
Yes.
It's elevated, correct?
Yes, slightly.
So there's other things that might happen to a victim of trauma to their body, correct?
Yes.
The one thing, again, that you were able to measure is heart rate. That's all, correct?
Correct.
You could, and again, I'm just trying to figure out what you did. You could take blood pressure, correct?
Yes.
Is that something you did?
Yes.
Was that elevated as well?
The blood pressure was 144/97, which, yes, is elevated. Then again, some people can have more elevated blood pressures normally, but yes, that would be more elevated than I would normally see.
Other than those two measurements, did you do any other measurements of his body? Not height and weight, but just like internal measurements, so to speak.
Yes, so I collected a full set of vital signs, so that includes that pulse, that blood pressure, respiratory rate, which was 18 at that time, and temperature, 98.2 Fahrenheit.
And you would agree that respiratory rate is, again, same thing, a bit elevated. Agreed?
18 is within normal limits for an adult.
So other things that might be happening inside a person's body that they're a victim of trauma, you can't always measure, correct?
Correct.
You know through your training and experience that sometimes somebody who suffers violence upon them, they might have an adrenaline rush, correct?
Correct.
And after that adrenaline rush, their body might dump all kinds of chemicals into them, correct?
Correct.
And that might have an impact on them, correct?
Yes.
What you see sometimes for victims of trauma is sometimes that those victims may have a foggy mind, correct?
Yes.
May not have the best memory, correct?
Correct.
Or even if they have the memory, they may not be in the best position to retrieve that memory.
Correct.
Or even if they can retrieve the memory, they may not be in the best position to disclose that memory, correct?
Correct.
Sometimes the violence done upon somebody might be so impactful that they're just not in a position to talk about it, correct?
Yes.
And you certainly know sometimes that people who are victims of violence, they also might just get inaccurately report the violence that was done to them, correct?
Sometimes, yes, correct.
Because if violence is being done to a person, that's obviously a high stress situation, correct?
Yes.
And that might impact their memory of the event, correct?
Yes.
And this is all things that you've dealt with when you've dealt with people who are victims of violence, correct?
Yes.
And the same holds true even if that person, thankfully, was able to fight off the assault being done to them, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, is to the Speculation Foundation.
If you can't see me right now, you're not current
I'm asking
on
for
the
in
live
general.
stream.
Overruled.
Would you agree?
Yes.
And what you're doing in your examining is you're, again, trying to gather facts, correct?
Yes.
Because sometimes those facts might tell a story, correct?
Correct.
Because ultimately, part of what you're here to do is to say, figure out what happened, correct?
Yes.
I would imagine it's unusual in your world for you to be able to have a video of actually what happened, correct?
Correct.
So you don't know when you're doing these examinations whether there's going to be some other evidence that might tell the story, correct?
Correct.
And so you're, again, just collecting the facts, because we might not have that video, right?
Yes.
I want to go through some of the things that you did in this case. Just going to jump ahead for a second before we get into this. One of the things you said is you take medical history, right?
Yes.
And the medical history that you received is that Mr. Mew had I think of it as quadruple bypass. Is there another term that you used?
Yes. Coronary artery bypass graft.
Okay. And you made observations of Mr. Mew, correct?
Yes.
You saw his chest, correct?
Yes.
He certainly had a scar consistent with the surgery that he said to you that he had done to him, correct?
Yes.
And one of the things that you said you ask about is whether somebody not has a twin brother, correct?
Correct.
Because that's important for some of the DNA analysis, correct?
Yes.
And you learned that Mr. Mew, in fact, has a twin brother, correct?
Yes, a fraternal twin.
Correct. Okay. I want to go through a little bit and then Exhibit 55, and I'm just going to go through some different pages here, okay?
Okay.
And on page 4, I want to go through, start there. That make sense?
Yes.
The handwriting there, that's your handwriting, agreed?
Yes.
And you wrote those things down because that's what somebody told you, correct?
Correct.
So like when you report here, suspect, you're talking about Mr. Mew, correct?
Yes.
Depending upon the view, it could be an alleged victim too, agreed?
Agreed.
So can we just replace that with his actual name? Would that make sense?
Yes.
Mr. Mew reports he was being attacked. Bystander noted blood coming out of suspect's left ear. Do you agree?
Yes.
Are you aware of the video evidence showing him getting hit upon his left ear?
No, not at that time.
And then it notes, Mr. Mew notes he washed the ear off in the river, correct?
Correct.
And of course, on your form, there's a note that says post-incident actions, did somebody take a bath or a shower, correct?
Correct.
And here you put no, but you noted incident happened in the river, correct?
Yes.
It's noteworthy to know that water was a part of this, correct?
Correct.
Because water could impact the ability for the evidence to stick around for your collection. Lack of a better phrase? You agree?
Correct.
Including blood, correct?
Yes.
On page 5, you note, again, replacing with his name, Mr. Mew reports getting hit in the back of the head and in the back. You agree with that?
Yes.
He said at that point there was no pain, only pain on his butt from hitting the stones on the river, correct?
Correct.
Did you ask him some follow-up questions about how it is that he came to be falling into the river?
I did not.
Did you ask him some follow-up questions to see the amount of force that was used against him to fall into the river?
No, I did not.
And then on the bottom of page 5, you note some other statements by Mr. Mew, is that right?
Yes.
And he said there were about 7 people on top of me, hitting me in the back of the head and on the back. He said that, correct?
Correct.
He said that he did not know with what they were hitting him, correct?
Correct.
And again, that's not unusual in your experience for a victim of violence to not know what it is that they're getting hit with, correct?
Correct.
Certainly if they're getting hit from the backside, they would just feel the impact, correct?
Correct.
Whether the impact is with open hand or a closed hand, it's just an amount of force that comes there, correct?
Correct.
And at the end of the day, an open hand can cause force just like a closed hand can cause force, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Mew also stated they attacked me and called me a child rapist, right?
Yes.
And then lastly, you noted, just so we're inclusive here, he also said, a guy pulled a knife on me, I took his wrist and turned it into his belly, correct?
Correct.
He was, in those statements, fair to say in summary, he said he was attacked, right?
Yes.
And then on page 6, you have, there's pictures of heads, correct?
Yes.
And that's, again, looking at the front, the back, the left, and the right side of a person's head, correct?
Correct.
So we'll just note, we're just going to go through that, if I could.
Yes.
And actually, publish that. Do you have that page there in front of you?
Yes.
Can I trade with you?
Got like a fleet of Blackhawks flying over right now.
Permission to publish the exhibit, Judge?
Yes.
We're on page 6.
Okay.
Looks like it's on. So on the top there, on the upper left-hand corner, it asks the questions, injury noted, and you say yes.
Correct.
And then it asks to give a description, and you say an abrasion to the inside of the left cheek, correct?
Correct.
Obviously, you don't know how that happened, correct?
Correct.
It's not unusual in your world for victims of violence to note that they have an injury, correct?
Correct.
And then they might give they might have a specific memory, and sometimes they might just use deduction to try to determine how it is that they got that injury, correct?
Correct.
Sometimes they're accurate, agreed?
Yes.
Sometimes they're inaccurate, correct?
Sure, yes.
And what he noted is I bit it when I was attacked, correct?
Correct.
You didn't ask follow-up questions to say, did you bite it when someone was punching you in the left side of your face?
No.
You didn't ask that follow-up question?
No, I did not.
Again, and it sounds critical. I didn't mean it to be that way. It's just you're asking a question, you get an answer, and then you kind of move on, correct?
Correct.
At that point, I would imagine there's a fine line between being too invasive. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
You want to be respectful of somebody who may be a victim of assault, correct?
Correct.
You're not going to cross-examine them in that setting, correct?
Correct.
You're not going to follow up with multiple questions to make them relive the trauma, correct?
Correct.
You're going to ask one simple question, correct?
Correct.
And you're going to note whatever they say.
Yes.
And then moving to the right as we go along, we're looking at the back of the head, and you noted injuries, correct?
Yes.
And that was an abrasion to the posterior head, and you had a measurement of 2 centimeters plus 1 centimeter, agreed?
Correct.
You noted that with your eyes, correct?
Yes.
And then you asked the one simple question, and Mr. Mew said, I was hit back there, agreed?
Yes.
Maybe that he was hit by a person, correct?
Correct.
Maybe that he actually hit his head on the ground or something else, some other object that could cause that injury, agreed?
Yes.
Moving to the bottom of the page. Can I fold this?
Yes, I thought there was enough room. Yeah, that'll work.
Can I fold this? I gotta fold up the evidence.
The bottom of the page, we're looking at the left side of Mr. Mew's face. Is that right?
Correct.
And what he told you is that a witness, somebody else, had observed blood in his ear, correct?
Yes.
And this is, again, I think you said before, he had said he heard that and he washed it off in the river and looked and he didn't observe it, correct?
Correct.
And that's what you note essentially there, correct?
Yes.
And then on the next one to the right, you ask if you observed any injuries, and you didn't, correct?
Correct.
You note that he says, I was hit on the side of the head, correct?
Yes.
So he's mentioning he's hit to the head multiple times, fair to say? Both to the back of the head, to the right of the head, and maybe on something causing him to bite his cheek on the left side of his head.
Correct.
And then as we move on to page number 7, you do a kind of a full body scan to some degree, correct?
Yes.
And on the back of the body, you made some observations, is that right?
Correct.
And you note those observations then by making a mark on the back where you saw that with your eyes, correct?
Yes.
And then you went through and took photographs of those areas, correct?
Correct.
And that's the photos that we saw here, correct?
Yes.
The photos that you took of Mr. Mew were photos of where you made observations of injuries, correct?
Correct.
Also, if a person in that situation told you, I have an injury in a particular place, and you didn't observe it with your eyes, you'd still take a photo, correct?
Correct.
Because at the end of the day, it's not necessarily what you observe, it's like maybe somebody else sees it and I don't, correct?
Yes. Typically, I only take photos of things that I'm measuring, seeing, so I can describe them appropriately. Is that correct?
But if somebody told you, I got hit in a particular place, and I feel pain in a particular place, you might try to document that one way or the other, correct?
Yes.
Even if you don't see it, you'd want to document it. What you see on that day, correct?
Correct.
And what
yes.
the best way to document that is to take a photograph, correct?
Yes, typically if I do not see it, I will document it on the form. I will not necessarily take a photo of it.
Sure. In this case, you took a photo of Mr. Mew's face, correct?
Correct.
And again, that photo in the background, we see the time is about 9:20, correct?
Yes.
And so if the 911 call was at 3:45 or so in the afternoon, this is more than 5 hours after this alleged event, correct?
Correct.
So 5 hours after whatever trauma it was that Mr. Mew said that he'd been the victim of, correct?
Correct.
And that might impact
Is that correct?
what state in that trauma he is going through. Agreed?
Agreed.
That's all.
Mr. Smithstead?
Chris Hopkins, you were asked some questions about elevated blood pressure and elevated pulse. Does having a heart bypass cause folks who survive that procedure to have a higher pulse and blood pressure in general, if you know?
That's not my specialty. It certainly can. Generally, normal pulse is 60 to 90, and Mr. Mew, it was noted to be 91, so just slightly elevated. A general blood pressure, typically heart patients have higher blood pressures, especially when they're on medications. However, it's hard to know if that's typical for heart patients or not because they're so different.
He was on some medications, right?
Yes, it looks like he was on atorvastatin, aspirin, and potassium.
Atorvastatin is what type of med?
It's a med for cholesterol.
Is that prescribed to folks who have high cholesterol?
Yes, typically.
Does high cholesterol affect your blood pressure, or can it?
It certainly can. Again, that's not my specialty.
Mr. Nelson had asked you about whether Mr. Mew has a twin. You indicated fraternal twin.
Correct.
Do fraternal twins have the same DNA?
Not typically. That's not my specialty either, but
Understood. Mr. Nelson had asked you about Mr. Mew's statement to you that, quote, "a guy pulled a knife on me, I took his wrist and turned it into his belly." Was that something that he volunteered, or was that a response to a question from you, if you remember?
I don't recall exactly where that statement came from. I do know when I was observing the injuries on his knuckles, I did note a couple of statements when I asked him how he got those injuries. I was trying to stop my tube, but these happened maybe when they kicked me. I don't know if it was around then. I know I was examining his hands. I don't know if it was when I was swabbing them or noting the injuries when that statement was made.
All right. Oh, did you end up taking any photos of his hands?
I did not.
Do you know why?
I do not. I wish I would have, but I didn't.
You indicated that as you're examining Mr. Mew, he indicated that he had been kicked.
Correct.
When you were examining Mr. Mew, other than the bite on the inside of his cheek, did he complain of any pain in his face?
No.
All right, nothing further.
Mr. Nelson?
Just want to make sure. We've got, I think, 3 brief areas here. One of them is medications. He talked to you about medications, correct?
Yes.
Did he tell you at that time, do you have any knowledge that at that time he was being prescribed Prozoin?
No.
Are you familiar with Prozoin?
No, not particularly.
Okay. Medication to deal with PTSD nightmares?
Okay.
Did he tell you at that point he was using that medication?
No.
Medications are something that a doctor has to give, correct?
Correct.
So you can't just go out and ask for some prescription and you get it, correct?
Correct.
No, Director, this is irrelevant.
He asked about medication.
Hold on. Please come up.
Okay, this is interesting. So he's on PTSD medicine. Ooh, cameraman just had an accident. There we go. Interesting testimony here with the doctors. I think we're nearing the end of the state's case, as we've had medical examiners and doctors, surgeon, and now a nurse.
Next question, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Judge. You were asking questions about what he disclosed about pain. I want to follow up on that, okay?
Okay.
And in your experience dealing with victims of violence, in your experience, sometimes the pain is acute at that time, correct?
Correct.
And sometimes the pain might come later, correct?
Correct.
And some of that might be because of the body's response to the trauma that they suffered, correct?
Correct.
The body might be doing things to protect them from feeling that pain in that moment, correct?
Yes.
And the pain might come later, correct?
Yep.
Not unusual in your world, agreed?
Agreed.
And then lastly, you said he made some statements to you. He made some statements in general about what happened, correct?
Yes.
And then he made some specific statements about the manner in which he thinks it happened, correct?
Correct.
But what we know is in his general statements to you were, I've been a victim of violence, correct?
Correct.
Somebody attacked me, correct?
Correct.
Ask and answer, Judge. We've been down this road.
That's all.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Hoffman. You are finished. You may step down. Thank you. Please see the witness coordinator in the back. She'll tell you where to go next.
The reason why it looks like
I'll leave those on the table. Perfect. Thank you.
it's still bright outside
Mr.
in
Smith, who's the
places
next witness?
where the eclipse is almost complete is because cameras
call,
can adjust the
Investigator John
iris
Schultz.
Ms. Scanner,
and
please
the
stand.
sensitivity.
Raise your right hand and be sworn.
You swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Please have a seat in the witness chair.
Next witness, who do we have here?
Mr. Anderson?
Can you please state your first and last name and spell your last name?
It's John Schiltz, last name spelling Shilts.
And how are you employed?
I'm an investigator with the St. Croix County Sheriff's Office.
Can you briefly describe your training and experience for your position?
Again, specifically to investigations, I have attended numerous courses geared towards investigators and detectives.
And are you trained in processing digital evidence?
I am.
What other roles have you held at St. Croix County Sheriff's Office?
I started in the jail as a corrections deputy. Then I went to field services where I was a patrol deputy. Some of the extra activities or specialized activities that I've been in include K-9, honor guard, dive team, an operator for our ERU team, crisis negotiator, to name a few.
Honor guard?
ERU, is that what some places refer to as like a SWAT team?
It is.
And are you the lead investigator on this case?
I am.
How did you end up as the lead investigator?
We have on-call weekends, and I was on call that weekend.
Did you respond to the scene at the Sunrise Bridge?
I did.
When you were there, did you make contact with some of the witnesses who testified?
I did.
And do you recall who you spoke with at the scene?
Thomas, go
as far as
outside and
witnesses
check
that
out the
testified, I
Eclipse.
spoke with Owen Peliquin, Ryan Nelson, Alex Vang, Madison Cohen, Janelle Duxbury, Quentin Carlson, and I believe that was it.
And was that a in-depth interview or quickly gathering information? How was that?
I was looking just for quick synopsis, name, date of birth, telephone number, and a synopsis.
Were you trying to sort out who actually saw things and who were just bystanders?
I was.
When you made contact with Owen Pelican, Alex Vang, and Ryan Nelson, those were all, they were with Isaac's group?
They were.
Did you notice any signs of intoxication when you spoke with them?
I did not.
Did you notice any slurred speech?
I did not.
Any swaying while they were standing?
No, sir.
And that was on body cam when you were interacting with them?
It was, yes.
Did you get blood or breath samples for BAC for the witnesses you spoke with?
I did not.
Why not?
I had no clues of impairment for any of them.
Did you, you were here for Sally Stander's testimony. Did you collect any buccal swabs?
I did, from Anthony Carlson.
And was that placed in evidence and secured in the sheriff's office?
Yes.
Have you ever been trained that you're supposed to put DNA samples in refrigeration?
No.
There's been some questions of witnesses about, have you seen the video? Did law enforcement ever show witnesses the video of the incident prior to interviews?
No.
And did you go anywhere else from the Sunrise Bridge? Let me rephrase. Did you do any more interviews that day?
I did.
And where were those done?
At Regions Hospital.
And who'd you speak with there?
At Regions, I spoke with Quentin Carlson again, Anthony Carlson, Tony Carlson, he goes by, Dante Carlson. I believe that was it that day. I attempted to talk to Riley and AJ, but I couldn't because of their conditions.
As part of the investigation, did law enforcement search the river for evidence?
We did.
Including actually in the water?
Correct.
How was that done?
We utilized our dive team who came over and searched that area.
Did that include metal detectors?
It did.
Did they find any knives?
They did, yes.
And can you describe those?
I can. One was a corroded box cutter and another was a corroded pocket knife.
And when you say corroded, do you mean looked like they've been in the water for a while?
Yes, sir.
Watching the video, part of what you got is the video from Joanne, and then you got individual frames of that video, right?
I did, yes.
And so were you able to, by looking at the total frames compared to the total length of the video, figure out the frames per second for that video?
Yes, it is 24 frames per second, on average.
24? That's like a
I want to ask you about
cinema.
Larion Davis. So did you make contact with him on scene of the river?
I did, yes.
And did he mention something about having a video?
He did.
And did you get that video from him?
I did, yes.
And how did that happen?
I asked him to email it to me and he thought it was going to be too big, so he texted it to me.
And did you see it come through in your text?
I did.
You were here when it was played in court, the video?
Yes.
And is that the video? Is that how you received it?
I believe so.
And did you notice right away that it was all blurry?
I did. After I started to review it, yes, I did.
But right away when he sent it to you, did you notice?
I did not know.
Did you follow up? Did law enforcement follow up with Larian to try to get the original?
We did, yes.
And what was done to try to get the original unblurred or version?
It was sent, well, first we recovered his phone. Is that what you're asking? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
First we recovered his phone. We learned that Larian's phone had water damage and that it was sent to an Apple facility in Indiana. We acquired a search warrant to obtain that. We did get that. I got the phone back. Part of my duties, I do extractions on electronics to include cell phones. And I was not able to get an extraction from his device. Because I couldn't do that, we also utilized other methods, including search warrants to his cell phone provider, Snapchat, as well as iCloud, in an attempt to get that video.
Were you ever able to get the original video?
We were not.
And did you do anything to see if you could try to get the video enhanced or cleaned up so it would go from distorted to more like how a normal video would look from a cell phone?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
It was sent to MOCIC, which is I believe Mid-States Organized Crime Information Center. They offer a lot of resources to a number of law enforcement agencies. They have a lot more resources than most agencies can afford. One of those things that they can do is assist law enforcement with videos, photographs, things of that nature. So I sent it to them.
And did you get back another version of the video?
I did.
Did it look like a normal cell phone video?
No.
Is MOIC?
No.
Still blurry?
Correct.
And what was the acronym you used?
MOCIC.
MOCIC. Is that also who did the frames for you?
It is.
I'm just going to pull up Exhibit 2 so that you can see the difference between the two videos. It's the wrong exhibit.
I had planned to take another break before lunch. I was going to suggest maybe we break now while you're looking at your video.
Sure.
So let's take a short 10-minute break. We'll come back shortly before 11 o'clock.
Okay, they take a break.
All rise for the jury.
All rise. The Eclipse is nearly complete in, let's see, Mexico, I think it is. Yeah, down there in Mexico. And then it's working its way across the Mexican peninsula, up over into Texas and along. I think it moves at like 1,100 miles an hour or something. It's super fast. It's like faster than I've ever driven. I know that. Complete coverage in Mexico in Mazatlan. Here comes the sun. Da-da-da-da. I say it's all right. Okay, here we go. Let's skip the break here. Hold on. We've got a job to do. I know there's a once-in-a-lifetime eclipse happening outside, but we're watching trial, dang it. Okay. You have fun? Okay, cool. Kids are watching the eclipse on the iPad, because that's safer to do there. Okay. I think we're going to pull up the video here really quickly.
Comes back into court.
We're back in court
Reminded
right
there are 14
now.
of them, 2 alternate jurors, 12 will ultimately deliberate the use phase. We go back to
All right, we're back on the record with the attorneys, Mr. Mew, and 14 jurors. We are ready to resume.
Oh, that was loud.
Mr. Anderson, are you ready? Your
Yes.
video? Go ahead and play it. Investigator Schultz, please retake the witness stand.
There we go. No, we need 7.
Investigator Schultz, so this bottom one, would that be the original video you got from Larry and Davis?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm just going to open it up, Judge, and just go through a few frames so the jury can see the comparison.
Yes.
Okay. Then this resized one is the one you got from MOCIC?
Correct.
Were there any items that were turned in as found from civilians that turned out to have some connection to the case?
Yes, there was.
Was one of those a cell phone?
Yes.
And were you able to determine the owner of the cell phone?
I was. When I received the cell phone, again, part of my job is doing cell phone extractions. I took the SIM card out of the phone and recognized it as belonging to T-Mobile. So I contacted T-Mobile, provided them with identifying numbers on that SIM card, and I learned the phone belonged to Ariel.
And was another item that was turned in a pocket knife?
Yes.
And can you what brand pocket knife was it?
Tactical Gears.
And was there somebody that was interviewed that described having lost a Tactical Gears knife on that day on the river?
Yes, Mr. Baldozo, I believe is how you pronounce his last name.
Would that be the husband of the nurse, Andrea, who testified?
It would be, yes.
So are you aware that Nikolai said in his interview that one of the boys had a kitchen knife?
I am.
And was a kitchen knife located?
Yes.
Where was that located?
At the hideaway.
Yes.
So this is Exhibit 25A, the river map. So the incident is here, kitchen knife was found here?
Yes.
Did you review body cam regarding for the time that the kitchen knife was found?
I did.
Was it discussed over the radio?
It was.
Was Nikolai in custody at that time?
Yes.
And were the officers around him wearing radios?
They were.
Was there a radio in the squad car when he got placed in the squad car?
Yes.
So I want to talk a little bit about Madison Cohen. I think you said Madison Cohen is one of the ones you made brief contact with at the scene?
Yes.
Do you recall seeing any injury on Madison Cohen?
I did not.
Were you present for her testimony that when she said the sheriff's office told her that the sheriff's office didn't want a photo of her injuries?
I was.
Is that true?
No.
And had you actually previously made efforts to retrieve the photo that she said she took?
Yes.
What was that?
I did an extraction. I did not do the extraction. I reviewed an extraction from Madison Cohen's cellular device. I also did an extraction and reviewed it on Madison Cohen's mother's device.
Why'd you do her mother's phone also?
I learned that Madison was not sure if she took the photo or if her mother took the photo. So both provided their cell phones so law enforcement could search them for the photos.
And did you locate any photos during the time frame she said she thought she took it that could have been, or that was consistent with her description?
Not during the time frame, no.
And were there any deleted photos recovered from either phone?
There were not.
And when you do a download, why don't you just explain to the jury how you do a forensic download on a phone?
Sure. So a phone in particular, I'll get the device. There's a lot of different variables, but I'll summarize. We pay for software, and I can plug the phone into a box which goes into our computer, which more or less copies the data on the device and then puts it into a readable format that's user-friendly so we can review the data. It's not uncommon that we don't always get everything, and really there's no rhyme or reason. Even the trainers, when I'm going through all these courses, say sometimes they don't know why we get X and sometimes why we do. Just electronics are electronics. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't.
When you do a forensic download, and including with Madison's phone and her mother's phone, that includes everything the download's able to pull off the phone?
Correct.
So photos, texts, calls, all those things?
Yes.
And so you testified the sheriff's office didn't tell her you didn't want the photos. Were you present for a meeting at the DA's office with Maddie when the photos were discussed?
I was.
And what was Madison? Well, did she express some anxiety about deleting the photos?
She did, yes.
And Was there an effort to console her?
Yes.
And what was said to her?
Not to worry about the photos.
So she wasn't told you didn't want them. She was told not to worry about it?
Correct.
And that was after you'd already made all these efforts to get the phone that she consented to?
Yes, well after.
So you're the court officer, so you've been present for the trial?
Yes, sir.
And you recall the testimony with Lieutenant Coleman about how he got those points for incident locations from you, right?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury how you estimated those circles for the incident location and the group locations?
I can. As stated earlier, I got frame by frames from that MOCIC, which was taken from the original, or one of the videos from Mr. Cockfield. From those frame by frames, I walked out to the river. I would get in generalized locations and review the photos from the video, the frame by frames, the landmarks on shore, which assisted me in getting in the general location of where the person taking the video, in this case Mr. Cockfield, was at specific times.
And do you remember how long you were out there? Was it a half hour or several hours?
It was several hours.
And that you said you're comparing frames to the terrain?
Correct.
Did you walk all along the scene, like from the area of the bridge to that area of the sandbar?
Yes, I wasn't right next to the bridge, but where that grassy area was, where victims were being pulled out from that area down to the sandbar, yes.
And this wasn't on July 30th, right?
No.
Do you recall when it was?
I went out there on multiple occasions, I believe twice in August and once in September.
And were there any deep spots in the river in that area?
Not really. There was one kind of back by the sandbar, if you would continue going upriver. And then there was one kind of in the area of the bridge towards the center of the river.
Okay. Approach?
Yes, ma'am.
This is marked as Exhibit 89. Can you draw on here? Well, actually, is the bridge on this map?
No.
Okay. So the area by the bridge, would that be above where this map comes off?
Yes.
And where was you said there's another spot kind of closer to the sandbar?
Where it was deeper?
Yeah.
Yes. Actually, almost right where it says that 155.31 in that general location.
Around here?
Yes, sir.
And the other one would have been?
Up closer to the bridge, yes.
Okay. And how deep?
I could touch the whole time. To my recollection, like my stomach, maybe up to my chest.
And the rest of the areas of that section of the river, what was the depth like from what you recall?
It varied, but not much. Definitely, I shouldn't say definitely. For the most part, it was below my knee. Sometimes it would go up to my thighs.
Lower thigh or upper thigh?
Lower thigh. And depending on where it was, again, like.
Sure. And you said when you're out there, you're taking photos?
I did. I also took photos myself, yes.
Judge, this is Exhibit 84. I'd ask to publish.
Has 84 been received into evidence?
No, I moved to admit it and then.
Any objection to 84? All right, 84 is received. Go ahead and publish.
I'll let the clerk know when I'm ready. All right, I'm ready. So it looks like there's 132 photos. I'm not going to go through all of them with you. So what are we looking at here in the image one?
My back would be to the bridge, kind of near that grassy point where victims were being pulled out, and we're looking upstream.
And I'm just going to go through, this is 2 until we get closer to some 3, 4, 5. I'm just going to keep scrolling. So what are these flags? This is image 13. What are these flags we're seeing?
I used those flags when I had the frame by frames. I would mark them, so then we would know where that spot was, and I could continue to the next spot.
And from this is how you came up with those locations on that map, Exhibit 89?
Yes.
Okay. You can take the screen down. I don't have anything else.
Mr. Dropsy?
Investigator Schultz, have you had, being the lead investigator in this case, does every report, every interview, everything ultimately work its way across to your desk?
No, sir.
Okay. So you don't, if this is fair, you don't see some of the work that other people are doing in the case. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. You, in terms of your background, you are, or have been, involved in the crisis negotiation team?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the SWAT team, right?
Yes, sir.
Would it be fair if I said to you, those are situations, in your experience, your training and experience, that sometimes involve highly stressful events?
Correct.
Okay. You were asked a couple of questions regarding the knives that were located in the river.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I do.
And then you had mentioned that a civilian, I think you mentioned, a civilian had located a knife that had belonged to a Robert Beldozo. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know, as the lead investigator, Robert Beldozo's kind of involvement in this case?
I do, yes.
Okay. Do you know when that knife, because Mr. Beldozo lost the knife, to be fair, on that day, right, on the 30th?
Yes.
He lost it in the river going to that scene. Is that right?
I don't believe so, sir.
You don't believe that he had pulled his knife out and was running over to the scene and then fell and dropped it?
I watched a lot of the body camera. I'm not trying to be argumentative. I think he said at one point he thought he pulled it out, but in the body camera footage you can actually see it clipped like in the back of his swim trunks. So I'm not sure when it was lost. I apologize.
No, but he's saying it was lost on that day, right?
Yes, sir.
Going to, or as he's moving toward that incident, right?
I believe he said he wasn't sure when he lost it. If there's a report, I could review it, but.
No, that's okay. I'll talk to him about it.
Okay.
You also mentioned that in your training and experience, these clips and videos that we're watching, just so I understand it, when we go through these stills, 24 of those consecutive stills equals 1 second in time. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. And I want to ask you some questions about your duties or your responsibilities on the 30th of July.
Yes, sir.
And on the 30th of July, you're wearing, as this is going on and you arrive on the scene, you're wearing a body camera. True?
Yes.
You make contact with, I think you said,
The speed will
not
drop
saying which
automatically
order,
as
but
soon
you
as we
make
catch
contact
up.
with Owen Poliquin, Ryan Nelson, and
Very
Alex
soon.
Bang, right?
Correct.
Okay. Do they ever mention to you that they have information that he was looking for little girls, Mr. Mew?
I do not believe they did.
Okay. You then have contact with Ms. Cohen. Is that right?
Correct.
And you had contact with her, I think, 2 times, maybe briefly, but 2 times, right?
I believe that's correct, yes, sir.
Okay. And she's providing you some information as to what had happened, right?
Correct.
And how long, I don't know if I heard this, how long have you been an officer?
I don't recall the exact dates. I've been employed by St. Clair County for 16 years this month. 3 that was in dispatch, 3 was in the jail, the rest field services.
Okay, so for a substantial period of your career, you're out trying to investigate alleged criminal behavior, right?
Yes.
Okay. And with what you know at that point about what's going on, you're looking at Madison Cohen as you're talking to her, right?
Yes.
Okay. Having been a law enforcement officer for the length of time that you have, if you had noticed something on her face which was consistent with what she was telling you, would you note that?
Yes.
Okay, so if I said to you, Investigator Schultz, somebody punched me in the face. If I had physical injuries that were consistent with that, you'd write that down, right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you, in some situations, photograph that?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't see, on either one of your contacts with her on that day, anything on her face that supports the claim that she was punched, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember her testimony saying that her eye was puffy? Do you remember that?
Vaguely, I believe, yes.
Okay. You didn't see that, did you?
No.
Okay. Do you remember she also mentioned that the next day she had like some yellow, almost like bruising? Do you remember that?
I'm sorry, I don't remember saying that. If you're telling me she did, I believe you.
No, she says any bruise. The question was any bruise. She said a little yellow.
Okay, yes, sir.
Okay. Do you say to people in this particular case, do you say to Ms. Cohen, look, if something shows up later, if a physical injury shows up later, capture that for us. We'd like that.
I don't recall what all I said, sir.
Okay. But was that something that you might do in these type of cases where a physical injury may appear later?
Yes.
Okay. And you know, if this is fair, at some point, there is an attempt to get a photograph or an alleged photograph off of her phone, right?
Correct.
Okay. And can you tell me this? You are a forensic examiner of cell phones.
Correct.
All right. And you didn't do the extraction on her phone, but you reviewed it, right?
Correct.
Okay. And can you tell me, is there a difference in, when you do these extractions, between allocated and unallocated space?
Yes, unallocated is just like deleted space.
Okay, so if I'm on my phone looking at some website or some video or something, and I click off that, does that go into unallocated space?
It could be cached. I guess I'm not certain if it goes into unallocated or not. I apologize.
Is it, in your experience, your training and experience, is it more difficult to locate things in allocated or unallocated space?
It's easier to locate if it's not deleted, yes.
Okay. And you agree, well, let me ask you this. The reason you do these downloads sometimes in law enforcement is you're looking specifically in some situations for things people delete off of their phones, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you can get a bunch of stuff sometimes off of deleted images or videos or text messages, things like that, right?
Generally speaking, yes.
Yeah, okay. And in your review of what you saw on the document review of Madison Cohen, there's no photograph recovered, correct? We know that.
Correct. During that time frame when she said it was taken, correct.
And there's nothing in that document review or that report that indicates that there was a photo that had been deleted either, right?
Correct. There showed no deleted photos on either examination of Madison Cohen or her mother's phone.
And I think Madison, I don't disagree with what you're saying, I think Madison also had said that she might have actually texted that picture to her mother. Do you remember that?
Yes, or vice versa.
Okay. And that's the reason that you want to look at mom's phone, is to see, well, there could be this text that went through. So even if Madison deleted it, we can get it from mom, right?
And there was, I don't have the right word, neither was certain which one took it either. So we weren't sure if mom took it or Madison took it. But yes, that was part of it as well.
Okay. And you do the forensic examination for Madison Cohen's mother's phone?
Correct.
Okay. And if I word this incorrectly, let me know.
Yes, sir.
No photograph that was in her, well, I'm going to say like saved images, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I have photos on my phone of my children and things like that.
Yes, sir.
Nothing in that area that you could just access by kind of swiping through, right?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
To Madison's picture of her face.
Correct, yes.
And nothing in her deleted images which would support the claim that either she took the photo or Madison sent her the photo, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I know that you said in some situations, sometimes we just don't get images, right?
Yes.
But that would have to happen in both of these cases then, right?
Yes.
You agree that you would never say, or you didn't say to Madison Cohen, I don't need that photo, it doesn't matter. Right?
Correct.
Okay, you would, in a case like this, you guys, when I say you guys, law enforcement, you wanted every piece of evidence you could get, right?
I can. Can I correct myself in my last one or just clarify? If she told me she had a photo, yes, I would want that. Maybe being empathetic and saying it's okay, don't worry about it, yes. But no, if there's a photo, yes, we would want it.
Sure. So when she said, I told them I have a photo, and they said, don't worry about it, that's not something you would say, right? Like,
We did say don't worry about it, but we didn't say that we did not want it, if that's what you're asking. I'm sorry.
No, you would, in a homicide case, you would want all the information that you could possibly get your hands on, right?
Correct, yes, sir. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you.
Oh, you're good. Did you ever, and I don't know if this is possible, this MOCIC?
Yes.
Do they have the ability to get information off of phones that you don't?
I asked them, and they, actually, this is where I learned, it got compressed. I didn't know that could happen. And they said there's nothing else that they can do besides the resize of the video. So no, they couldn't do anything more than I did.
Okay, so as it relates to looking for the information on Madison and Madison's mother's phone, you giving that to this this organization that has more resources, that wouldn't have been useful? I'm just asking.
I don't know if they take phones. They might. I assume that they use the same Celebrite and or Axiom, magnet Axiom that we use, but I don't know, sir.
Okay. You were asked questions about when you saw Owen, Ryan, and Alex, if you ever tested their alcohol level or asked for a test. You remember that?
I do.
Okay. And you've heard, for example, Owen testify that he was drinking beer and doing shots of alcohol and using marijuana, right?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm not being critical, it's more of a background question. You would agree drinking and using drugs may impact a person's ability to accurately perceive what's going on, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it can also impact their ability to just recall it too, right?
It can.
Okay. And you know, or you've heard by sitting at trial, all of these people admit that they had been drinking. Some admit they've been drinking and using marijuana, right?
I believe with the exception of Sheena, I think she said she was not drinking.
I meant the boys.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Okay. And do you think it would be, I'll ask it this way, bad question. Do you know what Isaac Schumann's alcohol concentration was?
Don't recall. I can estimate, but I don't recall exactly what it was.
You know, well, I'll ask it to you this way. You know that he was illegally intoxicated, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you know that he was well above the legal limit, right?
Yes.
Okay. Would it be helpful for you to know if those boys were also above the legal limit and highly intoxicated when you took those statements?
It could be, as we talked about earlier, it could have an impact on what they said.
Please be careful, just to grill bacon. Don't hurt your eyes.
If those boys would have said to you that Mr. Mew was looking for little girls, would you have noted that somewhere?
Yes.
Okay, because we throw this word around, you've heard this word pedophile thrown around over and over. You take that seriously, right?
Yes. The majority of the crimes I investigate involve crimes against children.
Right, so if somebody says to you, investigator, this guy's talking about looking for little kids based on your background, you'd be interested in that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you'd agree, nowhere in any report that you prepared do you document or indicate that they ever mentioned to you that he was looking for little girls. True?
I'm not trying to be argumentative again. Them specifically, no, but other people told me that they said that, so I documented it in my reports. But the boys specifically, no, sir.
Right. Well, you've heard the testimony in this case. You heard Owen Pelican today said that Mr. Mew told him that, right?
Yes.
Owen Pelican never told you that, right?
Correct.
Okay. So can you tell me, based on your training and experience, both as a hostage kind of negotiator and as a SWAT team, member of the SWAT team, would you consider what happened here to be a highly stressful event?
Yes.
Okay. And your training and experience, if this is fair, tells you that people react differently in highly stressful events. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. Have you been, sounds like you have been in multiple times in your professional life in highly stressful events?
Correct.
Okay. And you might react differently than another officer might react, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in these highly stressful events, have you, through your training and experience, seen situations where people's bodies react to the highly stressful event? Do you know what I mean by that?
No, sorry.
Okay. Do you know, or has it been your experience that sometimes people might, as you've heard, go white, where their body reacts to a highly stressful event? Have you seen people go pale in highly stressful events?
I'm sure I have. I can't recall, but I'm sure I have.
Have you seen them become quiet, kind of almost catatonic?
Again, I'm sure I have. I just can't think of a specific time.
Wide-eyed?
Yes.
Okay. And does your training and experience tell you that those are things that their body is just doing, right? Their body is getting wide-eyed, or they're getting white, or things like that, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I don't know that I understand it all the way.
Don't apologize, investigator.
Okay.
You're doing fine. Can I ask you were asked some questions about the river and the depths of the river and things like that?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you would agree, to be fair, you can drown in calf-deep water, right?
Potentially, yes.
Right. So, especially if you get knocked unconscious, you can drown in 6 inches of water, right?
I would suspect so, yes.
I mean, I guess what I'm saying is you had talked about different areas of the river where you were kind of maybe up to your shoulders or up to your chest or up to your waist. You don't need to be in that deep of water if you're unconscious to drown.
Correct.
So when Mr. Mew was, I think you heard the testimony, they're asking him to walk downriver, right? That's what you heard from the testimony?
I believe it's all angles, but mostly downriver, especially initially with Ms. Cohen, I believe.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I get it right. They want him, according to the testimony, they want him to walk this way, the way the arrow's pointing, right?
At some points, yes.
Okay, and did you hear Mr. Mew say that at some points there, the river is a little bit deeper than where he was standing?
Did I hear him say that? No, sir.
You didn't hear that on, Coleman said that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question with Coleman?
Coleman said that the river, at various points as you move downriver, becomes deeper, right?
Yes.
So is that true? As the direction that they were pointing him to walk, the water would have been deeper, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, as a lead investigator, were you the officer who prepared the information for the crime lab regarding DNA on what was to be swabbed and where it was to be swabbed?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you know who did that?
I don't. I'm sorry.
No, Judge, thank you.
Mr. Anderson.
You're asked about deleted photos. When you did these forensic downloads of the phones, was it more common to find deleted photos or not find deleted photos?
It's more common to not find the deleted photos than it is to find them.
And you were asked about Roberto Baldazzo and his statement that he had thought he dropped it while running up to aid some stabbing victims. Do you recall that question?
I do.
And you said that you saw a body cam of him with a knife in his shorts. What was he doing at that point in the body cam?
Providing aid to Isaac.
And prior to July 30th, 2022, had you ever seen Madison Cohen before?
No.
So you didn't have any sort of frame of reference for what her cheeks or what she looked like before that?
Correct.
Exhibit 51. It's a flash drive.
I'm not buying the whole deleted photo issue. She texted it, so it would have taken on one phone and existed on another and shown up as a record of the transaction. I'm not buying that.
Presentation. I'll let the clerk know when I'm ready.
There would be a record from the carrier, though, of the text from one phone to the other. Kernville, Texas. Kernville, Texas. Totality happening right now. That's the view.
All right, can we have the screen, please? Is the spot where it got deep, close to the bridge, visible on that image on the right?
I'm sorry, I don't think I'm following.
Can you draw on your screen if the judge can enable it where you call that deep spot being that was near to the bridge?
Where it gets deeper, yes.
Yeah.
To the best of my recollection, can I use it on the regular one, or do you want it on Lieutenant Coleman's drawing?
I guess either.
Right in that area there.
Okay. And just for the record, Judge, this is slide 13 of Exhibit 51. I don't have anything else.
Mr. Atrofsky?
Do you ask Madison Cohen why she would possibly delete a photograph in a case like this?
We did, yes.
You did?
But I guess I don't know if we asked, but she made a statement that it was causing her anxiety. She didn't want to think about it. That's possibly why she deleted the photos.
Okay. And in terms of what you observed when she came out of the water, you've heard in this courtroom far more detail about kind of how this went down than you did that day, right?
Yes.
Right. So, I mean, you heard Madison Cohen get on the witness stand for however long and testify about what had occurred, right?
Correct, yes.
You heard other people explain what they observed between Mr. Mew and Madison Cohen as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so you've heard that this 248-pound man threw a hook, by some people's estimation, threw a hook to this girl's face and knocked her down, right? You've heard that.
I guess Judge, our relevance with this witness, I don't know what he can answer about what he said.
Well, overall, I mean, it was said in court.
You've heard that, right?
Yes, some have said that.
Okay. And you didn't see a single mark on her face based on that, did you?
I did not see a mark on her face, no, sir.
It's interesting.
All right. Thank you, investigator. You can step
Judge.
down. It is 11:45. This is probably the best place to break for lunch. So we'll break a little bit early. We'll reconvene at 12:45.
Okay.
Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
They're going to break for lunch, which means we're going to go right here. I'm going to run outside. I wish I could take you with me. I mean, I could, but it would require me running upstairs and getting a whole bunch of equipment that's packed up right now in a box. Let's see. We want 7. We're going to skip through lunch. Okay, we're only an hour and 20 minutes back now. Nope. It's older than that one. Even less. Holy cow. There we go. Only 45 minutes back. That. Give me just a minute. We're going to jump over there. Slum it on your phone. Okay, here we go. Audio on.
Now we return you to live.
Now we're going to go live back to the court.
Chief,
We are back on the
will see
record.
if they have another witness to call right
Mr.
here.
Mew is present along with 14 jurors. Mr. Smestad, do you have a witness? Deputy, please come forward. It's been a couple days. We'll re-administer the oath. Clerk will do so now.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Smestad.
I would state your name for the record.
Deputy Benjamin Trebian,
Who do you work for?
St. Clair County Sheriff's Office.
Did you testify last week in this matter?
I did.
Do you recall testifying that you interviewed Ernesto Torres as part of your duties in this matter?
Yes.
What day and where did that interview take place?
It occurred day on the river. It occurred below the Somerset Bridge in Village Park where the tubing exit is.
Did you record that interview on your body camera?
I did, yes.
Mr. Torres, meaning Ernesto Torres, gave you some information about what he heard and saw that day?
Yes.
Were you present in the court when he testified, I believe, on Friday?
I was not.
What were some of the things he said?
Yes.
Your Honor, we're going to play a portion of Deputy Trebian's body cam with the interview with Ernesto Torres, starting at 2:35.
Let us know when you're ready.
All right, what's your name? You spell it for me?
Wow.
E-R-T. 1 second. E-R-T. E-R-N-E-S-T. Oh, Ernesto. Ernesto. Do you have any ID or anything on you?
Yeah, 8111, 8816, I'll head over there.
Is it in your cooler?
Okay, perfect, thank you.
No, my ID.
We're probably out of people, but if you do have any other investigative resources to assist, over here at the investigation, of a lot of witnesses here also.
Okay. 10-4, 22 has checked on, and dispatch, can you send a TC by to Polk County? They have 2 investigators that are...
Can I see her ID too? Is that your wife?
No, this is my wife. That one.
Whose ID is that one?
My sister.
Is that her right here?
Yeah.
That's hers. All right.
Okay, my wife have over there.
Not violent, but yelling.
All right, I'll talk to you over here.
Northwest with 82 emergency. 8222 dispatch, 1041, or out Somerset.
So very bright. The eclipse is not happening on this cop's body cam. Very bright. Very, very bright.
All right. Can you kind of tell me what's going on today?
So we was outside, you know, in the corner of the river.
All right.
So he's looking for our friend looking at the phone. You know what I mean? And he's going all the way by the group.
Who did?
What?
Who went by the group?
No, the guy you take it.
Yep.
He's looking by the phone in the river because we stand here in the corner by the group of the people.
All right.
And I saw him there looking for the phone. And he was said he's in trouble. What am I in trouble? I saw people attack him.
People stay in their homes.
You know, a bunch of people attack him. And then I don't know what's going on.
Negative. Cancel the
I go in the middle of the river. Hey, come on this way, come on this way. And right away, the problem, he said that somebody take his knife in his pocket. Because he got a knife for carrying the thing in the river.
Cancel the raid. Cancel
And,
the Minnesota helicopter.
I don't know anything.
Washington County units may return to Minnesota.
I came in, get out there. But one people have a problem here, one over here, he was here. I saw one lady coming from here with black. And he was here. He said, they're taking my knife. That's what he said. And they punched it, he was in the floor, in the water. And when I crossed, not too close, on the middle of the river, he said, get out there because we don't know what's going on. And he ran this way. And he said, they're taking my knife.
So you never saw him with the knife?
No, never.
No. Did you see anyone with a knife?
No.
No?
No, because that's what I said. There's somebody here with blood, somebody here with blood.
You just saw a bunch of people with blood?
Yeah.
All right. So
I don't know what's going on.
All right.
They punched him, he said, they're taking my knife.
So people were punching him. Where were they punching him?
It was like right here, outside by the rock.
Yep.
By the rock, they punched him.
Yep. Where were they punching? Where were they punching him on his body?
He punched him, I don't see in the face or here, they punched him down. And when he get out, that's when I tell him, get out there, because I don't know. I'm in the middle of the river. And he goes, hey, get out there, because I don't know what's going on. And when he coming around to us, he said, they're taking my knife. And later, we find out what's going on.
All right. So did you see anyone get stabbed or anything like that?
No, because it's what I say. They say they take my knife. I saw some people here with blood. One lady in the middle of the river with the blood too.
What does his knife look like?
This is a little knife, like a.
Is it like a pocket knife that folds out?
Yeah, like a pocket knife.
A foldable one?
Exactly.
Sir, is that your cooler there?
Yes.
You mind if we look in it?
You can get
Thank you.
That's such weird because we never have problem. Never. This guy, no, we always no problem, nothing.
How do you know him?
Oh, he's working with me for
He works.
20 years.
He works for you?
Yeah, we work together and we friends for many years. We never have any problem. And that's weird. He said.
Okay, we're stopping at 8:08. So, Deputy, if Mr. Torres came in and testified last week that Nick Mew never said that they took my knife, would that be accurate?
No.
On the small clip that we watched, did you count how many times he told you that Nick claimed that these folks took his knife?
In that portion, not sure, but in the total video, more than 10 times.
When you were talking to him, well, first off, this occurred right after Nick Mew was taken into custody.
Yes.
During that interview, did he ever say anything like someone tried to follow Nick up the river?
No.
Did he ever say something like somebody approached him and he was pointing at him and he yelled at him to get back?
No.
I don't have anything further.
Mr. Trofasi?
Were you involved with multiple interviews of Mr. Torres?
No, just the initial.
Did you know that Mr. Torres gave multiple interviews?
I did not know.
Okay. You don't know what Mr. Torres told, for example, Investigator Shapey and Deputy Williams about what happened, right?
I do not know.
Okay. And in your training and experience, can sometimes people who give multiple interviews say something in one interview and then not say it in another interview?
Potentially.
Okay. Tell me if this is fair. On the interview that you conducted with Mr. Torres, the one thing that he never wavers on as well is that he saw Mr. Mew being attacked, right?
It says that he was punched or pushed, correct?
Right, and he actually says, I witnessed that happen.
Yes.
Okay. He doesn't tell you, or he mentions that he doesn't see the knife, correct?
Yes, he does.
In your interview, a bunch of people punching him. I don't know, that's weird. Remember that?
I remember the portion we were talking about. I don't remember exact verbatim of it.
So he apparently he says that he is telling, or saying, get out of there, right?
He's saying that he was yelling that to Nick. Let's get out of here.
Do you remember a conversation where he tells you that he is... Do you know if he's saying get out? Because he says it multiple times to you, right? That he says get out of there.
Correct.
Okay. Do you know if he's talking about Nick or he's pointing to other people to get away?
And my belief was that he was telling Nick to get out of there.
Everything's interesting.
Mr. Smestad? All right, thank you, Deputy. You can step down. Mr. Smestad, who is next?
I'm going to switch up the training or two.
Carlos de la Cruz.
Judge, I'm going to handle this. We're just not going to change seats.
Sure. Detective De La Cruz, please come forward. Since it's been a few days since your last testimony, we will re-administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in Spanish shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your first and last name?
Carlos de la Cruz.
And we heard earlier you work for the New Richmond Police Department.
Yes.
And you interviewed Ariel as part of this investigation?
Yes.
So when you went to that interview, did you bring any still frames from the video with you?
The investigators that accompanied me had some various frames, still frames.
And do you recall what those showed and why they were brought?
They kind of showed correlation between some of the witnesses compared to where the events were happening. And so they were kind of brought to try to identify some of the witnesses as well as to where the people were and hopefully get some information from the witnesses if they knew who was where, and who they were, what they were wearing.
Was there one that showed Ariel standing next to Nikolai when Nikolai had the knife in his hand?
Yes.
And so did you ask Ariel what he saw?
Throughout the interview that we had discussed, particularly where he was and what he could see, what he couldn't see. The picture came up after he told us he wasn't up by where everything had occurred, that he had never gotten close to Nikolai. And so that's when we showed him that photo.
And after so in the context of him saying he never got close, was he saying he didn't see anything Nick did?
Yes, he repeatedly said there was so many people between him and the event that it was hard for them to understand what was going on or to see anything that Nick did.
And after you showed him the photo of him standing next to Nikolai, when Nikolai had the bloody knife, did he still maintain that he didn't see Nick do anything?
Initially, he was rather surprised that he was that close. I think seeing the actual knife in Nick's hand surprised him more than anything. He then stated he didn't recall being that close to Nikolai.
And did he still deny seeing Nick do anything?
Correct, yes.
Did he ever say anything even remotely close to that he saw Nikolai defend himself?
No.
I don't have anything else.
Mr. Nelson?
You just told this jury that Ariel told, I think your testimony was he, being Ariel, repeatedly said it was hard to see. Is that your testimony?
He had mentioned that more than once, yes.
He told you, we looked over there and we saw a lot, there were two groups in front of us. He said those words. Agreed?
Yes.
He said there were a lot of people. Agreed?
Correct.
He said, I saw it from far away, it was like as if they were bullying him.
That's what he said, yes.
He said, when I see it, I thought it was bullying.
Yes.
He said, they pushed him, he fell, he fell.
Yes.
He said, he got up, he being Mr. Mew. Ariel said, Mew got up and they started beating him, women as well as men.
Yes.
Ran
He said,
outside and
"I
showed
only
my
saw
kids the
when they were
Eclipse
beating
using a
him."
colander.
Yes.
So despite
We're
your
teaching
saying that he
spike
told you repeatedly it was hard to see, he told you repeatedly, actually, that he saw these two groups of people beating Mr. Mew. He said that, right?
Also, yes.
You asked him questions about Mr. Mew, correct?
Yes.
And when you asked him questions about Mr. Mew, he told you the man was a quiet person, correct?
Yes.
He told you Nick was really...
Objection, objection. It's character evidence, impermissible.
90801, prior consistent statement.
I'll overrule prior consistent statement. It's also evidence of his demeanor on the day in question. Please continue.
He told you Nick is a calm person, correct?
Yes.
Doesn't get angry a lot, agreed?
I don't think he said that.
I move to strike.
It doesn't get any what? I didn't hear the last part of your question.
Ask the question.
Just want to read from the transcript, okay? At times, you're asking Ariel questions, correct? In
Yes.
Spanish. Ariel would answer you in Spanish.
Both sometimes, but yes.
And then you had a colleague there, correct?
Two of them, yes.
And your colleagues that were there didn't understand Spanish, correct?
Correct.
So sometimes in the moment, when Ariel would tell you something, you would turn and tell the officers, here's what he said, correct?
Yes.
And one of the times that you said that, you said, it sounds like Day he was calm too. Is he a calm person or does he get angry a lot? You asked him that question, correct?
Judge, I'm going to object. Can we approach?
Yes.
Okay, let me fix the audio. Well, everyone's having issues. Hang on, hold tight, hold tight. Let's jump over here for a minute. Looks like the audio is off. Sorry about that. They're arguing at the bench. One of the rare times we get to see them argue. Ooh, we've got hand gestures and everything. Grabbed the strainer, the colander from outside, or from in the kitchen, and took it outside. Give it to my kids so they'd stop looking up at the sun. Because apparently, when I tell them not to look at the sun, they think, oh, I wonder what it looks like. Why would Dad tell me that? Why would Dad not, want me to look at the sun? I better check it myself just to see. So, okay, here we go. Bring on the noise.
Just one last quote from page 38 of the transcript. What Ariel never wavered on is saying that they did see that they were beating him up. Correct?
Correct.
Nothing else.
Mr. Anderson?
He also never wavered on saying that he never saw Nick. He didn't see Nick do anything.
Correct.
Nothing else.
Anything else?
He never said the words, "I didn't see Nick do anything." Those aren't his words, correct?
I would have to reread the whole transcript if those were correct or not.
He didn't say those words.
Objection has been answered. He needs to see the transcript.
The objection's overruled. Mr. Nelson, if you want to pursue that, you may.
You can't cite anywhere in the transcript where he said those words that you just said he did.
If you have the transcripts and that's what you're saying, then I would agree with you.
I'm not the witness, sir. You are. You agree?
That I'm not the witness. You're not the witness. Yes, I agree.
Oh, wow. You agree that as you sit here right now, you don't have a memory, knowledge, information that he said what you said under oath. I never saw Nick do anything. He didn't say those words.
Those exact words I could not recall if those were the exact words, sir.
But even if you can't recall it, you still said it under oath in a murder trial.
Sustained. It's argumentative, sustained.
I'll move on. Nothing else.
Thank you. Investigator, you may step down.
Wow.
Who is the next witness?
Wow. That was a little
I think the
spicy.
defense had a couple people to call.
Okay. Members of the jury, similar to Friday, sometimes the attorneys make accommodations for witnesses' schedules. The state has more witnesses, but they are not scheduled until tomorrow, I understand.
Yes.
So rather than sending you home, the defense has agreed to call some of their witnesses so that we can continue working.
How
I will
cordial
say,
of them.
I think it's worth saying to the attorneys, I appreciate your flexibility and your professionalism to see that we can keep moving and get some work done today, despite the scheduling obstacles. So we'll continue with defense witnesses. Mr. Trotsy.
Dude, we're going to call Investigator Dittman.
Russellville, Arkansas. Totality right this moment. I'm such a killjoy. Yeah, I wouldn't let them look at the sun. But I will tell you, we ran outside and there were like dogs like running around in the neighborhood. Like, what is going on? Just like a dog was in the middle of the street running around. Crazy. Just about got run over. We tried to call it to get it out of the street, but it wouldn't move until like a truck came and then it like darted in front of it. But it didn't get hit. So we're good. We're good.
Investigator, please come forward. Face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She'll administer the oath.
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Trotsy.
Sir, can you tell us your name, spelling your last name?
Andrew Dittman, Dittman.
And sir, what's your occupation?
I'm an investigator with the St. Clair County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been an investigator?
A couple years. I've been employed with the Sheriff's Office since 2012.
Okay. And in your role as an investigator, part of your job, interview witnesses, take statements, things that they might tell you.
Yes.
And was that your role in this particular matter, that you were to take statements from witnesses who might have some information?
Correct.
Okay. And do you recall, either yourself or being present with another officer, when there were interviews taken of Ryan Nelson, Jawan Cockfield, Owen Peliquin, Alex Vang, and Landon Muir?
Yes.
You were present for all of those?
Correct.
Those interviews, were they recorded?
Yes.
And they were recorded how, sir?
At the time, we had visual labs, which would have been an application, a body cam application through our cell phone.
And do you recall whether or not each one of those interviews of those 5 people were recorded?
They all were recorded.
And that recording was captured and provided to the DA's office, is that right, to your knowledge?
Yes.
I want to ask you very few questions on this, but there's been testimony from witnesses regarding what they mentioned to officers during their interview, okay?
Okay.
You interviewed Jawan Cockfield. Did Jawan Cockfield ever tell you during your interview with him that Mr. Mew was looking for little girls?
Not that I recall. He did not say that.
If he would have said that, is that something you would put in a report?
Our job is to be fact finders and document everything as best as we can, accurately.
So your job, you're not really to pick sides, you're just kind of to get the information in and then get it back out, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in our jobs, maybe people don't think about this, but telling a police officer that someone's looking for little girls, you're not going to let that go without trying to dig a little deeper if you hear that, right?
Correct.
Okay. So if he would have said to you, I've been told by Mr. Mew that he was looking for little girls, that's something that would have drawn your attention, right?
Yes.
Okay. Same question with Ryan Nelson, sir. Your interview with Ryan Nelson, did he ever mention, or he never mentioned to you, right, that Mr. Mew told him that he was looking for little girls?
And I guess all the interviews, I was never told anything that anybody was looking for little girls.
So you'd agree, Mr. Cockfield, Mr. Nelson, Mr. Peliquin, Mr. Vang, and Mr. Weir, none of them, in their interviews with you, which were recorded, mentioned to you that Nick Mew told them he was looking for little girls, right?
To my recollection, I do not believe that was ever said.
And again, for each one of these people, especially if you heard it over and over again, that might be something you would really document then, because there's continued statements regarding it, right?
Correct.
And you didn't, right?
Correct.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson?
One thing you heard over and over from the witnesses you interviewed was that this turned physical when Nikolai punched the blonde girl, right?
Correct.
Owen said he believed Nikolai punched her, right?
Yes.
And the other boys all saw they actually witnessed Nikolai punch the blonde girl.
Correct.
And that's what turned the incident physical.
Yes, from my recollection, that's when I was told that chaos ensued, was when the punch was thrown.
Nothing else.
Mr. Prophecy?
Mr. Vang told you that Mr. Mew slapped the girl, right?
Correct.
So he didn't say that he punched her, right?
Whoa.
Sometimes, I guess people classify punch and slap. It's what the person's viewing.
Well, you agree that punch and slap are different things?
They could be, yes.
You agree that you testified under oath that everyone told you it was a punch, right?
I was present during all the interviews that took place. To get to the nitpicky, I'd have to review who told me who punched and who slapped.
I guess what I'm asking you is, you just told Attorney Anderson that all of those people told you that Mr. Mew punched this girl in the face, right?
That was brought up multiple times through the interviews that we had conducted, that there was punching, and I don't recall exactly who said that he had given a slap.
Okay, if I told you Alex Vang said open hand, you have any reason to dispute that's what's on tape?
I do not.
Okay. Some of those people also told you that she was knocked down into the water. Is that right?
Correct.
Some people told you that she wasn't knocked down to the water, right?
Correct.
They all told you that the injuries that were suffered on the river only occurred after Mr. Mew was attacked, though, right?
I guess, what do you mean by that?
Well, they told you that he was punched in the face, right?
Okay.
Yes?
Yes.
They told you that some of them might have told you that he was then hit multiple times, correct?
Correct.
Some of them told you that the group...
Judge doesn't object on leading and also the beyond the scope of cross.
Sustained on leading.
Sustained on, okay, thank you. Would you agree that some people that you interviewed explained to you what they observed happening to Mr. Mew after he was punched?
Yes.
Okay. And those descriptions included their belief that he was being attacked. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you know that after that happened, what I just said to you. I'm not.
Let's get the question in first and then make your judgment.
You know through your investigation and the interviews that you've conducted, sequentially, after these people told you what they observed happening to Mr. Mew, that's when the incident with the knife occurred, correct? Is that?
It is, but it's harmless in this instance.
It's a lead-in, but it's harmless.
That'd be accurate.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Anderson?
Any of the interviews you're involved in any of the interviews? Well, did you interview anyone from the Carlson group?
I do not believe so.
So you were involved in all the interviews with the boys that were with Isaac?
Correct.
And do you remember, they're all consistent on the first time it turned physical was Nikolai striking the blonde girl, whether it was a punch or a slap.
Yeah, I recall, I believe it was Owen that said that he had observed a closed fist punch.
And then later he clarified, he said he believed that Nikolai had punched her, right?
Correct.
Nothing else.
Thank you, investigator. You may step down.
Thank you.
Is there another witness?
He's on hold.
Trying to make the picture a little better, and they just resized the moon for us. So
Can we approach, Judge?
Yes, you may.
Don't approach. It's loud. Okay, quick view of the feed as we have it. This is from let's see. I don't know where. There's Credit B. Bayer. Credit B. Bayer. From Carbondale, Illinois. There's the view. So looks beautiful.
Mr. Anderson? Yeah. Okay. Who's the next witness?
Roberto Baldoza.
Baldoza, please come forward. Face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She will administer the oath. Please have a seat in the witness chair.
The big yellow one's the sun. Mathis.
Mr. Trapasi.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you state your name and can you spell your last name, please?
My full name is Roberto Baldasso, and you spell my last name B-A-L-D-A-Z as in zebra O.
Okay. And Mr. Baldasso, you were on the Apple River on July 30th of 2022, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who you were with?
I was with my wife, my 3 children, my cousin, and a friend of mine and his wife.
And
cousin?
Had you been drinking that day?
Yes.
Okay. Can you give us an idea of about how much you had to drink?
I would say the total for the day was about 6 beers.
Ooh.
How would you describe
Third
your
trip on the river.
intoxication level when you were witnessing what you were witnessing?
I was slightly buzzed. I mean, I was still able to walk and talk and such.
Okay.
Slightly buzzed. I could still walk.
If you said to the, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, if you said to the police that you were drunk, would that be fair or not?
No, not really fair. I wasn't drunk. I was definitely drinking.
Okay. And so your family, your friends are just kind of having a lazy day on the river. Would that be reasonable?
Correct.
Okay. And does there come a point when you're on the river that something draws your attention?
Yeah, we were floating along, and we had been stopping along the ways, just kind of meeting people and kind of conversing with other groups. We had just left the little bar. There's a little bar that you kind of climb up the hill and you can order drinks and whatnot. You needed to have cash, and we didn't have cash on us, so we just left. We started to take off from there, and I noticed, I didn't have my glasses on, but it looked to me like people were dancing, kind of partying. And so I told the group, I said, hey, I think there's people dancing over there, let's go check it out. So as we started floating up, I started noticing that it looked a little bit more than dancing. I wasn't sure because I can only see like the shadows or outlines because it was so far away. And so I started to veer off to the right of the river, and then immediately my wife jumps off and takes off towards the bank, and that's when I took off and followed her.
Okay, I'm going to just back it up for a minute, okay? Now, to be fair, I think your interview with the police, there was questions about your ability to see based upon whether or not you were wearing any type of corrective lenses or anything. Is that fair?
Correct. I actually made that a point right from the beginning.
All right, and how would you, without glasses, because you said you weren't wearing them, right?
Correct.
How would you describe your eyesight?
I mean, it's fair. I can see well enough to drive. I just can't see details that far away.
You can. Is it fair to say I think if I heard you correctly, you can see shapes and outlines?
Correct. A little bit more than just that, though. I mean, I can see what's, I can see that far away. I just can't see in detail, if you will. It's not crisp. It's fuzzy.
And when you see the people that you believe initially might be dancing, about how far away from them are you? Best guess.
I would say approximately about 60 yards or so.
Okay. And can I ask you, in terms of, I'm going to try to put this together, 60 yards away, no glasses, how would you describe your ability to kind of see that based on the distance and the no glasses? How does that?
I mean, I can't see detail from that far away, but I can definitely see people.
Okay. Do you hear what's happening?
No, it's loud.
Okay, so you can't hear anything in particular coming from that group. Is that
no?
fair?
All I can hear is water rushing.
And
oh my goodness.
If I heard you right, you said then at some point you believed it didn't look like they were dancing. It looked like there was more going on.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but it looked odd after a minute because there was a lot of, kind of crouching down. Some people were kind of crouching down.
Can I ask you about how long do you think this was going on in terms of what you initially believed might have been dancing and then you believed was something else?
I definitely under a minute, if I understand the question correctly.
Yeah. All right. And then if I heard you right, you said that your wife got up and took off.
She did. At that point, we did kind of notice that there was some people laying on the bank. And so at first she had said, I think somebody was impaled by a tree. And so as she was kind of saying that, she was leaping off of her tube to take off running. That's when I took off after her.
Okay. So although you can't hear necessarily what's going on, you heard what your wife said.
Correct. She was right next to me, elbows touching.
And about how far away from the groups that you said you saw, like, laying there, about how far away from them are you?
Oh, somewhere, I would say, in the proximity of maybe 40 feet at that point, maybe 50.
And is your wife ahead of you in this?
Yes, I was pursuing her, yes.
Seeing what you're seeing that day, did that cause you some concern for either your physical safety or your wife's physical safety?
At first, yes. My wife, because we had no idea what she was rushing into, or I didn't.
And as a result of your concern for her physical safety, what did you do?
Took off running after her.
Okay, what else did you do?
Tripped over a rock. I had my knife on the inside of my waistband, my swim trunks.
Okay.
And when I came up, the water was about knee high. There was a huge set of rocks there. So my right leg kind of got stuck on the rock. My left tripped or slipped, and I went forward, and I felt the butt end of my knife kind of jab me in the stomach, so I reached down and did something. But I kept running towards my wife.
Did you pull your knife out?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that you pulled out your knife, you just don't remember if you opened the blade or not.
Right, because it had jabbed me, so I don't know if I pulled it out. And the reason for my confusion is when my wife asked, so my wife was asking for a chest seal. I'm pushing up the narrative a bit. She was asking for a chest seal, so later on I kind of don't remember if I had pulled out my knife and kept it out when I tripped, but I remember my wife asking for a chest seal. So I turned back to my daughter Aubrey, and she ran back to our tubes and got me a sandwich baggie. And I don't remember if I cut the baggie to make it lengthier, because it was folded over. But I don't remember cutting the bag. I remember seeing the bag cut open perfectly squared to make it longer to cover the hole in Isaac's chest.
Do you remember that when your wife took off running, that you had said to the police that you were attempting to kind of make a threat assessment at that point as to what was happening?
Correct. I tried to scan in the area, see what was going on, because I noticed there was somebody else that was hurt on this side, so it led me to believe that it could possibly be something like that. So I was kind of just scanning, making kind of a threat assessment. I didn't really see much, so I started focusing on my wife.
And based on that threat assessment, you informed the police that you pulled your knife?
I don't recall that exactly.
Okay. If it says that you pulled your knife after doing a threat assessment, would you disagree with that?
I think maybe that's taken out of context because I didn't feel threatened at any point, nor did I pull out the knife in thought in defending myself or anything like that.
So when you would say to the police, I was looking into the crowd because right away my thought process, threat assessment, where is the threat? Who is doing what? Let me get a good, summary of what's going on here. But then my wife's already en route. So I jump off the tube, take off running. I see what appears to be someone doing this, and then you make a motion, okay? Then your response is, and so I pulled out my knife, but I don't remember if I opened the blade or if I just pulled it from my trunks. Do you remember that statement?
It sounds like something I would say for sure.
Okay. And I think you said to the police, well, let me ask you this. Did you ultimately keep your knife, or was it lost?
It was lost. I don't know what happened to it.
And it was lost presumably in the river?
I would assume so, yes.
Okay. And do you know what's happening? Meaning, are you able to see what's happening at that point?
Well, yeah, I was focused on my wife and noticed Isaac's body laying there. That's where most of my focus was at.
Did you notice, I think you had made mention to the police that you ultimately noticed the individual that you thought was responsible for this, right?
Oh, no, I never said that. And maybe something I said was taken out of context, but I can't see that far.
Okay.
I saw an individual run to the top of the hill, make eye contact with, and take off running, but I couldn't tell you who that person was.
Okay. So you don't have any reason to know whether or not that person was involved?
No.
Okay. And I know that you assisted and participated with your wife in trying to tend to and take care of Isaac. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And does there come another a point after that happened where you come across something in the river that you think might be relevant?
Yes, I saw the snorkel.
Okay.
Which I didn't know what relevance it played at the time. I just had picked it up, and there was actually a police officer standing with me. We were conversing when I reached down and grabbed it. Okay. Then another gentleman ran up and was kind of screaming, that's the snorkel, that's the snorkel. I didn't know what, so I just handed it to the officer.
Was it one person or a bunch of people that came over to you?
With the snorkel, you mean?
Yes, sir.
I can only remember one man.
Okay. And if you told the police that it was a bunch of guys, and they started coming at you, filming you, and I'm using your words, talking shit to you, do you remember that?
No, not at all.
Okay. It's on your recorded statement.
Objection, Judge. He's testifying.
Sustained.
Are you aware that you provided a statement providing the information I've just told you?
Yes. Okay. Yes, I actually do remember the gentleman coming at me. He was pretty animated. He was heated. I know exactly what you're talking about, and I just told the guy, I said, hey, look, I don't know anything about the snorkel. I just picked up the snorkel. I said, officer, would you like to take the snorkel?
Okay. And I guess I just want to clarify, is it one person or more than one person?
I only remember the one guy who was engaging me. There were multiple people around, but the one individual was actually engaging me, verbally.
Okay, and was his verbal engagement making you nervous?
No. I wasn't nervous. The police officer was standing right next to me.
Okay, so did you believe that person was going to attack you?
No.
Okay, if you told the police that you believe that?
I told them that he was heated and elevated.
You said it was like they were going to come and attack me. I'm like, I don't know what the hell's going on. I looked at the officer and just threw the effing snorkel at him, right?
I don't remember using those words.
Okay.
I think he actually said effing in the report.
Well, I want to put words in your mouth either.
The lawyers like to use the real words.
Specifics of what happened with Mr. Mew and any of the people on the river?
No.
And that was because you didn't have was it because you didn't have your glasses on?
I think it was a combination of the distance. I didn't have my glasses on. I mean, we pretty much arrived after the fact.
Appreciate your time, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Anderson?
So if I'm understanding right, you don't remember when your knife got lost?
I don't. It has to be sometime between when I left the tube, pursuing Andrea or my wife, to the shoreline. Somewhere in there. It has to be somewhere in there.
Did you talked about cutting the Ziploc bag, so could it have been after you got to the shore, actually?
I don't remember cutting the bag, but I remember the bag being cut.
Okay.
I played that in my head. I just can't connect the two.
I've got 5 minutes till max coverage here in North Carolina. I'm going to step outside with my kids for a bit. I'm going to be listening.
For the record, Judge, I'm just going to show him the screen grab from Officer Farrell's body cam at 15 minutes, 27 seconds. Is that you assisting CPR on Isaac?
Yes.
It looks like you have your pocket knife in in the back of your shorts?
Yes, let me just...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that looks like it.
Okay. That looks like it's on your back side of your hip?
Yes.
And you testified you didn't remember when it jabbed you, when you tripped on the rock, you didn't remember if you took it out or just slid it over?
Correct.
You agreed? Looks like you slid it over to your back so it wouldn't jab you?
Correct. That makes sense.
So, was the rest of your group was over by a sandbar, right, if you remember?
Roughly.
Kind of like...
On the other side of the river.
Yeah, kind of after you came around the bend?
Correct.
And were there other tubers there?
Yes.
And were people... Was there a lot of commotion going on?
Yes.
And people didn't know where the guy with the knife went, the stabber? If you know.
Well, that's... No one specifically told me that. I just kept hearing people say, where did he go, where did he go?
Okay. And when you left to go aid Isaac, did you leave from that sandbar area?
Can you repeat that, sir, please?
When you left from your group to follow your wife, was that from the sandbar area?
I can't remember where exactly we were on the river in regard to that sandbar. I can't remember if we were before or after it, but I know we were around it.
Did your group stop there and wait? Is that why they were there, waiting for you and Andrea, if you know?
Correct.
Okay. So you might have went straight to Isaac after coming around the bend?
Correct.
Okay. Was Isaac already on the shore when you...
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Nothing else.
Mr. Dropsy?
Sir, if you didn't pull the knife, how'd you lose the knife?
I have no idea. Like I said, we had to make a chest seal. I don't remember, but I may have used the knife to cut the bag open to make it longer, because the gash was significantly wide and long.
Mr. Anderson?
You described that your knife was lost to law enforcement, right?
Correct.
And you're aware that they located one that matches the description?
I assume so. No one actually said they found it, but I assume they did.
Okay. What kind of knife was it?
It was a knife called, it's made by a company called Tactical Gears.
With a Z?
Correct.
Nothing else.
Thank you, Mr. Baldazzo. You may step down.
Thank you,
Or
sir.
excuse.
We have one more witness, but if I could take a brief bathroom break before we call that witness.
Sure, let's come back at 2 o'clock.
All rise for the jury.
And good afternoon from our Fox 9 streaming center. You've been watching our ongoing Gavel to Gavel coverage of the Apple River stabbing trial. You just heard the testimony of Roberto Baldazzo, I should say. Of course, he is the husband of Andrea Baldazzo. We met Andrea, the nurse, earlier in the case last week. She testified. She's a trained nurse.
Okay, you guys were supposed to warn me when they left for a little while. What just happened? What just happened? Who are we waiting for? It was a potty break. I was abandoned. Sorry, I was staring at the sun with the kids. Steve. Let's see. Where are we at? 7. We're waiting for audio.
Ariel recorded interview, which I believe has been marked in the transcript, which has been marked. During that recorded interview from August 2nd, that Ariel had said to Mr. De La Cruz.
I'm back.
The man was a quiet person. Question, it sounds like all day he was calm too, huh? You, him, the man, Nick. Is he a calm person or does he get angry a lot? Question, answer, no. Lastly, Mr. De La Cruz statement, Nick's always really mellow and cool, real mellow, calm, and this was a surprise. To which Ariel said, I don't know, man, it all happened too fast, it was too fast. I wanted to bring that up as a prior statement of the witness under 908-01 sub 4 sub A sub 2, because those statements are consistent with the declarant Ariel's testimony and is offered to rebut an implied charge against the declarant Ariel that he was fabricating or had an improper influence. I understand that he may not have been impeached or there was not an express or implied charge that he fabricated his thoughts on Mr. Mew's character, but they were attacking his credibility in general. So I expect the state's going to say, how do we really know Mr. Mew has such a character? The only people that they called are people who we've impeached. And so for those reasons, I think it was relevant and it's admissible because of their implied charge against Ariel of recent fabrication or improper influence or motive.
Mr. Anderson?
Under 90404, the permissible character evidence that's allowed is what's already been admitted. Are you aware of their reputation? Do they have a reputation for peacefulness? That's been admitted. The state has not even cross-examined anyone on that. Never suggested they're just saying that because he's on trial. So to then go beyond that is exceeding what's allowed under 90404. And as Attorney Nelson acknowledged, under 90801 4A2, it's only to rebut an express or implied charge against recent fabrication, which we didn't do on that statement. It's in and of itself inadmissible. We didn't accuse him of lying about it. So,
Just briefly, I don't agree with his assessment of my argument, but I think Your Honor understands my argument.
The record's been preserved. I ruled it inadmissible. Although the state used Detective De La Cruz to impeach Mr. Chaguez's credibility, it did not mean that everything is admissible. The defense may use prior consistent statements to rehabilitate the credibility of a witness, but the defense is not allowed to use inadmissible character evidence to do so. I had previously ruled, I believe on Friday, that testimony about expansive views of Mr. Mew's demeanor, his personality, his character traits on days other than July 30, 2022 were inadmissible, other than the pertinent character trait of being peaceful. That was the sole character trait that I allowed to come in, and any other descriptions about Mr. Mew's character was inadmissible. I did carve out a small exception because I thought it was relevant to addressing his demeanor on the day in question or at the time of the incident, but the questions that Mr. Nelson was eliciting from the witness went far beyond that exception. So that's why I ruled the way I did. All right, we'll take a short break. We'll come back at 2 o'clock.
And just so you know, maybe have 20, 30 minutes, and that's our only witness left for the day. So I imagine we're taking a break then to come back tomorrow. Is that what it sounds like the plan?
Unless there's more witnesses or videos or something that we can do productive.
we have a little bit to talk about exhibits, so we can do that.
Okay. All right. 2 o'clock.
All right, so we get a little break here. Let me, sorry, the Eclipse was amazing, guys. You should have seen it. Let's see, we're going to be caught up. We're going to be caught up. How about that? Let's see. I think it's this lady's going to be our last witness of the day. There we go. Okay, and play.
Did you see injured people?
I did not. I saw the young boy on.
Doc.
Backing up a tiny bit because I missed it. Hang on.
I don't know, a song and dance,
There we
or
go.
is it important? I
It
know
starts
as
again
these lawyers form
with
their closing
talking
arguments,
heads
they'll
going on.
reference some of these nuggets.
Talking head, talking head, talking head. We're waiting for interruption. More talking heads. Hang on. I backed up too far. Give me a second. The temperature dropped too as well. Mrs. R.A. is sitting out on the steps. She's like, it just got cooler. And our neighbor across the street, kitty corner from us, they're like, I think they're both anestheticians. Is that, I can't not say that name. Anestheticians.
Thank you so much, Marge. We'll see you at the end of the court day. Right now, we're going back into the courtroom. Judge Michael Waterman is on the bench.
Face the clerk. Raise your right hand.
Okay, there we go. Anyway, they're both anestheticians.
Please have a seat in the witness chair.
And they, why is that not working?
Mr. Nelson.
You're
Oh, I
Amanda
broke
Torres?
everything.
Yes.
Sorry, I'll
Your
fix
husband
it.
Ernesto?
Yes.
Do you know this man here to my right?
Yes.
Who's that?
That's Nick Mew.
And how do you know Nick?
I've known him for almost 20 years.
How did you get to know him through those 20 years?
Work.
Work. Did you ever socialize with him outside of work?
Yes. Probably the past 5, 6, 7 years.
Okay. You've been to his house?
Yep.
He's been to your house? You just need to say yes or no
Yes.
verbally, or, as opposed to just shaking your, nodding your head. Does it make sense?
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you some questions about Mr. Mew's character, okay? Do you feel like you know his character?
Yes.
Does he have a character for peacefulness?
Yes. Yeah.
I want to now switch a little bit and ask you in general about July 30th of 2022, okay?
Okay.
Were you on the river that day with your husband and Nick's wife
Yes.
and other friends?
Yes.
During that time, did you see people within your group drinking alcohol?
They had a few.
Did you observe anyone that was intoxicated?
No.
Did you have any concerns about anybody's level of intoxication? How about Nick in particular?
No.
I want to ask you about a knife, okay?
Yes.
Have you seen Nick carry a pocket knife before?
Yes.
Have you seen him use that pocket knife before?
Yes.
How can you just describe in what context or where you've seen him use that pocket knife?
He always seems to have one, like at our house with the pool, help setting up the pool and things like that, and that's about it, all I've really seen.
Have you seen him use it as a tool to fix things?
Yeah, yes.
Have you seen him use it as a sharp item to cut rope or other matters?
Yes.
Okay. On that day, did you see Nick with a knife?
I believe I did at the beginning.
On that day, did you see Nick use the knife to cut some rope?
Yes, I think I did, yes.
Okay. At some point on that day, did you become aware that someone in your group had lost a phone?
Yes.
Whose phone was lost?
Ariel.
Up until that point, can you just describe Mr. Mew's demeanor, your observations of him that day?
He was happy. Everybody was relaxed. He was relaxed, just having a good time, just relaxing on the river.
Same character you've seen of the 20 years over that you've known him?
Yes.
When Ariel lost his phone, did you see, I don't want to know the contents, but was there discussion about what to do?
I didn't really hear much of that conversation. I just knew that he lost it, and Nick said, I'll go find it. I can go find it. I know Ariel said, don't worry about it.
Okay. Did you see Nick leave to go, in what you thought was him going to look for the phone?
Yes.
At the time that he left, what was he wearing?
What was he wearing?
What's that?
Shorts.
Had you seen him wearing other items earlier in the day?
A shirt and a hat, I think.
Had you seen him snorkeling earlier in the
Yes.
day? When you saw him snorkeling earlier in the day, did he wear his hat and sunglasses?
No.
Did he wear his shirt?
No. He put it back on when he came back.
And we'll get to that in a second. When you saw him leave to go look for the phone, did he have his snorkel and goggle with him?
I didn't notice that.
My understanding is, just to cut to the chase here, that you didn't observe anything going down, happening downriver between Nick and any other group of people. Would you
No.
agree?
Tupper Lake, you knew.
The first you learned about it is you heard somebody say
Eclipse,
something, right?
Totality,
Yes.
Happy
What did you hear?
Moments.
Sandy said, Nick's in trouble. Nick's in trouble. Go help him.
And when you heard that, did you see people in your group leave?
I think it was Ernesto and Ariel. I think that was the only two people I saw.
Once you heard that, though, you still weren't able to, for whatever reason, you either didn't look or you couldn't see what was going on down there.
I couldn't from where I was sitting, and the tubes were, in front of me, and I couldn't really see over it. I had to get up, like stand up.
And I see you're wearing glasses today.
Yeah.
Were you wearing glasses when you were going down?
Sunglasses.
Okay. Prescription sunglasses?
Yes.
Okay. So your vision wasn't impaired from lack of glasses?
No.
It was more just your positioning where you were at?
Yes.
And I understand at some point after this, you saw Nick come back to your group. Is that right?
Yeah, I didn't see him walk up. I just was standing, just watching the crowd, and then he just appeared on my right side.
Okay. And now I'm going to ask you some questions, but I don't want the content of the words, okay? So I'm going to ask you about, did you ask Nick what happened?
I looked at him and I said,
Did you ask Nick what happened, yes or no?
yes.
And you can't tell me the words, but did Nick tell you an answer to that question?
Yes.
He gave you an answer?
Yeah, a few words.
Okay. Now I want to ask you about what you saw of him, okay? When you were having that conversation with him, you're standing right in front of him? Again, you just need to give a verbal answer,
Yes.
ma'am. Okay. And when you've seen him for 20 years, right?
Yeah.
In that time, I think you spoke with the police before, but when you're sitting there on the river or standing there on the river talking to him, how did he appear?
Well, in shock.
What's that?
In shock. Just
And-
stunned and like frozen.
Okay. Have you seen him in that state before?
No.
I think you'd previously used words like ghostly white or pale.
Yes.
Would those accurately describe what you saw him that day?
Yeah, yes.
I think you'd said he had a ghost look on his face.
Yes.
Is that what you saw?
Yes.
And you concluded, based upon your knowing him for as long as you had, that he appeared to be in shock.
Yes.
Not like shock as in surprise, but shock like as in a physiological, psychological condition.
Yeah.
Obviously not from a medical term, but just a colloquial person term, right?
Yes.
That's all.
Can I ask any questions?
Yes. So you told law enforcement Nick wasn't drinking much that day,
No.
right? No, you didn't say that, or yes, you did say that?
I believe I said that.
Yeah. You said he was dumping out his beers and putting water in them?
No, he does that like when we have get-togethers.
Okay. He wasn't on that day?
No, not that I know.
So as far as you know, there's no reason Nick would say, I was drinking a lot?
No.
So did you see injured people?
I did not. I saw the young boy on the side. I didn't know what his injuries were.
You saw he was getting CPR?
Yes.
And did you see someone else on the shore being aided?
No.
You didn't hear anyone crying for help or anything like that?
I did not. It was really loud. There was screaming and people running. But no, I didn't see anybody else injured.
Do you speak Spanish?
No.
So Nikolai was in shock, and you determined that because his face was pale and what, not speaking?
Yeah, he just said a very brief few words and just stood there just kind of like in shock.
Okay. Can I get a couple exhibits? 7 and 63. Was he stiff or rigid, or like his body?
I'd say kind of stiff.
He wasn't like relaxed at all, right?
No.
I'm going to show you a video and ask you some questions about it. This is exhibit 60, or no. So was he like that the whole time you were with him until he was taken into custody?
Yes.
So stiff, rigid, not talking, white face, anything else?
No.
Okay.
We are 10 minutes
This is
behind.
exhibit 85.
So we're almost caught up. Holton, Maine. Holton, Maine, one of the last places here in the U.S. to watch the totality of the eclipse. It's just coming up right now.
Speeding, I apologize, Judge. All right, can we have the monitor, please? Something's wrong. Sorry, I'm going to have Investigator Schultz do it. All right, I want you to pay attention to Nikolai in this video. I'm going to ask you some questions.
He has something like a timer in his hand.
Take a picture and save it.
I don't take a picture, take a video.
You pause.
Take a video.
He looks pretty nonchalant, relaxed in that video, agreed?
Yeah.
And that was after you had left the incident location, right?
Yes.
Doesn't look stiff?
Not that I can see, no.
He's leaning back in
face.
he's leaning back in his tube and paddling along with his hand?
Yeah.
I'll show you another video. And so you've known him a long time. You said you could recognize that he was in shock, so I want to ask you about this video. This is the 23-second body cam of Sheriff Knudsen. I think we're ready.
Keeps talking away from the mic.
Camera recording started.
Content warning. Careful.
Still doing all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's going
Temperature's
on?
okay in here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Somebody,
Fine.
I hear somebody got stabbed. And I fit the description.
Yes, you do.
All right.
Yep, so we're working through that now.
Agreed he doesn't look pale or ghostly white there?
No.
He doesn't sound distressed, agreed?
He sounds a little distressed.
He does?
I think so.
Okay. Why? What about it sounds distressed?
Just the way he's talking. I mean, it's not, he's more energetic, more, not just kind of just sitting there.
Could also be because he's nervous because of what just happened and...
Yes.
Okay. And do you know if you don't know if him being quiet was because he was afraid he was going to get arrested or because he was in shock, right?
Yeah.
You do know?
No, I don't know. Say that again?
You don't know if he was quiet and different than how he normally is because he thought he was going to get arrested or because he was in shock?
I think in shock.
You think, but you don't know, right?
Well, no, I don't know.
Nothing else.
Mr. Nelson?
You came here to tell the jury about your observations of a man you know, correct?
Yes.
And the observations that you told the jury, were those accurate?
Yes.
Is that what you saw? Then you were asked some questions about a video. Was that at a different time than what you told the jury about what you saw?
The video I just saw?
Yeah, I think there's 3 moments in time you were asked about. I asked you about what did Mr. Mew look like right when he came back to the tube.
Yeah.
Agreed?
Yes.
And then you were shown a video about another moment in time that's
Yeah.
later, correct?
Later, yeah.
You agree that's about an hour later? Do you know what time that video is taken in relation to when you made your observation of him in shock?
The second?
The video where he was sitting in the tube, do you know when that was in time in relation to when you saw him with a white face and pale?
Oh, maybe 20 minutes? I'm just guessing.
Okay. Did you, when he came back to the tubes, did the group wait at the tubes or did they leave right away?
No, we waited.
Do you know how long the group waited?
Seemed like a very long time, but it's probably maybe 20, 25 minutes.
Okay. And do you know when that video was taken right away when you guys started going back down, or was it near the exit, or was it some other time? Do you know when that video is?
I think towards the exit.
Okay. Do you know how long the trip was from when you left the sandbar after the 20, 25 minutes that you stayed there until you got to the exit?
Is it like 45 minutes, I think?
Okay. So I'm just trying to get us to the math here. Sounds like it's about an hour after when you had the conversation with him where you were talking.
I think so, yes.
Okay. In that video that we saw, were you able to see his face?
No.
Do you know what Mr. Mew was doing in that 60 minutes between the time that you described him as shocked, stunned, rigid until that time?
What he was doing? No.
Do you know if at all his appearance changed?
I don't know. I couldn't see his face.
Do you know if it did change, when it changed?
No.
Do you know if it did change, why it changed?
I don't know.
You were then asked some questions about what you saw, this 23-second video. That's a different moment in time, agreed?
Yes.
And is that happened after the video where you see him in the water or before the video in the water?
Which video?
There was a video of Mr. Mew in the back of the squad car
Okay.
that was 23 seconds long.
Yes.
Do you know, did that take place before he was in the tube that we saw or after?
No, after.
And in that video, could you see his face?
Yes.
When you saw his face there, did you, having known this man, think that he looked like he was in some sort of distress?
It looked to me, yes.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson?
The reason you waited 20 minutes is because Eric Von Williams was helping with the people who were injured, right?
I didn't know he went down there.
And then when you eventually did leave, it was because Nikolai said, let's go, right?
He did not say let's go.
He didn't?
I didn't hear it.
Nothing else.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. You may step down.
Thank you.
All right, as that finishes up for the
Chelsea, any
day.
other witnesses?
We do, but not for today. So those are the only witnesses we were able to call on short notice to get prepared for today.
Very good. Anything else that we can do today, Mr. Anderson?
Not in the presence of the jury, no, just some exhibits I think we need to clean up.
All right. So we can do that after we excuse the jury. Members of the jury, the attorneys assure me that we are ahead of days. So that's all good news, despite the fact that we're going to get an early recess today. My reminders are the same as before. No independent research, no investigation. Do not speak to anybody about this case. And do not watch any media reports or social media accounts about this trial. We'll see you back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Let's take the jury out.
Okay, we're going to bail. We're not going to stick around for them filing the exhibits and things like that. That's paperwork at the courts. It's just stickers, numbers, and making sure the clerk has everything. So we are going to be done for the day, which means we finally caught up. We're live. We're live with the Bad Apple River trial, or Bad Apple River trial, as they may call it. We caught up so fast. Yes, they ended early, which helped, but I knew we'd be caught up before the end of the day. So what this means tomorrow is that everyone's going to be talking very slowly, except for me. I'm going to be the same as before. The Creative Bee, Debbie, my feelings exactly. I could not put that, more succinctly and precisely as you have. So no more skipping breaks. No more breaks. We get lunch. No more working late. It's a trade-off. It's a trade-off. So sometimes, it's never fun to be behind on the trial and not, wondering if we're going to catch up before the verdict. But at the same time, it's good to be caught up. Can we get an update about Arizona? Yes, the Arizona trial, I believe, is still going on. The cameramen have boycotted it. I think it was the day after the judge called out that one cameraman for accidentally panning over and seeing the jury. And he's like, screw it. It's not worth it. If I'm going to be called out on national television when I'm working my butt off over here in a corner of your courtroom and can't make noise or anything, it's just not going to fly. So they said, we'll show you, Judge, and they left. Or something to that nature. The end result was that there's no cameraman in court. So that's where we are. We're there is a live feed still of that trial. It is on Zoom, and it's then transmitted to YouTube, and that's the Santa Cruz Superior Court YouTube page. I'm not ready to go watch it. That makes sense, because first of all, we can't get very far in it before we have to come back to the Apple River trial tomorrow, because it's 3:30 here already. So we're not going back there. I know it has some spicy bits in it. I've heard that it's got some spicy bits and it's good. But I think if anybody wants that Zoom feed, that Zoom link, I will go back and give you that link to watch it. But as it stands right now, even though it got really spicy, we might not go back. I don't know when we can fit it in with what's coming up and what's going on. Maybe if courts don't line up right, we can, but so we'll see. Somebody's saying burner phone. I have the burner phone. I posted a little video of me watching the eclipse. I actually even showed the sun using my phone without any filters, which I think is a bad idea, but it was very quick. So, and I used my head to cause the eclipse. What time are we starting tomorrow? I think we start at 8:30. 8:30 sounds right. Post the link. Let me get the link for you just one second. Santa Cruz. Tell me, how's the eclipse? Hang on. Let's do a poll before you go anywhere. This is very, very important stuff. Quick poll. Start a poll. So I've got a question. Let's see. Yes. You have to read carefully. I'm warning you here. Wait. So don't be all hasty on this, okay? Don't be all hasty. Oh, come on. Wait. This is going to be a good one, too. Why the B key does not work. There we go. I will tell you that some neighbors were driving around our little town here, and they just had a whole bunch of glasses. And everywhere where there were people outside that didn't have glasses, they just stopped and like, hey, here you go. Okay. There we go. Did you watch the eclipse? The answers there are 4 answers, and be careful because you might answer the wrong one. Did you watch the eclipse? Yes, the totality. Yes, partial eclipse, sort of on YouTube, or nope. So we'll get your votes in here to see who's the winner. Interesting to see. Obviously, the totality, you'd have to be there. I was a partial myself, if I was allowed to vote. I did not see the interview with Judge Boyd. Unless that was a long time ago with like what Jay did. Nothing to watch with the cloud cover. If you were in a cloud cover area and you were in totality as well, how dark did it get? I'm curious there. In Oregon, no eclipse here. Well, it would have been about a 30% eclipse for you, Sarah, I think. I'm in North Carolina, so I was 75%. Got very dark. I was outside when it happened, says Bug Dugger. Had court on Kindle while outside. Looked like 10 p.m. where I was, said the Red Guest. Oh, my goodness. Does nothing but clouds count as a nope? I watched it, all but a tiny bit was covered. Dark like night, says Rosebud. Dark like night. You need to account for your overseas members. I did. That would either be nope or YouTube, John. Nope or YouTube. Streetlights came on, says Sheila Owens. 99.5, it was like dusk. It still looked like daytime, says Lenova. There's Europe. Europe weighing in, right? It was black like nighttime. Eastern Tennessee was maybe dusk. Just guess, petrified. It's good enough. It was the best one I've ever seen. All right, it got dark enough here in Fort Worth to turn on the street lamps. Wow. 91% here in Kenosha, Wisconsin. It was dark enough that Batman started fighting crime, then got caught in the sunlight and almost had his cover blown. Yeah, those shadows are half of his identity concealer. That's really cool. I'm glad you guys got to experience that. I'm excited my kids got to as well. And I'm more excited that I was able to prevent them from staring at the sun. It's where we're at right now is, we're getting to like this. Everybody's, the eclipse is nearly over for about everybody. Let's see. Where's this one at? This is Credit V. Thomas. Where is he located? Dallas, Texas. So yeah, so it's just ending for Dallas. You're getting the last little bit. Sun popped out of the clouds for a few minutes for us to see it. Birds were really confused. Next one in 2045. Actually, if you just need to talk a friend into hauling you down to Australia in their suitcase because they have one in a couple of years. Complete eclipse. And I don't know if you have to go out in the bush for it or if it's going to go through some of the major cities. 2045, it goes through California as in New Mexico. Daughter got a neat picture. The neighbor had a big camera. I was telling you, those anesthesiologists neighbors, they have all the cool toys, and I'm so jealous. maybe I should have gone and studied a little harder in school, but they have one of those, a really good camera with a huge lens, and they were taking pictures like that, just from the sidewalk. We've talked about the suitcase thing. We can't do it anymore, thanks to Sarah Boone. Who's coming up soon? Oh my goodness. I'm so jealous of y'all in Totality. That's really cool. Can't wait to hear all the stories about it. I've heard that it's amazing to catch in a large group, and it's equally amazing to catch in the wilderness, just in the quiet, just with you and nature. So, Florida Sun Life, you just submitted a request to join the Facebook group. Hopefully, Florida Sun Life, you answered the questions. You scrolled down and answered the questions, because if you didn't scroll down and answer the questions, it will be rejected. I'm sorry. And then just do it again and make sure you answer the questions. So we'll see if we can get you approved. And maybe if we're checking right now, just because you're here and everything, we might give you a pass if you got a question wrong or something, because it is a test. There's a test. Anesthesiologist's job isn't to put people to sleep, it's to wake them up. Come to Cape Town, the dollar is on your side, and it's pretty similar in climate to Australia. There we go. Cape Town it is. Didn't have enough eclipse to even bother. All right, we're going to end the poll since we've had enough time for all of you to vote. And the winner is, with 39%, yes, partial eclipse, sort of on YouTube, 22%. Nope was 20%. And yes, Totality, and 18% of you saw the Totality, which is just awesome. That is cool. Congratulations. I've never seen a Totality. Half the people at the Sky Lounge at my apartment complex were staring up the wrong direction thanks to clouds. We figured out where to look once I pulled out my Sky Guide app. Oh, Lindsay. It's bad when it's that cloudy. I'm sorry. Abby, all I know is they give people shots of medicine that makes that when they're not feeling good, they really like the work they do. So I think they're the ones that either make you asleep or numb. I'm not sure which one. And that's the tests, I think. Something like that. There's a big word with like too many THs in it. All right. That being said, I'm going to go out and talk to my kids about what they experienced with the eclipse and see if they had any fun. We're caught up. We get an early afternoon. I might go metal. No, I won't. I won't go metal detecting because I have a bathroom to work on. I'm going to frame in the window, put the rest of the flooring in. I need to put in another layer. I'm not sure if I'm going to do 2 underlayers or just one underlayer and then the backer board, and to go tile or do 2 3/4 inch underlayments and then like the nested boards, the waterproof snap together flooring. Haven't decided what to do. I'd rather do snap together because I am no bueno at tile. I mean, it's really bad, really bad. You'd be better off just like setting the tiles in place without any grout than if I were to put tile in somewhere. Check the burner phone, says Krista. I imagine I've got some pictures. Let's take a quick check. I have to run to the post office as well, which before it closes in 45 minutes. Okay. Oh my goodness. 1:45 p.m. Got Jennifer Crumbly sentencing. Is that today? Let's see. Somebody says they've subscribed and can't get into the channel. Here's what you need to do. Make sure you are logged into the same account that you subscribed on. Let's see. Or text me your username and I'll make sure you didn't accidentally get blocked for some reason. Cast member for 14 months. Thank you. Hey, perfect timing. Thanks, RA. Is it a coincidence that 14 months and on here, Laura, 12 months comes around right during the eclipse? Yippee, I made it a year. Seems like yesterday. Time flies when you're having fun. It's really good. Post the link for the Santa Cruz trial. Oh, that's what I was doing. I was forgetting. Just one second. Santa Cruz. I was even halfway typed in on my search bar. Yeah, I need to upload this or fix this computer. Santa Cruz Superior Court.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us. I can't say that today. Here we go. More about this channel. Share channel. We're going to copy the link. There we go. Okay. This is for those who are watching the Arizona trial. This is the Zoom link. If I can spell it right. There we go. Right there. That's it. So save that. It's the Santa Cruz Superior Court. And they have a Zoom feed. It's uploaded the day after or the end of the day of court. So they upload the 2 videos. Make sure, check the AM and PM because sometimes they upload the PM first and then the AM. So you might think, oh, I'm missing the morning. That's because they uploaded in different order. Okay. Stephanie Mitchell, you're in? Good job. Good job. Wonderful. Will you go live for showing us the progress? I might, because now my coworker's not helping me. The rest is pretty much on my own. So I think I might be able to do a bathroom live stream. I mean, and that sounds terrible. That sounds absolutely terrible. I'm sorry. Let's do a remodeling live stream, which would be probably less against YouTube's terms of service. Renee Smedley, thank you for all you do. 5 months. Thank you, Renee. Appreciate that. And Chrissy Bacon, thanks for a fantastic place to watch all the true crime court craziness we love so much. Thank you, Chrissy. Congratulations on 7 months. Let's see if I missed anything while I was out and about, out in the yard. Let's see. Silly Rabbit says, I love this channel. Thank you, Lil Miss. Hey, 15 months. Wow. Wouldn't have it any other way or be any other place. Love each of you and every one of you. Lil Miss, congratulations on 15 months. Indestructible Cauliflower, Drinking and Flotation. Welcome to Wisconsin. Our new slogan. Thank you so much for covering this. Thanks for your super chat. Thanks for your support. Lara Petrula made it a year. We got you there. Cass made it 14 months. Thank you for that as well. Renee, Chrissy, we got you. Nancy D, welcome to the gallery. It says new member, but we got a yellow courthouse. We know you around here, Nancy. Thank you very much. Wouldn't be the same here without you. All right. I think we're done. I mean, you guys are done, which means you get to go back and relax and do what you want. I have to roll up my sleeve and put on the work gloves and get out the circular saw and start trimming stuff down. Weather Watch. I'm sorry, my friend, that you missed the eclipse. But as someone responsible for the weather, I think you have no one to blame but yourself. You could have scheduled better weather. You could have scheduled better. Dang it. You could have scheduled better weather. There we go. Third time. First try. All right. Got really, really dog dark and cold, or dogs were going crazy. Lights came on, North Texas. Let's see. Happy Eclipse Day, everyone. Yes, it was fun. And it's post office time. Yes, I have to run to the post office first. Sunny skies in my town now. Or you got it during the eclipse as well? That's awesome. Words are not my friend. No, I'm tripping over my words. And mostly I'm just excited to go work on the bathroom. Witchy Poo, we are all caught up. We're going to be back tomorrow. 8:30, I think, is the starting time, which means we might start about 15 minutes earlier. Ooh, let me jump over to this. That way you can see me. We're going to start a little bit earlier, and then that's all, folks. I think that's it. Anything else we need to talk about? Don't think so. Gonna grab the kids, run to the post office, come back, work on the bathroom. Might do a live stream. I tell you, it's a tough area to live stream because literally the bathroom is 6 foot by 6 foot. This is not like the Taj Mahal of bathrooms. Okay? It's gonna look nice, but it's gonna look small and nice. So anyway, we'll get it figured out. I can't even talk now. Weather Watch, take over. Take it from here. Anyway, you guys, we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. This is the best place to watch true crime. That's because of all of you. I appreciate that. I appreciate you guys making this all possible. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again at 8:30 tomorrow morning or thereabouts as we continue live this time, the Bad Apple River trial. It's going to be a lot of fun. We'll see you there. Have a good one. Bye.
May be upon us.
We're going to raid Broken Baker. He's talking Apple River as well. Here we go.